Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Abeokuta. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Abeokuta.
Well, this is MoBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Abeokuta is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Abeokuta is another Savior. Holy, 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 Abeokuta is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving fast, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Abeokuta. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Abeokuta.
Well, this is MoBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Abeokuta is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Abeokuta is another Savior. Holy, 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 Abeokuta is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is, for his mercy endureth forever. Amen. So there it is, for his mercy endureth forever. Amen. So yes, I was listening to some Christian tracks earlier on. So good to see you again, friends. We gather again. Another day, another dollar, or is it? So certainly another day, another session. I look a bit weird in this camera. I don't know. You'll probably say I look weird anyway, but there it is. Another day, another dollar. We gather again. Thank you for your company. So matters Nigerian politics related as ever is the diet here. And we're not exclusively Nigerian politics, by the way, but in this phase we're in the Nigerian trajectory, everything wraps around politics. But I will try to infuse human interest stories every so often. But today's diet almost exclusively politics. A lot of it wrapped around the Tinubu space. They're going some there. So a lot of it wrapped around the Tinubu space to bring you the headlines. So we're going to be kicking it off with this bullion van narrative that surfaced in 2019 and has held the political space up to the eve, just to the doorstep of the next election. So that seems to be what is agitating the political space. So we'll make a pit stop there to see exactly what we're making of it. So the first two spaces will be occupied by video clips. So we're going back to about 3 years ago when this story broke, and then we'll come fast forward to today to have the latest incursion in that, the latest insertion into that storyline. So 2 video clips just to bring us up to speed with that, and then we wrap conversations around it. So first we kick it off with Tinubu being confronted with the bullion van narrative, the allegation, and his response as far back as 3 years ago, and then we'll come to now this surrogate that just happened on Arise TV, the morning show. And he's giving us a different inflection on it. And then there's been consequences since. So we go to the consequences. So the first 2 will be video clips that we'll play. And then the next one will be an article piece that we'll read. So to that readout, Tinubu, APC to punish chieftain over bullion van comment. So it looks as though the justice has been swift and hard on that guy, just from this headline. The authority for him to speak on it, of course, is something that people have been questioning all the way through. APC to punish chieftain over bullion van comment. So we go to that space, 3 incursions, and then we wrap it up in a conversation. So yes, so the next headline again, APC to punish organizing secretary Adewale over missing bullion van comments. So we'll take one of those and abandon the other. This one, another, there are 2 Tinubu storylines, as you know. So there's the other one where Tinubu, again in Abeokuta, makes one of these verbose comments that he often makes in that space. You recall, of course, the infamous Emilokon speech made on this same stump. So he revisits that space only to make another outlandish statement. So the statement infers that the party, his party, APC, the statement infers that the party, his party, APC, that they are working somewhat against him with fuel scarcity and the change of the Naira note. So we'll just watch a mini clip of that just for him to say those words, and then we'll wrap conversations around that. So we wrap conversations around that. So to the next headline, fuel scarcity, Naira redesign, plot to sabotage election. So quite what this means, hopefully we'll be able to unravel it in the course of our conversations. But still within that space, House of Rep Speaker Gbajabiamila Miller threatens to issue arrest warrant against Central Bank Governor Emefiele, bank MDs over new Naira notes. So quite what and why we are querying. So it could well be because they are not moving the date as the parliamentarians want them to move it, because the parliament wants them to move the cutoff mark for the old Naira to round about June. And Buhari and Emefiele insist that is going to end at the end of this month. So there's no shifting there. So it could well be that's the reason why they want to effect this arrest. Or it could also be that there's not sufficient enough of the new Naira note in circulation, which is a lot of the complaints coming out of Nigeria. But either or, we'll find out just when we read out that piece. Buhari loyal to Tinubu's presidential ambition to attend more rallies. Yakasai comment, stupid presidency. So a lot of our storyline is wrapped around just how committed Buhari is to this Tinubu journey. And a lot of people are reading that Buhari's language does not lend itself to the idea of a Tinubu presidency. But if Buhari does not lend himself in body language to a Tinubu presidency, then who and what does it lend to? Because if you look at the field, it's not as though there's better pickings than Tinubu. For whatever reason that Buhari might not lend his body language to a Tinubu presidency, even more would it not lend it to the idea of an Atiku presidency. And I suspect that by instinct, Buhari recoils from the idea of a Peter Obi presidency. So what does this actually mean, that Buhari's body language does not lend itself to Tinubu, to Tinubu's presidency? So all of that are awfully in conversation. Why I criticize Nigeria's elites? So this is Buhari now. So Buhari has been out campaigning for Tinubu allegedly. I say allegedly because every time Buhari does put up an appearance, he's not bringing in his endorsement of Tinubu one. And also, he speaks in coded language to invite that the electorate vote for somebody that is not corrupt, somebody that they feel will serve their best interest. And it's only at pains is he then reminded to endorse Tinubu. So even as he mounts the campaign storms, is not bringing in his endorsement of Tinubu. So that lends itself, of course, to that narrative that, that Buhari's body language does not lend to a Tinubu presidency. Why I criticize Nigeria's elite? So that's a headline attributed to the Malam from Daura. So we find out exactly why. Massive turnout as Tinubu campaigns in Benue State. So there's videos and pictures that lends itself to this. So a lot of people, of course, when we get to that campaigning, a lot of the pushback immediately is that the crowd are bought and paid for. But it will take some funds to buy the level of crowds that we're seeing at some of these campaign rallies, especially the APC campaign rallies. Yeah, there's tens and tens and tens of thousands of people. You cannot say that they're all bought and paid for. It's impractical and it's too fanciful to imagine that. So you have to gauge that some of the campaign rallies, if not all of the campaign rallies, are a good temperature of just the popularity of that candidate. And if that is the barometer for test, then you have to then conclude who has the highest turnouts in the country in terms of the campaign, and is that an indicator as to what will happen on the 25th of February. Massive turnout as Tinubu campaign in Benue State. So that's up for grabs as well. That's up for discussions as well. Let's see, what else do we have? Tinubu denies attacking Buhari over the Naira note for scarcity. So this is what we usually get from the Tinubu space, of course. He throws this verbosiousness out there, and then they try to reverse and reward it. So the rewarding then of that space, that's up for grabs as well. So a rich menu, as always is the case on the One Man Went to Work platform. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. You see, as I'm doing now, put your hands up and surrender yourself to this space for however long this session lasts. It's going to be a wild roller coaster ride. And I'm saying that with some confidence because in all of the 18 months or so that we've been doing this, there's not been one session that has not been a wild roller coaster ride. There's going to be tears before bedtime. There's going to be tears before bedtime. Truth and reality will be brought home. So there it is, not tears, there'll be laughter as well. So just surrender yourself to the spaces is what I'm looking to say. So surrender yourself to the space, but before you lean back, kick back, or take it easy or relax into anything, there's things you must do. Make sure you are clicking on the like button. We need that because that's the bread and butter. Even if you look at the people viewing already and you look at the likes, it's nowhere near what it should mirror. So mirror the viewership with the like button. That's the bread and butter of our spaces like this, the YouTube space, the likes is the bread and butter of the space. So if it doesn't especially offend you to click on the like button, then you have every reason to do it. Unless you recoil from it viscerally, then you have every reason to do it. So click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, then correct that immediately and right now. So click on like and subscribe. And if you want to come join us on the screen, there's this hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it brings you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished reading out and playing out all the body of the discussions, I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. Nothing more complex and complicated than that. It's an open microphone space, and the open microphone is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us on the screen, all you simply have to do is to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and Bob's your uncle, or Folake is yours, or Folake is your auntie, whichever one. So there it is. Click on that. And then, of course, we're inviting people to tip towards the platform. So if you find that you feel that the platform needs some form of rewarding, which it does, if you feel that the platform needs some sort of rewarding, which I will tell you that it does, then the preferred portal is this Buy the Coffee link. So if you click on that, it will take you to a 3-step process where you can donate towards the platform. So follow that if you feel like the platform needs some form of rewarding. And kicking off the rewarding, Desmond does, as he often does, is a story of Tower of Babel have begun. So story of Tower of Babel, I'm not quite sure what we're reading into that, but thank you for the super chat anyway, Desmond. So there it is. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. Click on the Buy the Coffee link if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform. And as you set about that, let's just take a micro little pit stop with some music so that I recalibrate, and then we go into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites. Egbelemu, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. In Yoruba language, of course, what that translates to in English, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. Usually I go into the readout at this point, but we're kicking it off with a series of video clips. So let's go to the first one. So this now, we're kicking this Tinubu bullion van narrative off in 2019, we're going to. So this was when Tinubu was confronted with that bullion van narrative. And this was how he responded at that time. Watch this.
So far, so good. I demonstrated the resiliency of Nigeria. Like the president said in his broadcast, we have chosen one of the best way, but difficult way to select our leaders, our representative government, through democracy. It's not the easiest process to manage. It's not the easiest system to maintain. But with resilience and strong determination, we are getting there and we are making progress.
No. There are allegations that your party are planning to rig this election. For example, there are pictures online at the surface that bullion vans coming out of your premises.
Bullion vans. Are those ballot papers? Where am I voting now? Where am I voting?
The allegations are that those bullion vans carry money or ballot.
Excuse me. Is it my money or government money? I don't work for government. I'm not in agency of government. And let anybody come out to say I've taken any contract from the government of President Muhammad Buhari.
Oh, okay. So I think enough of that to establish what's been said. So that was you could hear the unmistakable voice of Seun Okinbaloye putting it to Tinubu frontally that bullion vans were saying going into your premises and allegations of elections being rigged. And he said, oh, do they contain ballot boxes? And they're saying, oh, it's money for rigging election. He says, am I a government agency? So by that, it's an admission and an acceptance that those bullion vans did go into his premises. So that's Tinubu then admitting, conceding that the bullion van went into his premises. And that has been the narrative all the way through, that the bullion van did go into his premises. But the content and the intentions was where the conversation was. And that's how it has been for the last 3 years. So that was Tinubu then being confronted by that with that question and his response. So that was 3 years ago. So fast forward now to the here and now to today and watch this. This is a Tinubu surrogate being confronted by the usual suspects on Arise TV. So watch this.
Send the evidence of payment out so that we all see, and the fact that his money was returned, because he said it here when he was here. Secondly, I'd like to also ask you this. There's a response on this day that says, Atiku Tinubu currently designed has destroyed your bullion van plan. So the question is it because of the bullion van plan that Tinubu was saying all what he said yesterday? And tell us let's talk more about how bullion vans were entering somebody's house on election day in 2019. Because you see, we've not gotten to the end of that bullion van matter. If you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure that there are polling units inside bullion van. What was money needed for an election day? Was it for vote buying? Until today, we've not heard the last of that bullion van matter. And they've also raised it now. What is this bullion van plan that the PDP campaign is saying? And what really happened? What was those bullion vans for? Did they just stroll to visit? Or what really happened with those bullion vans in the last election? Because there were pictures and videos there.
Well, on Mr. Jandon's matter, I would say that statement is not correct. If he claimed to have paid, and I think that receipt should be authenticated. We should check the bank where that money was paid. We should check the account that he claimed that the money was paid. And from there, we pick it up to know what exactly happened. The LASA does not directly control the system. It only kind of making sure that the private sector that have come into play do what is needful. And if you know a lot about advertising, just like in your station, you cannot just in their program and start running. You have a key set system that you have in place. We should investigate that matter and we take it on from there. On the other question of the bullion van or no bullion van and all of that, I think that matter has been put to rest. There was no money in the bullion van. The bullion van that even came missed the address to have come there.
Okay.
It missed the address to have come there, and that was why the bullion van was.
But why was bullion van moving on election day? I thought there was supposed to be no movement.
No, it was not an election day. It was not. It was Rufai. It was. I was in that house on that very day. It was not an election.
So it was the day before election. But
It
why
was
bullion van moving
the
everywhere?
bullion van missed the address to have come there.
I thought your presidential candidate had actually said that what's people's
said-
business with how he spends
I
money.
watched it. He said that jokingly.
Okay.
It was a joking
So
statement.
the bullion van
The
missed
same way,
the
same way Mr. Dangote said that when he wanted to authenticate and get his mindset that truly he has money, he went to cash 1 million naira, brought it to his house, sat and looked at his money and returned it to the bank.
No, but I just want to get this right. You said the bullion van missed its way to come into the place.
Yes.
But that place is not a known bank, or was it a bank? I just want to get to the root of it.
There are some companies that have high staff that pay their staff with cash, right? That bullion van missed his way there.
Okay.
And it was not invited by Ashwaju or anybody.
Okay, comrade.
Whether it's aside from your main earner in 2023, trading beats anything else hands down. Startup costs for most businesses are in the thousands. But when
Okay, we can do without the advert, but I think let me just pause it at my end. Look, we can do without the advert, but I think that point has been made. So we've picked that storyline up. We've picked that storyline up from 2019, and we've followed it through to the here and now. So in 2019, you saw Tinubu then speak frontally to the bullion van being at his house, but defending his right as a private citizen to have whatever comes to his house come to his house. So that was Tinubu's narrative. But now we have this surrogate now, putting a different inflection on that storyline to tell us that the bullion van was actually misdirected to Tinubu's house, which is a completely different thing from what Tinubu had considered and what the narrative had been up to this point. So you want to question on what authority that guy is speaking. So that's the question, on what authority is he speaking? So are we to take his word above that of Tinubu's, who concedes that the bullion van came to his house? Or are we to conclude that this guy, he was caught off guard and spoke out of turn? So those are the two options. So it's either you disregard what Tinubu's considered, that the bullion van came to his house, to go with this guy's narrative for all of the hoopla that can bring, and do a song and dance around that. You can either do that, or you can also be of the thought that this guy was caught on the hop and spoke out of turn. So those are the two options. And then, of course, inviting your thoughts on those. But still within that space, let me bring you this readout. So it says, APC to punish chieftain over bullion van comment. A senior official of the All Progressive Congress APC in Lagos State on Thursday said its organizing secretary, Oyedele Adewale, will be punished over his statement on 2 bullion vans that entered the residence of Bola Tinubu in 2019. Correspondents had earlier reported that Adewale, during an interview on Arise TV, said the bullion van missed their way to Tinubu's Bodleian home. He said, on the bullion van or no bullion van and all that, I think that matter has been put to rest. There was no money in the bullion van. The bullion vans that even came missed their way to come there. I was in that house on that very day, and it was not on an election day. The bullion van missed their way to come there. So that was what he said. We heard him just say it right now. The APC official who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity said Adewale was not authorized to speak by the party. He further said Adewale, a former chairman of Amuwo Odofi local government, will be sanctioned for the interview, the APC official said. The Lagos APC never asked him to represent us at any interview. He only went there to embarrass himself and not our party. Everything he said during the interview was his personal opinion. He neither spoke for Asiwaju Tinubu nor the party. Asiwaju had already addressed the issue of the bullion vans, and that settles it. Adewale is not his media aide or spokesman for the party. He just wanted to be in the spotlight, and for the wrong reasons. I am certain disciplinary actions will be taken against him because there is a directive from the leadership of the party to avoid granting interviews to Arise TV due to their hostile attitudes to our presidential candidate. Adewale willfully ignored the directives and he will pay for it. I think he just made the greatest mistake of his political life. So consequences, swift and fast. And there it is. That just rhymes and chimes quite succinctly with what I've called. I was actually just debating this on another platform just before we started our session. So it just rhymes and see. And I hadn't even seen this article, by the way, before I came to the conclusion that that guy was speaking at a turn. He was speaking over and above his pay grade, and the justice coming swift and fast. So that rounds off that space. Now let me play you another video clip, and then we'll wrap the next. Hold on. Let me play you another video clip, and then we'll wrap the next the next phase of talking points around it. Let me play. I'll only play you sufficient enough to establish the point. But let me play another video clip, and then we'll wrap the next talking point around it. So here is the next one. This is Tinubu's speech. Famously, however you're looking at it, Emi Lokan, Yoruba Lokan. That was in Abeokuta. Tinubu goes back to Abeokuta again. But what does he have to say this time around? Watch and listen.
Ẹgbẹ́ kó pamọ́, ẹgbẹ́ náírà pamọ́, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé. Ẹ bá pààrọ̀ ìgì ara náírà. Ẹ bá náwó kẹ́dọ̀ ní gbèsè. Ẹ lè náwó kẹ́dọ̀ ní gbèsè. Ibi tẹ́ bá gbójú sí, ọ̀nà òní gbàbẹ̀. Àwa la máa wọlé. Àwọn ẹlẹ́gbẹ́ alábùradà yẹn, wọ́n máa ṣe kí ni o, wọ́n máa lulẹ̀. Àkọ́bí, àwọn tí fẹ́ wà lá.
All right. All right. So I think we've seen sufficient enough of that to make the point. For the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers and anybody that wants to come on this platform, by the way, there's still room if you want to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So for the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers, what Tinubu was saying there is that even if you hide petroleum and you change the Naira notes, I will still be triumphant in February. So that's essentially what he was saying. Even if you hide petroleum and create a scarcity and you change the Naira notes, I will still emerge triumphant in February. So that was what he said. So now, who is in a position to create petroleum scarcity and change the Naira note? Obviously, it's the sitting government. And a lot of people immediately latched onto that to see it as a criticism of the Buhari space. So Atiku, of course, very quick, his space very quick to clap back against that. So that is now another Emi Lokan revisited, still at the site of the original Emi Lokan. So let me bring you this. Tinubu fuel scarcity Naira redesign ploy to sabotage election. A new twist was added to the current fuel scarcity in the country and Naira redesign as the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, alleged that these were meant to sabotage the general election. Tinubu specifically said the the fuel crisis and the scarcity of the redesigned Naira notes were artificially created to discourage people from voting for the APC. The candidate, in a vague reference to the powers that be, wondered why fuel scarcity, which began in October last year, has failed to be abated. The APC presidential candidate stated this whilst addressing a mammoth crowd of APC members and supporters at the presidential campaign rally in Abeokuta on Wednesday. The rally, held at the MKO Abiola International Stadium in Abeokuta, attracted leadership of the party both in the state and at the national level. Tinubu alleged that the powers that be were behind the fuel scarcity and scarcity of new Naira notes to scuttle the elections. However, the APC presidential candidate called on the people to remain resolute and resist any attempt by anyone to stop the election from holding. He described the forthcoming election as a superior revolution that will usher in a new government. Tinubu said, "We will use our PVCs to take over government from them. If they like, let them create fuel crisis. Even if they said there is no fuel, we will trek to vote. They are full of mischief. They could say there is no fuel. They have been scheming to create fuel crisis, but forget about it. Relax. I, Asiwaju, have told you that the issue of fuel supply will be permanently addressed. Whoever wants to eat honey embedded in a mountain won't worry about the ox." So that's Tinubu speaking in metaphors again, just like the church mouse and whatever. But I'm sure the Agbado space, they will make meat and drink out of that. They're already doing their skits, I'm sure. Whoever wants to eat the honey embedded in a mountain won't worry about the ox. Is that not so? And if you want to eat palm kernel, you will bring stone and use it to break it. Then the kernel will come out. It is not easy to. And then it tails off. So it's also, actually, let me give you the rest of it. Let them increase the price of fuel. Let them continue to hoard fuel. Only them know where they have hoarded fuel. They have hoarded money. They have hoarded the Naira. We will go and vote and we will win. Even if they change the ink on the Naira, whatever their plans, it will come to naught. We are going to win. Those in the PDP will lose. I am homeboy. I have come here. You will not be put to shame. We will take over the government from them. The traitors who wanted to contest us, they had no experience. The great Nigerian youths, the great Nigerian students, the confident Nigerian youths. This is a revolution. This election is a revolution. They are plotting, they will fail. They said fuel price will increase and reach 200 per liter. Go and relax. They don't want this election to hold. They want to scuttle it. Do you agree? So it goes on and on. Okay. I'll give you one more paragraph because it's just too lengthy and I don't want to be labored to read through all of it. So I'll give you just a couple more paragraphs. It says, on this, I am guaranteeing you one thing. There will be student loan. Nobody will drop out of university because of school fees. I guarantee you that. Nobody will have to repeat for 8 years and not graduate. Haba, we are too smart. We are too brilliant. We are too courageous. We are too sharp. We will make 4 years course, 4 years course. Do you agree? Will you vote whether there is no fuel or not? Call your sister. We are bringing revolution. Let me say what's on my mind. The other day I told you, this one too, they think they can cause crisis by sabotaging fuel. They are sabotaging fuel supply. Whether there is fuel or not, whether there is Okada or not, whether there is tricycle or not, we will go and vote and we shall win. It says this is a superior revolution. Pardon me. This is a superior revolution. When I tell you, you know what I mean. You know me. We are going there to win. So there is Tinubu, of course, speaking in coded language. So there is Tinubu speaking in coded language, and very quickly and very swiftly, people latch onto that to say, people latch onto that to say that that was a criticism. That was yet more evidence that Buhari is against the idea of a Tinubu tenure, and he was working surreptitiously to sabotage it. So Tinubu moves quickly. Pardon me, Tinubu moves quickly to downplay that narrative. Tinubu denies attacking Buhari over Naira and fuel scarcity. Presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has denied attacking President Muhammad Buhari over the fuel and Naira and new Naira scarcity. The Director of Media and Publicity of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement, explained that the opposition's People's Democratic the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP), working in cahoots with fifth columnist, were the ones bent on inflicting avoidable pain on helpless Nigerians to achieve a political end. Tinubu knocked the opposition PDP and the Atiku camp for issuing a knee-jerk response, derailing from issues, distorting his views at the Abeokuta rally to create a wedge between him and President Muhammad Buhari. He added, when the guilty are afraid of being uncovered, they try to push back with red herrings. The statement reads, for the record, Asiwaju Tinubu during the APC rally at Abeokuta on Wednesday in his statement did not mention, blame or accuse President Buhari for the current challenges in the country. Asiwaju Tinubu was only adverting the government's attention. It says adverting. I'm not quite sure what they mean by that. Asiwaju Tinubu was only averting the government's attention to the sabotage being carried out by some fifth columnists in the system, possibly in cahoots with the PDP. The CBN officials, including Governor Godwin Emefiele, have said many times that enough Naira notes have been supplied to the banks. Yet our people complain that they have not been able to get the new Naira notes. In recent days, many ATMs are either not working, or when working, they are dispensing the old notes just a few days to January the 31st deadline. Similarly, Asiwaju is aware of the salutary effort by President Buhari to end the fuel queues by chairing a 14-man panel, yet the queues and agonies continue. For a presidential candidate who cares about the suffering of our people, he has a duty to warn the government that its efforts to make life better for Nigerians are being sabotaged on several fronts. Our presidential candidates only re-echoed what is well known and acknowledged, even by President Buhari himself at a different fora, that there are fifth columnists in and outside of government who often throw spanners in the works against good intentions and programs of the government. How does an advisory genuinely made by Asiwaju Tinubu to protect and create goodwill for the government of his party become an attack? It can only be in the jaundiced view of the PDP. It is in this light we found amusing the directionless article campaigns bag full of mischief in their hurriedly put together press statement meant to gain shameful mileage from the suffering of Nigerians. PDP and Atiku should remember not to get high on their own smoke. No political blackmail and an attempt to create a conflict between Tinubu and his long-term ally, President Buhari, can succeed. We have bad news for Atiku and his handlers. Their latest mischief is therefore doomed to fail. The article rudderless, and then it goes on to do the usual spiel. So there it is right there. So there is the re-spinning and the rewording of what Tinubu's intentions might have been at that space. House of Representatives Gbajabiamila threatened to issue arrest warrant against Central Bank Governor Emefiele, bank MDs over new Naira notes. So I suspect that it's in theme with what we just read. What's happening to the super chats, by the way, in the comment sections? Have you all left your wallet at home? The Speaker of the House of Representatives has threatened to issue warrants of arrest for the governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, and the managing director of any commercial bank that fails to honor the invitation of the House. The lawmaker and Emefiele seems to be at loggerhead over the Apex Bank insistence that January the 31st, 2023 deadline for the phasing out of the old 1,500 and 200 naira notes stands despite the relative scarcity of newly designed notes in circulation. Correspondents earlier reported last week some commercial banks were still issuing old denominations over the counter and through automated teller machines. Many had expected the CBN to extend the deadline beyond January the 31st date for the sake of Nigerians in rural areas who do not ordinarily have access to banking services in their immediate locations. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele had insisted the Apex Bank was going ahead with the set date, saying the 100-day allowed for the public to exchange the old notes for the new one were sufficient. Emefiele had repeatedly snubbed the request of the House of Representatives to appear before it. He had been summoned by the lawmakers to shed light on the cash withdrawal limit and deadline given to phase out the old note, but had failed to appear. Earlier, he wrote that he was ill and not in the country. But since Emefiele returned to Nigeria from his recent trip abroad, he has not appeared before the lawmakers. However, Gbadabiamila on Thursday at plenary issued the threat whilst reacting to a letter by Emefiele informing the House of Representatives of inability to honor the invitation. The House, through an ad hoc committee set up to interface with the Apex Bank and commercial banks on the deadline, had invited Emefiele. But Gbadabiamila said though he has a relationship with Emefiele, he would not hesitate to issue a warrant for his arrest if he refused to honor the invitation by the House. So all of this narrative wrapped around the new Naira notes is essentially about February the 25th. Nobody cares about the people in the rural area. It's people being able to have access to money to bribe for that election. That is the totality of all of it. By the time February the 25th comes and goes, and the narrative around the new Naira note disappears, Buhari loyal to Tinubu, Buhari loyal to Tinubu's presidential ambition to attend more rallies. Yakasai's comment stupid presidency. The presidency said President Muhammad Buhari's support for the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, is unquestionable. Garba Shehu. So now, when you want to know the inflection that a particular narrative has, you want to pay attention to the spokesperson that is saying it. So if Buhari wants to speak to the Nigerian space, he usually uses Femi Adesina. But if he wants to speak with a Fulani accent, he usually uses Garba Shehu. You must have noticed that. So he speaks with a Fulani accent in this instance. The presidency says President Buhari's support for the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, is unquestionable. Garba Shehu, the president's spokesman, said this in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja, reacting to an allegation leveled against Buhari by Tanko Yakasai. Yakasai, questioning the loyalties of President Buhari, stands in sharp contrast to the actions of the president. Only on Monday, he was out at a rally in Bauchi supporting the flag bearer of the party. Presidential duties permitting, he is scheduled to make further appearances at campaign events in the coming weeks. It noted that Mr. Buhari's support for the party's candidacy is unquestionable. Mr. Garba said, if it wasn't on TV, Yakasai's unwise comment on the issue would have been dismissed as a misquotation, but it was live on TV. On this one against President Buhari, no one should take him seriously. Perhaps times are hard and the old man needs a bit of help. Mr. Yakasai, in a TV interview, questioned Buhari's loyalty to the realization of APC victory in the presidential election on February the 25th. However, Mr. Shehu dismissed the allegations, saying the president's support for the party's candidate Tinubu is unquestionable. Alhaji Tanko Yakasai is unknown to the All Progressive Congress APC. Everyone is entitled to their views. But what we do know is that his insight in a recent interview does not come from within the party or the president's team, the presidential spokesperson said. He added, his support for Asiwaju Tinubu is welcome. Is welcome, although it is difficult to see what value it will add. He is right to highlight his experience as a senior citizen, a leader in government and ability to reach out across divides are strong foundations for the highest office. So I've not seen quite that Tanko Yakasai, pardon me. I've not seen quite that Tanko Yakasai clip, but apparently it's a bit of yin and a bit of yang. So a bit of yin and yang. Why I criticize Nigerian elite. So this is Buhari now, double talking his way through the political space. So this is Madam Buhari, the president who, let's see, where do I pick it up? Oh yeah, let me pick it up. President Mohamed Buhari said he criticizes the elite class in the country because they have over the years been selfish in their approaches, never considering ways to make country forward. Buhari spoke at Katsina State during a lunch hosted by the state government in his honor. The president, who is on a 2-day working visit of the state, had spent the first day going through the length and breadth of the state capital to commission some of the legacy projects of Aminu Masari-led administration. Buhari lamented what he called the selfish attitude of many Nigerians, counseling that if they think of more people, things will be much better in the country. So I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of doublespeak coming out of Buhari. The president regretted that the resources wasted instead of being used for the provision of infrastructure under previous administration, during which the president regretted the resources wasted instead of being used for the provision of infrastructure under previous administration, during which time he recalled a barrel of oil consistently sold for $100. Drawing a comparison between 1999 to 2015 and 2015 to 23, he said, our elites did not put their heads together in the years past in order to move the country forward. They were very selfish. I insist that they should think of the country more than themselves. Perhaps some of the elites in your government as well, like Abubakar Malami and the rest of them, they were looting hand over fist. But doing so, they can join forces with for the good of the country. So it's just embedded double talk, really. Nothing really to glean from here, or is there? Also, so there it is. Let's take just one more, and then we'll come into the room. All right. Actually, let's just come into the room, and then we've kept our panelists waiting for long enough. So let me just name check Solly, because he's been there all the way through, and let's see if he's still there. So Solly, are you still there?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Solly. So Man of Prestige joins us. So you can mute yourself back, Solly. Man of Prestige joins us. The mighty Ajanle Koko is with us. Saki, father, he's here. The Progressive joins us. Uptime joins us, even though he's not feeling too well. World Peace joins us from Japan. Baba Akure joins us, taking a break from daddy duties, and Des joins us from somewhere in America. So good to have you, gentlemen. Always a delight. So let's kick it off immediately. And yeah, what's that? All right, let's kick it off immediately and start it off with Ajanle Koko if he's ready to go. Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go?
Yes, woman.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Always a delight. So, Ajanle Koko, to that space then, Tinubu, for whatever it is, always a recurring decimal within the space. So now this narrative of this rather, I won't call him a wayward guy, but this guy that has now gone on Channels Television to try and rebrand that bullion van narrative. telling us that the bullion van, 2 bullion vans, they misdirected to land at Tinubu's house, and the bullion van did not contain any money. And all of the hoopla that surrounds that, what are you making of that space, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. That guy, I think, was an embarrassment to himself, to the campaign team, to Tinubu and the party in general. So, there's no way you can. It's not good to lie openly. He should have done better than what he should have said it better than the way he was trying to lie before Nigerians. We all watched Tinubu 2 years ago or a year ago when that, I think 2 or 3 years ago when that incident happened. And what Tinubu said totally contradicts what he's trying to say, what he said rather on Arise News. Tinubu did not say that the bullion van did not belong to. He didn't say that the bullion van wasn't for him. He didn't say that. He admitted it, that yes, they came. They came for him, and that he didn't. Tinubu did not. He didn't say anything in contrary to what the bullion van came to do in his property. So, but this guy did not do good at all for trying to tell us that bullion van missed road, and they missed their way into Tinubu's compound, and and was trying to lie all through. It wasn't good at all. So, but the party have responded. They said he was speaking in his own capacity and not, for the party, and that disciplinary action will be taken against him. That's a very sweet action, which is good to show that, when you are not mandated by the party to speak for the party or on particular subject, don't go and speak for the party. But it just shows that, that guy, what he did, it wasn't a very good. It didn't. The lie was not good. Was not good for the public image of Tinubu at this time. He wasn't the situation for Tinubu. Already, people have been talking about this thing for a while, and why was bullion van? What was the presence of bullion van in one of our political leaders' house? People have been saying a lot of things about him, but him now trying to defend it in a very irresponsible manner, I think it just showed that maybe they didn't know how to defend it, or they just trying to fool people with that kind of defense. But the party already spoken now that he was speaking in his own capacity, and they will take disciplinary action, and they totally reject what he said. So that is very good action they have taken there. But the guy did very bad. He shouldn't have said it like that. He just said, "Well, the matter is closed. The leader has spoken about it."
And he kept on repeating it with some confidence that he was in the house and the bullion van mistakenly drove in. How is that even a possibility?
It doesn't make sense. Don't fool us. Don't fool us. We are not fooled. Don't lie. There are some types of public image you can that is not good for when you lie in the public. you know, the defense was very bad for Tinubu. It totally destroyed the image of Tinubu, and you know, it's very, very bad. What he did was very bad, and
There are a few things that has emerged from the official response of the Tinubu space. The one thing is that guy will face disciplinary consequences. So that one, but the other one was that there was a directive that's gone through the structures that nobody should appear on Arise TV for reasons of them being hostile to the Tinubu campaign. So what are you making of that then? A leading major party asking that no surrogate appears on a leading media house for reasons of what they conclude as bias on the part of that media house. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
well, I think if as the claim that directives have been issued that people should not go to Arise News to speak, I mean, to have any discussion or any anything to do with Arise News for now. And that guy did what he did in contrary to the party instruction. I think he deserves to be punished because political party must have a disciplinary measure they can take against anybody that violate the instruction of the of the party. So he violated it, and he deserves to be disciplined. And I think I will support them in that I will support their action in that respect, because once an instruction is given in an organization, a political party that is can be described as the biggest political party in our country today, considering how many states and the control and the majority in the assembly and the presidency, there must be discipline, and whoever that violates the party instruction or directive, yes, must be disciplined. So that I support that one. I support it to one man.
All right. Taking you on to the so Tinubu, it looks as though they should keep him away from Abeokuta, because every time he does go to Abeokuta, always an unguarded statement. The last time he was there, that infamous Emilokan, Yoruba Lokan, he lands in Abeokuta again, only now to infer that the party that he carries the flag for, they're looking to sabotage his attempt at the presidency. So he said there that the fuel scarcity and the difficulty to get hold of new Naira notes are all orchestrated attempts to stymie his presidential thrust. Do you see why he would say that? And do you agree that attempts are being made to sabotage him?
Look, one man, Tinubu, whether we like it or not, is one of the political leaders in that country, and he have his eyes and ears everywhere in that country. So, his response, I think, is should not be taken as if he didn't know what he was saying. He has seen what is going on, and his angry response in the first time he went, when he came out with Emilokan, there was a plan against him that time, to torpedo him in his efforts to achieve the nomination of the party. So him speaking this time again, I believe, is in response to something that he knows quite well, some plan that going on, to frustrate or to cause him to lose this election. So it might sound as if, why is he talking this way? he didn't just talk like that just for the fun of it. It's a
It was quite specific in what he was saying. So
yes.
clearly it's from a place of knowing, like you're suggesting.
Yeah. He didn't just say it just for saying sake. It's in response to what he has seen and what he has seen and what he has heard and what he knows that all the plan that have been perpetrated against his victorious achievement in this presidential pursuit. So, but maybe he shouldn't have said it. Maybe he should have kept not said it at all.
But it worked for him the last time, when he made this just from the heart sort of a statement. Because what this is inviting then is some sort of public sympathy that this guy that has worked long and hard and true for that space, they want to sabotage him at the last minute. So there'll be some people that will just out of say, or what do you think? Because he often speaks of God and he often works in his favor. That's just the thing.
Yes, I think I want to agree with you that, the first time that he spoke angrily,
have we lost you? Have we lost you? Can anyone else hear me, or have you lost me?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, I think we've lost you for a moment. So that's Ajale Koko. He'll rejoin us because Ajale Koko is a very busy man. He joins us.
Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you now. Carry on. Yeah,
okay.
Carry on.
So what I was saying is that, yes, the first time he spoke angrily, and he said the truth of power, and that resulted to a controversy, and and the party came together and they saw the handwritten on the board that if they should do anything against this guy in terms of deny him the ticket, or fraudulently deny him that ticket, the party could be in a very serious.
Can I interject?
Okay.
Yeah, if you say the first time it worked for him, I want to know, because all the people that was basically contesting for that primaries, no one stepped down for him. So if you say it basically worked for him, that means he just bought the delegates. That's what happened. So
only Ochibanjo did not step down for him, or only Ochibanjo did not.
Did you watch the primaries? Why would somebody just make such comment that
only Ochibanjo? What do you mean? Only Ochibanjo did not step down for him.
And Tunde Bakari that's caused zero.
And Tunde Bakari
that's caused 0 vote.
Yes. So I don't know what you're talking about.
The important people now, Amechi, Tunde Bakari, Osibanjo, the people that has the weight. What's the name of this Senate president or whatever? The weight. I'm a Lawan. The people that's carrying the weight in the party.
The only person that had weight that did not step down was Oshibanjo.
No. I mean, if you say it's Osibanjo, then you're basically disregarding Amechi.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. We played it out here. They were queuing and saying, I stepped out for Asho. Even the Southeasterners.
Because he bought them. It's not because they were sympathizing.
Afayemi is poverty stricken. Rocha Sokorocha is poverty stricken.
Money.
He bought them with money.
Come on, Rocha Sokorocha. How would you be saying calling Rocha Sokorocha's name?
What level of money would bribe that ambition out of somebody? What are you talking about?
A lot. One man. If I have 1 billion and you give me another 1 billion, it's basically buying me.
Really?
I want to add. Even if you give me 500 million with my 1 billion, I want to add something to that money. There's nothing like what
Brother,
amount.
It-
don't
it's
have
not
any
it,
proof.
it,
You don't
it's
have any
not
proof
it's
to
just
that. Don't just
it's not even coherent. It's more to it. What you're saying is not
there
coherent.
there was videos of the money now, was
Of the
able
money
videos
that
now.
there was
they were
videos of him
breaking
handing over
out.
money to Fayemi. Look
There
at this
was
guy.
videos of the money brought
And
out
now we
in
all
the
saw it now.
APC.
We saw it now when
So
he was handing that brown envelope to Fayemi to step down.
we know that money played a lot. We can't deny that fact.
But
It's
brother,
out there.
All right, all right. Back to Ajale Coco.
can we be having an enlightening
I don't
conversation
know.
on
You're
the
talking
platform,
gibberish,
please?
man. You're talking gibberish. Back to Ajale Coco.
So the first time that he came out frontally against the plan against him, against the chairman of the party and Buhari's efforts to deny him, it worked for him because the leadership of the party saw it that if they should, fraudulently deny him that ticket, the party will break up and that will be the end of APC. So this time around, I believe he's speaking in the same way so that the party leadership can come together and say, look, if we don't put our weight behind this guy and the election victory did not come his way, all of us are going to lose together, and that will not be good for every one of us. Maybe that is his strategy. Because if you listen to that, I watched that video, some were trying to stop him from speaking and not, when it was, making that statement in Abeokuta that, petroleum scarcity is, and the cash that is an effort to frustrate and make him not to win the election. They were trying to stop him. Some of you, he said, which means that you guys leave me alone. Let me say what I want to say. So, Tinubu is a political strategist. He knows.
Ajale Coco, just going back to what he did say, that they were hoarding petroleum and making Naira difficult to get hold of, to sabotage the election. Are we to infer from that he's suggesting that they are wanting the people to take hardship to the ballot boxes so that they will vote to punish the party that is vesting that hardship on them? Because that can be one of the readings. If they are hoarding petrol, which brings hardship to the people, and then that hardship, of course, still very fresh in the mind as they cast their ballot, looking to punish where that hardship is coming from. Is that what it was trying to infer?
One man, you see, I think I agree with you in totality with what you're trying to insinuate. I agree with you in totality. Let me tell you this. If you watch the body language of Buhari, and this is what some people have been saying, that Buhari is not supporting him, we don't see that body language in Buhari. We don't see that strong support coming out by the presidency and Buhari behind this guy. And what is responsible to that? For that, we don't know. But I believe Tinubu knows what is responsible. He knows that very well than every one of us. Look, it is that same country in 2007 when Obasanjo, that was instrumental to the a ticket to a presidential ticket of Yaradua. Obasanjo traveled with Yaradua to every nook and cranny in that country, campaigning for him. And some people even were even thinking that is Obasanjo campaigning for the election. That is the high level of support, high level of commitment you can put behind a candidate of your party. And for that most exhaustive, for that most important political position in our country. But we are not seeing it with this president. And the body language, the lack of support, the lack of commitment into this, what does it signal to the core supporter of Buhari? What does it signal to those voters, traditional voters of Buhari since year 2000? Oh no, since year 2004, they have been giving him 15,000 votes. The core supporters that seem, voting for Buhari is like a religion, practicing a religion. What does it signal to them? The signal is not good, one man. It's a signal of not supporting Tinubu. That is what it says to me. That I'm not in full support of this guy. So you guys can go and give your vote to anybody.
Yes, Ajale Koko, if Tinubu does win this election, would Buhari be one of the people that he would have had to have defeated to win the election? Would he have to defeat Buhari in order to... Because Buhari is in play as well as an opposition to Tinubu. So if he wins that election, does that signal that he has defeated Buhari as well to win that election? Or does he have to defeat Buhari as well to win that election?
Look, woman, if you see the way this guy is campaigning and not waiting for Buhari to join him and those cabal to join him, that tells you that he has seen it all, that Buhari is not strongly committed to this campaign, and he has to do it. As a politician that been coming a long way before he got to where he is today, he cannot wait. He has seen it, that Buhari is not strongly committed to this thing. It's like, sometimes he will make statements that people can vote for any candidate they want. People can don't vote for somebody that is corrupt. Vote for any candidate you want. You see, and not saying it precisely.
Well,
in a very strong time.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
Oh, thank you very much, Omar. Good evening to you and everybody out there. I think there's been overreaction about Buhari support and Buhari non-support. I think for me, we just have to look back to 2019 when Buhari himself, when he himself was on the ballot. This man went to Ogun State to campaign, where there was a faction in his party, and then he asked the people to vote their conscience. He did the same thing in Imo State. When he went to campaign in Imo State, he did not say vote for APC. He said vote for your conscience. So I think to use Obasanjo as an example, knowing fully whether Obasanjo actually he personally handpicked Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan for that ticket. Buhari never handpicked anybody for the ticket. He just did his own part and allow a free run. There are people within the presidency who are coming out to say, oh, Buhari never has a candidate. Buhari Kabas had a candidate, and they were trying to force that candidate on the people. If you remember, several times, Malam El-Rufai will run straight into the presidency, into Asoro, and then go and meet at emergency meeting with Buhari during the APC primary. Several times he had to run into Aso Rock and he kept insisting that the ticket should go to the south. So it is not a Buhari thing. There are people within the presidency that are trying to manipulate the situation. So I still feel like the complaint that Tinubu is complaining today is a direct complaint to those same people who didn't want him to emerge as the presidential candidate, who are now still doing everything to try to make life difficult for him as he's trying to win the presidency. I think Buhari as a person, for me, I think you are overrating that man when it comes to politics. For me, he's one of the dumbest politicians out there. Thank you.
All right. Off the back of that, Ajanle Koko, do you think there's a chasm in the north? Because I've always had the sense that there's a power tussle in the north, especially within the APC space, with the enlightened progressives, people like El Rufai, Ganduje, etc., understanding that for the country to sustain, that power must shift to the south. And they've identified in Tinubu the person that they want the power to shift to. But then you have the conservative ethnophobes like Malami, etc., that want to retain that power in Fulani hands and continue to vest with the power of force. And I think a lot of that is some of the things playing out. I think there might well be a divide in that cabal with the progressives versus the conservatives. And that's the subplot playing out somewhat, Ajanle Koko.
I think I will agree with you on one man. And I want us to look at it in another way, that APC being a party that was formed with different political party from different parts of the country with different ideology, and haven't been in control of Nigerian national politics and government at the national level. And when the time of the president, and now that the time of 2 terms office of the president is winding down, there is a power tussle between the Tinubu group, that is the ACN, and the CPC. The core leadership of CPC are not putting their strong support behind Tinubu ACN, that now look that they want to take control of, government after them. If they put their strong weight behind it, what is going to happen to their own leadership? Would they be taken out of, governmental spaces, or what is going to happen to them? I think that is what is responsible to this tussle, because Buhari, whether we like it or not, the way he run that country, he Fulanized most of the strategic position, and Fulanization came from those that are core members of CPC. Abubakar Malami is a core member of CPC, has been his lawyer for a long time, and there are some other people that occupy that high position that were CPC people. So we saw some people from the Tinubu ACN that were taken out of power, a position of power at the highest level. We saw it. So will Tinubu repay the same thing against them if Tinubu now take over government? That might be the reason why, that might be what is responsible for this power tussle between them. But it is obviously clear.
Do you think as one of the fears, or do you think the main fear of the ultra conservative right-wing Fulani space in the cabal, do you think their biggest fear is that if anybody comes in that is not aligned along their thinking, all of the gains that they feel they have made with this Fulanization for the last 8 years will be quickly reversed. So anybody outside of Atiku Abubakar will reverse the Fulanization of Nigeria. Is that their fear?
That might be their fear. And definitely that is what is going to happen. They've had their own time. They have their own time and they've had their own fullest time of office. There is no way that Tinubu want to continue with these people if he become the president of Nigeria. He won't be able to get the job done. He won't be able to do it, steer the ship of the state the way he wants to do it. He must definitely have his own men holding the strategic position, the people that have the same vision with him, the same political ideology with him. He's a progressive. What do you call it? Buhari and his Kapa, they are conservatives. So two different political ideologies in the same party. So the progressive move, the progressive ideology that Tinubu want to, to put into practice when he's president, he won't be able to do it if we have most of these incompetent people in the position of power. There's no way they're not going to lose out. They will surely lose out. A lot of them will have to go so that they can have a firm control of the government and run the government the way he feels is good for him and the vision he has for the country. So they have seen that on the board, clearly on the board, and that is why you see them not putting their full weight behind him, including their principal Buhari. Look, let me tell you this. Akim was saying that, we are exaggerating. This is not a matter of exaggeration. Buhari is not showing leadership, whether we like it or not.
Even when he turns up at the campaigns, he's not very frontal in the endorsement of Tinubu. He will just say, vote for your conscience, vote for somebody that is not corrupt.
That is not the way to do it.
In fact, if you say vote for somebody that is not corrupt, he might as well say vote for Showore, because everybody else there's nobody that falls under that criteria in any of the leading candidates.
This man is not showing commitment into this. This is the flag bearer of your party. You don't have to sit behind as the current president. You have to, put in a strong effort, back him up strongly, be in the lead. Tinubu was in the lead when 2 terms of office, in 2014, this Tinubu was in the lead campaigning with him every part of the country. The same thing in 2019, his re-election. He was in the lead, going everywhere with you. Why don't you want to reciprocate? Alliances is not practiced this way. Political alliances is not practiced this way.
Ajalekoko, what about the narrative that it is not in Buhari's personality to campaign so heavily? Even when he was running for presidency, he pretty much campaigned behind other people. He would just come up on the rostrum, on the podium, wave the broom and shout APC, APC, and then others will take on the narrative for him. It is too conservative and too shy a personality to campaign too frontally. Would you concede that?
I'm not. Look, he was sick, and they were trying to protect him. They were trying to shield him, so that Nigerian people will not know that, this man is really sick. As PDP men were campaigning against him, then some PDP people were saying, he was sick, he's not fit for president, and so he was being shielded, he was being covered, he didn't carry out, a strong campaign the way Tinubu is campaigning right now. So, and those people that did the job most that time, a person in the lead was this Tinubu. It didn't only participated in traveling with him or campaigning from one place to the other. He committed strong finances. He committed logistics. He committed everything into this. We saw it. He was the one that put down his private jet that was taking Buhari everywhere. So, look, respect is reciprocal. And do me, I do you. In a political party like this, the leadership for this most exalted position, everybody must be on board. Everybody must show commitment. Everybody must, work hard together. We are not saying it from the side of Buhari. It's not really backing this man. It's not, it can, you see, body language speak a lot. When his body language...
In fact, body language is really the only language, isn't it? The body language is a good 90% of communication.
90%.
Yeah.
Body language speak a lot.
And by the way, we have over 200 people watching us. Thank you. But the like button, if you can help us improve that, only 36. So at least take it to halfway the viewership with over 200 people watching and only 36 likes. But the body language of Buhari, it doesn't indicate towards Tinubu. But then, or does it just not care? Has it just had enough? And say, I've done what I can for you people. The rest is up to you. But Ajale Koko.
Look, only him knows why it's not backing Tinubu physically for everybody to see. Only him knows. Would he lose anything if Tinubu did not win? He's not going to lose anything. Possibly his brother is going to lose. His brother will win. Atiku. What will Atiku do against Buhari interests? Atiku will never say he wants to try Buhari. He will never do anything that, that will jeopardize Buhari interests. Buhari as a person, he will never do it, or his family, or some of the friends and core Buhari cabal. Atiku will never do anything to jeopardize their interests. So Buhari is not going to is not going to lose anything. In fact, I believe he will feel more happy that Atiku wins, because Atiku is a Fulani man, and this man has practiced Fulanization all his 8 years. Every strategic position in that country, or let me say 90%, if don't let me say everyone, are manned by Fulani people. Do you want to talk of the defense? Do you want to talk of what do you call this? The intelligence? Do you want to talk of DSS? Do you want to talk of the police? Do you want to talk of the port? What do you want to talk about? Or the person at the head of the fiscal policy of this country? Is it not Fulani people? Is it not Fulani lady? What are we talking about? What will he lose? He's not going to lose anything. He'll be most happy to see his brother in that position after him. So Tinubu is speaking to what he knows. He knows that Buhari and some cabal are not giving him that strong support that he deserves, and he have to speak up publicly so that he can send the signal again the way he did in the first Emilocon to them that yes, we have to sit down and solve this problem. So it's look, one thing about Lagosian, if people doesn't know, Lagosian can respect you, but Lagosian will never allow you to take him as slave, no matter what. Lagosian will never allow you to take him as slave. Lagosian will respect you, but will never allow you to take him as slave. And and maybe this is what is playing out. He will always come out strongly, show his strength when he should show his strength. That look, yeah, I may mellow down, I may not be talking, but when you want to push me, when you push me to the wall, I can fight back. Don't think that I cannot fight. So everything is said in Abeokuta, I think is directed at this administration, is directed at Buhari particularly. And I believe the presidency will have heard it clearly. Leadership in the party will have heard it clearly. And they'll be putting their head together now and say, look, this thing is getting, the whole world, everybody in the country have heard it clearly. Let us come, let us do something, let us, put our weight behind this guy so that at the end of the day, they will not accuse us, particularly the Fulanis, of being responsible for the failure of this guy. Because there's no reason why they are in power and they cannot show commitment to Tinubu's presidential effort. They have to show, because Tinubu show commitment. It gave out everything that they needed for them to succeed in 2015 and 2019. So there's no reason why they don't have to, do the same thing, give him the same, reciprocate in the same way, help him in this effort. So I think that is it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let's move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Man of Prestige, if it's still there. Man of Prestige, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Man of Prestige. So, Man of Prestige, to the conversation, the story that seems to dominate the headline today, these are off-guard remarks by a functionary of the APC that has caused a bit of a brouhaha within the political space, telling us that the bullion vans were misdirected. They were actually meant to go to number 1A, Bodillion Street, but they went to number 1B. And it was a case of mistaking addresses. So now this rather fanciful, far-fetched narrative by this guy, it has caused a lot of brouhaha. But what are you making of that Tinubu's bullion van space that refuses to die a natural death 4 years going? Man of Prestige.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, good afternoon or good morning. I think it's morning over where you are. But anyway, everybody in the platform, I greet everybody. Yeah, I watched the space when you play it. I thought the defense was kind of feeble. That's a very weak statement, that he made there. It doesn't even make sense because he's totally contradict everything Tinubu said a while ago. I mean, about 3 years ago or whatever. I mean, when the billion van, surfaced, it doesn't even make sense what he was saying. I mean, look at the way he was narrating the whole thing. And I think Rufai, you know how Rufai is. Rufai can be very combative. I mean, they keep on questioning him, and he's not making any kind of statement. But the point I'm trying to make, one man, before he came to that space, the APC people must have approved him to come to, to Arise News. So now they are saying that nobody, from that party will come to the Arise News. So I don't understand what I mean. I mean, was that something that just happened after because of the way he fumbled? That had been a directive.
No. Because the APC have since released a press statement regarding that space, and what they are telling us was that there's been a directive cascading through the structures that nobody must appear on Arise TV for reasons of them being prejudicial against the Tinubu campaign, which we have all seen that there's a real campaign against Tinubu on Arise TV. But this guy, he broke ranks to go on that station, and then he spoke out of turn on matters that he did not have the directive to speak on or the knowledge to speak on. And they said that this might well mark the end of his political career.
Well, like
one
said,
month. Let me add, Man of Prestige. Festus Keyamo was in Arise TV just a couple of days ago. So I don't know where their sudden directive is coming from.
I think the directive must have manifested after this guy came to Arise News.
It will well be a directive for only approved people, but I don't know. But
I'm thinking it just happened. I don't think it was in my own opinion, it probably just happened because this guy came there and fumbled. It was a shambles statement. Every statement that he makes is, it's all feeble, very soft and weak, in my own opinion, in regard. Because if you look at what happened, he's kind of contradict, the way Tinubu admitted. Because if you look at Tinubu's statement 3 years ago, yeah, that's more depend on the sentiment where you're coming from. That's more believable. The way he narrated that and everything.
But still with that bullion van narrative, man of prestige, where is the landing point of this bullion van narrative? What are people looking to establish with the bullion van narrative? So a bullion van goes to this guy's house, Tinubu, on the eve of an election. So take it from that point and then speculate as to where people opposing to him are looking to land this narrative.
Well, I guess they're looking at it in this form. If he was able to, bring out a billion van, during the time he was supporting Buhari, what's going to happen right now? He might bring about 2 or 3 billion van right now. So they're trying to mayonnaise it within the people that APC is going to be buying this election coming. By no means, being that Tinubu is the aspirant, if able to pull out a billion van before. So everybody should watch out about what this coming election, which is about 29 days. That it's gonna be worse than it was before. Buying of vote, of course, like we see, that may not happen. It may not be as prevalent as it was before. So that's the narrative they are trying to paint whenever they bring up this billion van something, because that's already happened before. If anything happened to that, so I don't really know. It was just what we saw on TV or whatever. So who knows how much was in there? Like the guy was saying, how do you know there's no money in there? Now you're saying
the guy was just talking nonsense all the way through, isn't it?
Exactly.
That the bullion van,
the bullion
van was empty, and it was that was a man caught off guard, and he was just talking gibberish.
But one man, he was still defending himself. He never wavered. He never wavered about what he was saying. He was very like he know what he was talking about. And they painted him to the corner, particularly how Rufai is. Rufai can be very combative, and he keep on going, saying that, the money, said there was no money in the van, and saying, giving different kind of narrative, it was a misaddress, and the bullion van came there. It was a misaddress. How do you know there's no money in the van to begin with? So you see those kind of statements. So whatever he got, he deserved it, because he didn't put up a good defense there by no means. I'm just saying, not even defense at all. Everything is, the whole defense that he put up there is very feeble, in my own opinion. So he deserves whatever he get bought. What's his name again? Adewale or whatever. So
yes, there's some non-entity. But this directive from the APC for their surrogates not to appear on Arise, do you have some sympathy with that? And do you concede that the Arise TV platform is somewhat hostile to the Tinubu campaign?
No, I don't concede. Of course, some people in this platform is going to, have different view. No, I don't concede. There's different platform in Nigeria to go to. Of course, Arise is happening to be one of those, platform. I don't know if just somebody from PDP. Supposedly, they're probably subbed with PDP. Of course, Atiku doesn't come there. They only went to his house once. So, yeah, to me, Arise News is the best for me, in my own opinion. Even when a big go there, see how
do you think Arise TV are as critical and as probing of other candidates as they are of the Tinubu campaign?
Of course they are, but which of the aspirants have ever been there? Only Obi. Of course they are, representative always go there. Yeah, they are very tough. Watch all their, watch all their interview. Tell me who they have ever been soft to. Nobody in this platform can tell me that they are soft on Obi or Atiku or whatever. I think they are equal,
a lot of people feel that they don't push Obi hard enough on his corruption history.
That's just APC hallelujah singers, So that's how they're gonna see it. I guess everybody has their own sentiment when they go there. They're thinking they don't push Obi hard. Yeah, go and watch every time Obi has been there. How hard they have pushed him. Anything they bring it out. Even some of the Pandora paper you've been parading here, you know. I mean, they're the one that started pushing that to begin with. So tell me what Obi, you know, tell me where Obi is weak. They haven't pushed him. They have pushed Obi to the limit. Of course, he's, you know, he appeared there most of the time. But anyway, we
Man
are
of
where we are right
prestige.
now because
Arise TV pushed Pandora more than even Channels. Channels
exactly.
was aloof. Arise kept pushing it.
So I
Channels didn't
mean,
even
they're
push
equal
it.
partner to everybody. So I mean, if some people here, you know, gonna say they are not good news media. This is what we need in Nigeria, whether you like it or not. They need to push all these
You don't
politicians.
feel the soft pedal on Obi on Arise TV.
No, they are not one man.
They
Come
treat
on,
him
one
as
man now.
they treat him like friends and family. You
No,
don't think
you know that they are not. They're even harder than you. Come on, they're even harder than you. All of them, you know. Where's Tundi? I like her a lot. Where is she?
I don't know. It seems like they got rid of her. She couldn't stomach all the abuse that her father was getting, and she was pushing back. So they got rid of, or she left.
But I like the lady there. The other one, the one there right now too. She's good.
Yeah, but she's not as
One man. I think what broke the camel's back with Tundu was when the sister came. Yaya Bello made the sister a DG, and then the sister came on Arise to say that Yaya Bello is like MKO Abiola.
Yes,
That
she was even using the logo, the campaign logo of Tinubu of Abiola to rebrand. Yeah.
Hey,
And it got quite ugly. Yeah.
One man. I didn't mean to digress. Do you know Ajali Koka?
Do I know him?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it is.
I know Ajali Koko. Yes, we all know Ajali Koko. How do you mean? Do you mean personally?
No, not personally, but I heard that he's Jane Doe, not even John Doe, Jane Doe.
What does that mean?
Do you know what I mean by John Doe?
John Doe, is that not just some random name
exactly?
Yeah,
but he's not even John Doe. That's a man, but they say he's Jane, Jean.
Are you accusing Ajale Koko of being somewhat Bobrisky? What are you? Where are you going?
Well, go ask his brother.
Our own Ajale Koko.
Where's Thomas? Is Thomas here? That's what Thomas told me.
No, Thomas could never say anything like that.
No. He said that in Yoruba. Okay, let me. I was gonna ask that Ajali Koka. Are you Jane Doe? He's not. He didn't even. I know he was messing with me.
I don't know where it's going. No, I think
who is Jane Doe?
I think it's
Jane is a lady.
Have you
Doe.
ever heard Yoruba bearing Jane Doe?
Let me tell you what happened at Ajali Koka, my brother. Remember when we was when almost came on Dr. Damage show, right? So I chatted. I said, "Where's Ajali Koka? His man is here. He needs to come on space." So he said, Thomas tweeted, I hope he's here today. He said, Ajali Koka doesn't come on space because he's gender.
I don't know where you're going with. I don't know where. I don't know
where. Jane Doe is a covert name for somebody to display the identity. It doesn't mean a gay. Jane Doe is a covert name for somebody like if you have a top personnel, you don't want to display his profile, you say Jane Doe. It's a common.
No. That's not what it meant. I think that's that's not just John Doe, isn't it, or something?
Right, but John Doe is a man, but he can use.
Some people are saying it's John Doe in the comment section. John Doe.
He said it's not John Doe, but I don't know where you're taking us. But let us take you back to the politics.
Continue, I'm ready.
I know. Let's take you back to the politics and Tinubu's yet again in Abeokuta. Maybe they should not let him back in Abeokuta because he seems to have some form of verbal diarrhea anytime he goes there, shooting from the hips, accusing his own party of trying to sabotage his presidential thrust, saying that the fuel scarcity and the difficult to get hold of Naira notes are all orchestrations to stop him at the polls. So Buhari stands accused, but why do you think the looter of Lagos is accusing the killer from Daura?
Wow, this happened in Abeokuta, right? Wow, Tinubu need to keep on going to Abeokuta. So we have Emiloko. Now we have Amadibo, right? Is that how it's pronounced? Something like that.
Amawula Amadigbo. Look at this guy. Have you been at the brandy? Have you been at the whiskey again?
What do you mean? I'm local and is that Willow?
Amadigbo.
Yeah,
we will vote.
That's that's another phrase, coming from Abeokuta. So, but anyway, I don't know who's from Abeokuta here. I don't know what kind of water you drink. Maybe I need to come there and get some of that water. Because whenever he goes there,
the man came out with a new song today. Amadibo. Amawole.
I remember that's where we have the phrase. That's where we have the phrase in Miloko. So something must be happening.
Yeah, but to the wider point, but to the wider point that is making that there are orchestrations to stymie his presidential thrust, and that orchestration not coming from the opposition but from within. He's pointing in the direction of his own party, trying to sabotage his own campaign. Do you have some sympathy with that commentary, seeing the body language of the party towards this campaign?
No, I don't have sympathy because there's something going on within the party. Like you said, I think it has to do with the conservative group, which has to do with the CPC, because I think that's where the two party merged. Is it about 2 or 3 parties that merged to form APC? I think it was the original Southwest Party, which is this ACN, and CPC, which is mainly the conservative from the north. So I'm thinking what is going on right now. Those conservatives from the north still don't like Tinubu. If you ask me whether it's Buhari, Buhari engineering the whole thing, I'm probably going to say no. Knowing Buhari character, I don't know him that much. But the way he has presided over the country for all these 8 years, that gets to show me he's somebody who doesn't really care. Because if you look at, his body language, just being there at the rally doesn't mean that he's supporting him. Because look at, how people, if you are supporting your party, man, look at when you're supporting your party, like in America here, look at one Obama always do to go support Democrat, and some other previous Republican, of course, they don't really have anybody right now because Bush never supported. I'm just using this as an example. Bush never really supported Republican. He never really liked, he never really liked Trump. And of course, Trump, come and canvass for his own candidate. I don't know if they're going to allow him because I don't know if they're going to allow him to campaign for them. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, like you stated earlier, the way Obasanjo, support the Yaradua previously, during the campaign. I mean, he was all out for him. But Tinubu just go there just to show that he's there. I mean, the body language, 80% of 90%.
Do you think Tinubu is more or less running this campaign by himself? Because we don't see enough, or do you think we see enough from his party to show that they are all on board with him?
Not all of them, but people like El-Rufai and some other people, that align more with Tinubu, I think they are there for him. But not all the whole Northerners, because up to right now, we don't know what's going on within the North space. Whether what everybody's saying is true, like most the Northerners, they still want the presidency to come over there. And there's a speculation going on that they may sabotage Asiwaju, but I don't know how, if that will do him from, being the president.
Do you get the sense that they are going to sabotage him?
Well, Tinubu must know more than all of us know. Look at the statement that he made. This is the second time. The Emiloko is what got him into the presidency. This one right now that he spoke in Amadibo. So we don't know how that's going to play. Whether this is another coming to Jesus, whether it's going to have good effect like the Emiloko have. So we don't know right now. Yes, he know more than any one of us here speaking. No, there's something. People are against him. Probably not all of them.
Man of prestige, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know why people keep saying Emiloko had a positive effect.
Well, that what got him the presidency.
It's not. It's not. Let's not say that. It's not Emiloko that got him the presidency. We are all smart. When he made that statement, he wasn't making that statement in order for people to sympathize to him. He was making it out of anger. It wasn't because he was trying to get sympathy from the people in the party. That was just
so. Wait a minute. You don't think that political? You don't think that's political, genius?
I think
the
both
only
of you.
thing.
I think both of you are correct. Des and Man of Prestige, because
No. One is wrong. No, hold on.
So Abeokuta, who's right and wrong?
Yeah, Man of Prestige is right. Des is wrong.
Let me say
wrong.
the only thing Emiloko didn't see. A lot of people are using Emiloko against him.
Can I explain what that Emiloko means? Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What that Emiloko, that message Emiloko was to rally, number one, Yoruba support for him.
Thank you, Yorubas.
Hold on. Was to rally Yoruba support for him against Osinbajo. That is number one. Then number two was to rally his support base, keep his support base across this country, particularly in the north, strong in their support for him against the cabal. So the support base from the north, led by Rufai and Ganduje, those one did not hide it. They were saying it openly that the power must go to the south. And they are his, they were backing him. It was clear they were backing him.
Before he made that statement, those people have been saying the power should go to the north.
Before he made that statement, all of the body language of the politics was tilting towards Yemi Osinbajo. But when Tinubu made hold on, everybody was saying Osinbajo. That was what the body language of the politics. Even the Buhari's body language was tilting towards Osinbajo. But when Tinubu made that Emiloko statement, what it did was to re-echo in the minds of that party space what he has done for that party, how he singularly almost brought that party to where it was. And then he reminded them of the debt that the party owed to them. And that was what recalibrated that space.
Yeah,
without that
Emiloko
statement, we will be talking about Osinbajo now. Not
I agree, one man, but I'm saying this in a basically a wide scope of things, because the Emiloko after the primaries, it was used against him drastically. So I don't see how that is
no, it doesn't. After the primaries, hold on. After the primaries is the election, so he has the ticket already. So the Emiloko is still playing for him. By the way, positively, it's not a negative. It's not a negative. A lot of people will tell you.
My question is this: I'm not against if the Emiloko is for him or against him. My question is, if was the primary ticket was going in his favor, would he have made that statement in Emiloko? That is one. If the Northern cabal, if the Northern supporter he has, they are not seeing the pushback that the ticket might go back to the north, would they have pushed that the ticket must go to the south? That's just my question.
Okay,
I'm
my
sorry,
point. Okay, this is my own point.
All right, make that point, Des, and then we get back to Man of Prestige. Make that point, Des, and then we.
Sorry. During the primaries, we all know what played out. Rochas has no hope in this world that he was going to win. Some people buy this, some people buy the ticket because they're going to sell it eventually. We all agree to that, right? Some people pay that 100 million because they're gonna sell it for like 500 million. So it's just normal politics for all these Rochas kind of people. They don't have no hope of grabbing that presidency. No single hope. All they do is buy the ticket and wait for the highest bidder. So Tinubu was just basically the highest payer. So let's not say that it's Emiloko. It's just the highest payer.
No, you don't understand any of it. But back to you, Man of Prestige. That's not how anybody reads it outside of you. But back to you, Man of Prestige.
Well, I mean, everybody has a point. I mean, like Des was saying, I mean, I agree to certain point what he said, but remember when he made out Emiloko something, that was what capacitated him to where he is right now. Maybe some did northerners that was against him or whatever, they kind of say, hey man, this man is tough, look at what he has done for us, he's not relenting, we need to go ahead and support him. So he already got that position after when he said that in Miloko. Even I thought some people were using it against him right now, but he has already gotten that position. But we are talking about him getting that position. And then some people are speaking about it maybe because of Western play, because some people are saying that when Tinubu sleep, the Southwest sleep, and when Tinubu wake up, the Southwest wake up. So he has the Southwest in his bag already. So even that's what everybody knows. Southwest. I mean, I've never seen anybody that has Southwest in their bag, since Awolowo time. This man just have that capacity, whatever it may be, whether for good or bad, but that's who he is. But anyway, I think the Emiloko, gave him that. And so, like I was saying, this statement that he made yesterday or whatever, we don't know where it's gonna, where it's gonna be, whether it's gonna be advantage to him, right, going forward. We don't know yet. I mean, the APC know that he was talking, he was talking against them, so they know that. Okay, what can they do right now? They're gonna come out and support him in full force because of this statement that he made, or they're gonna continue what they are trying to conspire against him. I mean, some group. I'm not saying all of them. Some of them definitely, particularly the original, the original CPC, they don't like it, and Tinubu knows. For him to come out and make this statement, he didn't make this statement, and I guess when you go to Abeokuta, you can speak your mind. That's exactly what he did. Probably waited when he go to Abeokuta, like you said, I don't know what kind of water they drink there. That's when he said, okay, I'm going to go to Abeokuta and make the same statement, because when I made the Emiloko statement, it got me to where I am. So I'm going to go back, and say my mind. That's exactly what he's saying right now. He knows what we don't know. There are some people conspiring against him. I don't know how many, in the North. Because if you really look at it, the North want the president to come. Even I thought the lady that just was that? Is that the director or whatever? The activist lady?
Yes, Namatu.
Yeah, she's doubling down. I think she was on a rise. Is that on she was on the news today,
Yeah, we
she
covered
was
it here.
doubling down, of course. She's the one that I got this phrase from, that said when the West when I
we heard it from her. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, man of prestige. So thank you, man of prestige. Let me take the conversation and take it in the direction of Solly. But on my way to Solly, I was just saying that maybe Des might not be clear on what he was saying. The people that stepped down for Tinubu, the Jigawa State Governor, Abubakar Badaru, he stepped down for Tinubu. The former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dimeji Bankole, he stepped down for Tinubu. The senator representing Ondo State, something, Ajayi Boroface, Boroface, or whatever his name, he stepped down for Tinubu. Kayode Fayemi, the governor of Estwal, now ex-governor of Ekiti State, he stepped down for Tinubu. Godswill Akpabio stepped down for Tinubu. Ibikunle Amosun, he stepped down for Tinubu. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye, the only female there, she stepped down for Tinubu. The youngest candidate, Nicholas Felix, yes, he stepped down for Shibanjo. The former Senate President, Ken Nnamani, he withdrew without actually stepping down. So if you look at these people that are stepping down for Tinubu, these are dollar billionaires by any right. So I'm not quite sure what money is being put in their pockets to step down. It's just the politics of it and the history that Tinubu has with these people. But let's take the conversation to Solly if he's still there. Solly, are you still there? All right, let's go to Saki Fada. So Saki Fada,
I'm still here. I'm still here.
All right. All right. So to you then, Solly, and to that space, this commentary by the functionary of the APC that's gone on to tell us that the bullion van was misdirected and all of the hoopla that has caused. What's going on? And all of the hoopla that has caused. Your thoughts on that space, Solly?
Well, Why was he there in the first place? Was he invited? Did he go on his own accord? You know, he didn't go with the script. I think he was trying to protect Tinubu, acting like what's the name of this guy, Femi Adesina. You know, trying to lie on command. Maybe he's trying to get that position, but it was something very bad, you know, because Tinubu has already used his own mouth to say that, you know, to speak on it, that he entered this compound and everything. I don't think it's going to really affect Tinubu's campaign that much. It's just a goof and everybody will follow it. It's the people who are against Tinubu that will, you know, take it to another level and overpraise it and act like, oh, that's the end of Tinubu. And, you know, just little tiny blunders doesn't end somebody's whole campaign career.
But it's a revisitation though of a narrative that has already been petered out. So I'm not sure that the Tinubu campaign, they need the noise that this brings at this 11th hour of the politics, because now they have to rewind this thing back to zero in a time that they should be propelling towards the final line.
Well, in my opinion, I don't think it affects him that much. Even when this woman, you know, this article spy came out, think about the people who have the PVC, people that are going to vote, you know, people that Tinubu has ready to vote for him. Will this narrative really affect their votes? Will this really change their votes? No, it would not. You know, that's not one of the reasons. If that bothered them, they wouldn't have wanted to vote for Tinubu in the first place. You know, so it's not a big deal. They already have their plans on how to get their votes. They are already ready for it. People are causing blunder. People are coming out last minute. It's not surprising. You know, this is politics. I even expected something like this to be going on way weeks before this, but you know, people are waiting till the end and the finish line. But it's not going to change anything. It's not really going to change anything, in my opinion, anyway.
All right. Over 200 people watching, thank you, but only 50 likes. So if you have no objection to clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to. We only push for the like button because it helps the YouTube algorithm. It helps us go up the YouTube chain. So if you have no objection to clicking on the like button, at least half the people watching should be clicking on like. We shouldn't have less than 100 likes with well in excess of 200 people watching. So if you have no objection to clicking on the like, then do us that favor of clicking on it. So click on the like button. So click on the like button as you hear Solly give us his take on the Tinubu's commentaries in Abeokuta. So he was inferring there's sabotage in play for his presidential campaign, accusing that the fuel scarcity and the hoarded naira notes were like shadowy figures trying to undermine him. So why do you think he made that statement, and does it have any veracity, Solly?
Well, in my opinion, I don't think he should have taken it personal because it affects every single one of the candidates. Him pointing it back to himself makes himself seem quite suspicious, you know. I think he has bad handlers, okay, that are telling him, you know, pushing narratives towards him, and he's taking it. And like I said, it happened in that Abeokuta again. So it's just some people there that are pushing some narrative. But at the end of the day, it's quite weird that he's blaming his own party people for doing this, because it's his own party people that are doing this. What I take from that is, if they like, or they should change the money. If they like, they should bring more people that are going to backstab. If they like, they should bring more people that are what else they do, that are going to create false scarcity. That's not going to stop him from being a president, because they already have their plan. They already know how they are going to win this election. They already know how they are going to transfer the money. They already know their weak areas and their strong areas and how they are going to deal with all those things. It's just letting you know that no matter what you try, they are still going to win this election one way or the other. You know, his people are still going to vote. All he needs is extra people. He's not trying to find new people to vote for him. He already has the people that will vote for him, and he's just trying to gain as many extra people as possible. So the people that will vote for him, watch him at Debo, and if they don't Debo, yeah. So in totality, is letting you know he's going to win one way or the other. And he's not really getting the support that he should be getting, because I wouldn't say he expects to get, but he should be getting, which is very, very obvious, But Tinubu is the kind of person that is not new to betrayal, like I've been saying from the very beginning. He always has a way of going to the next stage, one way or the other. Betrayal just exposes who is going to work with in the future and who is not going to work with in the future. Is whoever can keep their mouth shut till then, and clearly some people cannot, and they're exposing their tails right now. It won't change anything.
And this narrative of Gbajabiamila issuing a desk warrant for the governor of the central bank, saying that if he doesn't appear before the House, it's going to effect his arrest. What do you think is playing out there?
I don't know why they keep on making threats to this guy, and they've not done anything about it. I saw this guy at a comedy show, not a comedy show, but at an event recently in Nigeria. Didn't they say that they were waiting for him to come back from the US? Didn't say oh, they are going to order the US to extradite him? Didn't say? So this guy probably has something on them that is not allowing them to catch him. At this point, I just feel like these are empty threats. These are just empty threats. They are trying to push him to make changes back, but I don't see him changing anything. Because the in Nigeria, you don't really throw around empty threats like that. After a while, people will not believe you. People will start to show muscle. So he clearly has something on all of them that is making them hold back, which gives him the confidence to do whatever he wants. But they are trying to use it against most likely the money bags. And who are the money bags? People like Tinubu. It will surely affect somebody like Atiku. So I don't see
Yeah,
all this.
Because the money politics, there's only really two money politics space in this cycle, and those money politics space are essentially Atiku Abubakar and Bola Tinubu, and those are the two people that stand the most chance of being the next president. So why is Tinubu feeling especially pained? Because if he's not able to access money to buy the elections, then Atiku equally is not able to access money to buy the elections. And Atiku is his most immediate, most potent threat. So why does he feel especially pained that he's not able to access money to buy the elections?
It's narrative. It's how people see you. Obviously, Tinubu has the bad narrative and bad press of, obviously, with bullion van, which they will not let him rest for, and rigging election. Okay, they all do it, all of them. It just, at the end of the day, whoever wins is the person that pays the most, whether you like
No,
it or not.
that wasn't the question. Sorry. From Tinubu's language, it's saying that they are making the naira scarce and they are making petroleum scarce. But I'm focusing on the naira at the moment. So if they are making the naira difficult to get hold of, and he feels that this is somewhat sabotaging his elections, then you have to ask then, why is making the naira difficult to get hold of sabotaging his elections? So that takes you to the space of vote buying and money politics. So if he feels, okay, go on. I'm not sure you understood the question, but go on. Yeah.
No, I understand. He is the one who has the bad image for that. He is the one who has the image for
it's not the image now. What are you talking about? I wasn't talking about.
What I'm trying to say is he feels the need to defend himself. Atiku doesn't feel the need to defend himself. And
no, that wasn't
the question. Solly, I think you don't understand what he's saying. There's nothing about image here. Like him bringing it up on himself, it affects everybody on board, both Atiku and Tinubu. So it's not about image. They didn't accuse him. Nobody came and accused him of rigging. He's just telling us basically that he's the one actually prone to rig with the statement. That's what one man is trying to tell you. There's nothing about seeing him in a bad space or whatever.
Well, it has a different perspective. You know, this is my
To
own
add to that
perspective.
space, sorry, if I let me just add to
It's
what
saying
they
it.
said.
It's saying it's like it's a personal attack towards himself, but it's really not. He's just trying to highlight it to make it seem like, oh, he's the one that everyone is vying for and going against, but he's still going to make it.
All right, let Uptown have that interjection, and then I'll go on to Saki further. So, Uptown, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I think the reason why he's fixated that he's sounding like he's the only person that policy affects is really because if you look at the reality of between Atiku and Tinubu, they are both their winning chances are concentrated on one part of the country, which is the north. Now, in politics, there's something they call investments. It's either you are emotionally invested or you are maybe financially invested in terms of inducement or what have you. Now, people that voted for Buhari in the north, they were emotionally invested. Does Tinubu have fans, voters in the north that are emotionally invested? He doesn't. So what he does have and what he's banking on is to oil up the structure of the APC with money by mass vote buying in the north. Now, it is not so much like that for Atiku. Atiku knows he has homeboy factor, and if he plays his ethnic card well, the people are going to vote for him based on emotional investment of north. Tinubu is not banking on that because I don't know.
No. Atiku
He
still needs money played. They
no, he
both
needs
need.
money.
Yeah,
I
no,
wanted to say that
they
before
are
I
not.
said that, but
They are not popular candidates.
yeah,
They are not. They are not candidates that resonate enough that they don't need
exactly.
financial
So they
inducement.
need money to they need money to solidify it. You get what I'm saying? But
Mm.
I'm saying in contrast to Tinubu needs money more than Atiku needs money in the north. You get what I'm saying? But they both need money.
Yeah, but
Both
it's
of them
not
need
in the
money.
north now. The north is only about 50-something% of the voter populace.
That is their winning. Yes, that's their winning
No, but
space.
the
If
north is
Tinubu leaves
also
the
in
north, it's
contention.
gone.
If you factor in Kwakwanso and you factor in Buhari and APC and Tinubu's popularity, then the north is not a sure banker for Atiku. He still needs money to lubricate that space.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a sure banker for him. But now this is mathematics, plus and minus. Now, both of them need money. You get what I'm saying? But let me tell you, if I'm from Anambra State, if and one man you are from Oyo State, and then we are seeking for votes in Anambra, and Anambra people do not like both of us, so they need a motivation. Now, if both of us are offering Anambra people money, Anambra know that okay, Article is offering money, and Uptown is offering money, one man is offering money. But then Uptown is an Anambra boy. So in addition to the money he's offering, he's Anambra. So he has an edge over the guy that's only offering money but doesn't have the other second one. You get what I'm saying? So that means that the money
No,
Atiku
that's not the
needs.
totality of it.
No. The
If
money
you are
Atiku. No,
from
the point
hold
I'm
on,
making.
the point you are making, I do get it, but that's not the
Okay.
totality of it. If you are from Anambra and Asaki father is from Anambra, and I, of course, are full blood or you are laughing, and we're both contending in Anambra, then you are not only contending against me, you are also contending against Saki father. Saki
Yeah.
father more rounded in Anambra than you. So
Mm.
you will still need that money factor because you're fighting on two prongs, which is the
No,
narrative of Atiku.
one man,
He's
you don't
got
understand what
Kwakwanso,
I'm saying.
he's got Kwakwanso to contend with as
No, I
well.
didn't say Atiku does not need money. Atiku obviously knows he needs money. That's why he's worried about Wike and all these watchers not being with him. He needs money. I'm saying in comparison to Tinubu. So he needs money as much as Tinubu needs money, but he has also a second thing he's also relying on that if
Yeah,
he's
but
able to play out this
the
tribal thing,
election is not
it's going to
totally.
assist him.
No. I think you are not reading it in full because the elections is not totally predicated on the north. If the northern votes are divided along the lines that they are likely to be divided, it's going to be pitted. It's going to be watered down. its significance, and the elections really will play out in the south.
One man.
I wanted to ask you one question.
Tinubu does not have the south, so if the north betrays him, he's
Tinubu has
gone.
the southwest.
One man, I want
Out
to
of the
ask you
3
one
regions, you
question.
have one, and you're
One
heading to
question.
presidency.
Yeah, but he's the only one that has
me.
a region. He's the only one that has a region of the two
One man.
frontrunners.
One man.
One
Which
man.
region?
Atiku does
Which
not have the
region?
north, so if you think he does, then you have to.
One man.
No, we said if the north, if there's a caveat, if the north decides to do
One
their
man.
thing.
One man.
One
I
man.
have a
Can you hear
question.
me?
Yeah, go on. Let us go first, and then you come in.
Which region do you think is liable for them to accept vote buying, the south or the north?
I think all regions are.
Come on, is basically which region do you think can accept vote buying more? Is it the south or the
All the
north?
regions in Nigeria, they are susceptible to vote buying. You know that as well as I do.
I know
man,
that everybody
more.
No.
That's what I
I
said.
cannot say that there is a more or less.
We
There was
all
one.
know.
But the poverty
we all know
spread
that the
in Nigeria
poverty
already suggests
spread
that to us.
is already suggesting that. One man, that's what I'm saying.
No. Maybe to the value of the buy-in. Maybe in the north, 1,000 naira might get you a vote, and then you need 5,000 naira in the south. But they are both equally susceptible. That's just my reckoning.
So that means you can buy more people in the north with same money, and you only buy less in the south.
I don't know where we're going to with this. Let's get there quickly. I'm not quite sure where we're going. Where are we going with that narrative?
I'm just saying is likely to have more vote buying in the north than in the south. It's just something that is known, is out there. You're likely to get more.
You keep saying it's known. Known to you
It's
doesn't
known
mean it's
now.
known.
In the previous election, we know how it goes. It's likely.
All right. Close to 250 people watching us concurrently. Thank you. But the like button, it doesn't at all reflect the viewership. So if you don't object to clicking on the like button, then you'll be doing us a favor by doing it. So just click on the. If we get to 100 likes, then I'll shut up about it. But at least take us to 100 just to make us feel better. Let's take the conversation on to Saki Father, who hopefully still there. Saki,
one man.
Yeah.
I had a question.
Right.
This changing of naira notes, how does it really affect Tinubu? Can't he just take his money and go to the bank and exchange it for new naira notes and still share?
No, it's not possible now. If they've stockpiled, let's say, about 5 billion naira as a war chest for the elections, because they don't just go to the bank and take out all of this money, they take it out in a build-up to stack it up for the elections. So if they stacked it all up and then they change the naira notes, they can't then just take, because EFCC is waiting at the gate of every bank, seeing what is coming in and out. So they can't just push all of that volume of money back into the bank. And then they've also restricted the new naira notes. So there's not a lot of it in circulation. So they're stuck with their stockpile of naira notes, which will become,
Okay, what about when will, for example, can somebody who has old naira notes in March change it to the new naira notes?
No, but in about 5 days' time, even by the end of this month, then the old naira note has no value anymore.
So anybody who has it, even if you have 10 million, even if you have 10 million,
even if you have 10 billion, by the end of this month, the old naira note has no value anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's it. So they call it a pincer movement. That's a real pincer movement. Are you just coming across this, Solly? Where have you been?
No, this is and wait. This was directed from who? Buhari or who?
Well, no, this was the CBN governor. This has been the situation for the last 3 months.
Yes, but somebody must have pushed this. Somebody must have planned for this.
It's Buhari now. That's the mastermind now.
This is
the one backing CBN governor.
Because yes, he has some confidence in what he's doing. So somebody is surely backing him. Whoever is backing him is the one that doesn't want Tinubu to win. Maybe that's why Tinubu is shouting.
Sorry. When we are talking like this, we just be funny. You cannot design another note without the presidency approval. Buhari have said it many times. He approve it and they go on with it. They brought the design to him, his suggestion, and he approved it for the economy to move forward. They said there too many naira outside the bank. People are holding naira and all that to curb corruption, so they did that. Now, when they did that, the second move was to cap the limit you can withdraw from the bank. So if you carry your 100 billion, even though they won't allow you to bring your 100 billion to the bank today to deposit on the deadline, you are very assured, rest assured you cannot withdraw 1 million. That is the limit for the month. So money is good in the bank, but it's not good in your hand. So saying it's against the, saying that whoever did this is doing against Tinubu, is like people are now chanting like is a kind of strategy to stop Tinubu. No, it was directed to Nigerians to stop corruption in Nigeria. You understand?
Okay, can I ask you a question? If this
Sure.
if Buhari wanted to become president, would he create this policy against himself?
It's not wanted. It's not a matter of wanted or if. The presidency have come out with a policy to cap corruption. And that's just simple logic.
Okay.
And he said he gave the go ahead to go ahead.
Hold on. And in addition to curbing corruption, it is the policy that every 10 to 12 years, the currency has to be Goodluck Jonathan should actually have done it in the latter half of his administration. But it's a policy, it's a monetary policy for the currency to be changed every so often within a certain cycle. But then, of course, that's not to say what's propelling this. What is propelling this is very much political, but but it is policy as well.
One more question. Do you think it's possible for behind back doors or closed doors for Buhari to be able to change this old money to new money because behind closed doors they may have changed this money already, and then the policy.
Right. Let Buhari answer that question himself, and then we move on to that wasn't the clip I wanted to play you, but when I find it, let me see. But Buhari does address that space in hold on, I had it up just now. But no, it is policy for the currency to change, but that's not really what a lot of people feel is propelling it. A lot of people feel that it's essentially politically motivated, although it is actually the monetary policy of the country for the currency to change. So I think I've got the Buhari clip now. Listen to this.
So this change of currency, I think there will be people a lot of money. But time has been given from October to December, 3 months. Is enough, whatever money you have, to get it changed through a legal system. So I don't know why people are complaining about it.
So despite the complaint, there's no going back on the policy?
No, there's no going back. There's no going back. My aim is to make sure that Nigerians believe that we respect them as an administration. So Nigerians should vote for whoever they like from whichever party. Nobody will be allowed to mobilize resources and thugs to intimidate people in any constituency. That's what I want to go down into Nigerian history for.
So there it is. Sans Buhari making it clear that it's politically motivated. But let's go on to Saki further. So Saki, are you there?
Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Wherever you are, you look at that. Nande Kano revisited. But on my way to you, let me acknowledge Switch's super chat. So I thought the super chat button was not working. Nobody seems to be using it, but Switch finds his way to it. It says, really felt Tinubu's pain because he gave Buhari all support he needed, including his money and time. But to be honest, the thing is beyond Buhari. This is critical time for Nigeria. and Ashiwaju's health is not happening. Is not helping at the moment. So that's what our Switch contributes via Super Chat. So our Switch has now opened up that Super Chat space. So you can feel free to use it equally as Switch. So thank you, Switch. But then let's take the conversation to you, Saki Fada. The one thing dominating the headlines at the moment is that a metaphor, Thomas, or what's that, or hunger? Are you eating agbado as a metaphor? Look at this guy. Look at Ipata. All right. So that's Thomas then bringing metaphor, satire. So to you then, Saki Fada, this narrative now, this wayward surrogates going to talk Balabalu. Is it Bulabalu? Is that now the official language of the Tinubu campaign? Because you don't get more Bulabalu than this narrative presented by this guy on Rice TV. All the Koboko in APC now landing on his back. The bullion van, they went to the wrong address. What are you making now of this new narrative coming out of that space?
Anyway, I watched that in the morning, and I was, sighing, sort of clicking tongue when I was watching that very video. You can imagine the height of the most obnoxious odors oozing out from the mouth of somebody who is enlightened. At times when people talk, you imagine, you begin to ask, what do these people take Nigerians to be? How can somebody come to that very public domain and spew lies that looks like something a child in kindergarten can just say? It's quite funny. In Igbo language, they will say "ukopana warfare," something like that. I don't know how to interpret it in English, but it's like somebody who is a grown-up who is displaying some childish, puerile attitude, tendencies, So when I watched that, it was really funny, to see how people can, get up some stories that are not rational from any dimension, and then use it in an attempt to defend what is obvious. I think even Tinubu himself, sometime in the past, admitted that those bullion vans actually came to him. So it's surprising why the guy came to national TV. If I were him, I wouldn't have answered that question. I would have, when they brought up those issues, I would have, I would have find other topics to, becloud that topic, so that they will talk about other issues, But for him to attempt making such statements, it's very laughable, and I think he has written his name in the annals of history. Whenever he comes in future, people will remind him of of the way he tried to talk like a child. I don't need to spend.
What do you think this bullion van narrative, what do you think it's seeking to achieve? And do you think it has impacted in any significant way on Tinubu's journey to Aso Rock?
Well, one thing about Nigerians is that we forget so easily. So just 1 or 2 days, people will talk about it, and after 2 days, another story will come on board. As we are on this program, I just got a video where the governor of Nasarawa State is, I think he was interviewed, and he was telling the anchor that about 20 something people have been buried. The casualties in the recent mistaken bomb blast, as they said it. So this kind of news might dominate the space by tomorrow, and this issue of bullion van will be a forgotten something. So Nigerians have a kind of would I say we have short memory, or would I say we forget, so we step certain things aside so easily. So I don't think the bullion van story or narrative is affecting people who are ardent supporters of Tinubu. At this point in our political life,
Why do
a
you
lot.
think people continue to label it if it's not having the effect? Why are they continuing to label the bullion van narrative?
Well, people will continue, the opposition will continue labeling what they want to label. But what I know is that at this point in our political journey right now, a lot of people have taken a stand. I've always said it. A lot of people have taken a stand, and very many of these supporters of these candidates, so most of them are ardent supporters, and you can't sway them by any narrative, towards changing their mind. So most of them have already taken position. So if the stories are
Saki,
coming at this,
can I ask you a question?
yeah,
Okay, these people have already taken their stand. Are you sure Northerners have taken their stand? Because it looks to me like Northerners are still undecided. I think
I wouldn't say not.
most people taking their stand, I think it's mainly in the south. I think Northerners are still torn between three C's. They are most likely a lot of undecided there.
And I will
A lot
tell
of
you,
their elders have not spoken up yet. A lot of
yeah, yeah,
imams
in
have
my
not
view,
spoken up. A lot of people are still mum. So I think there's
yeah,
a lot of
in my
tension
view,
going on there. People have not taken
yeah,
their decision. There's a lot of people to be convincing enough.
no, no, in my view, the undecided space. In the South, there are some people who claim to be undecided. I would see those ones as still mischievous. I wouldn't believe that anybody from the South is at this moment undecided. Then in the North, I might believe that there are some who are truly undecided. Maybe they are waiting for their imams and other things. But in my view, I don't think that propaganda or stories like the Bullion Van narrative will be a very serious reasons why they are still undecided. I think it might be on other primordial factors, you know, sort of maybe religion, waiting for their elites or their imams to direct them where to go. And mind you that those imams might not necessarily be swayed by this bullion van narrative, because the bullion van has been on the space. I think those imams might be influenced by other primordial factors that are beyond this narrative of bullion van and what have you. So that's my point. So if the imams are going to direct their undecided voters to go to the route of Atiku, I wouldn't think it is going to be because they are not going for Tinubu on the basis of this issue of bullion van narratives. It might be because of other primordial sentiments. Because
But if we
Saki,
explore those primordial sentiments for a moment, so the Imam space, there are two things that can propel it. There is religion, and then there is tribe. So if the Imams are propelled by religion, then they wouldn't go to Atiku Abubakar, because the Islamic faith, they don't see him as a devotee, and non so Tinubu. So it wouldn't be for religion that the Imams will
anyway,
point yeah.
before I just joined this space, I was on a space. Remember, immediately you started this space, I dropped the chat. You can still see that very chat. The revelations are quite damning, and Atiku's presidency is really a serious source of worry for me at this moment. Because shortly before I joined this space, I was on a space organized by the Saddam, the violent space, where they invited the Lion of Jeddah, you know, to come and
The Lion of
testify
Jeddah.
to certain.
Are these names that are meant to mean something to anybody? Who is the Lion of Jeddah?
No, the guy answered like, you should know him now. He has been trending on
The
social
Atiku
media
Gate
for
guy,
some time.
the whistleblower,
The
Atiku
Atiku
Gate
Gate guy.
whistleblower.
All right. Carry on.
So that very space, it was quite a long space. Though I entered when the guy came to the space, you know. So and the guy stayed on the space for like about 2 hours, you know, testimonies. You know, and one of the important questions that people threw at him was that all these years he has been working with Atiku, how can he describe Atiku in terms of the religion? Is he a fundamentalist in terms of the religion? Fundamentalist is not, I don't want you to see it from another light of terrorism and so on. So is he a fanatic? Is he very clued to this religion? Or is he a free thinker that is a Muslim? You know? And the guy gave that very revelation. He said that that people should not be carried away by the way Atiku appears in the surface. That in the surface, Atiku appears as somebody that is light in terms of the Muslim beliefs and the way he practices his Muslim. But that in the background that we did, like if you know Atiku very, very well, if you have stayed with him very, very well, you will know that he is worse than. He said the way he said he's worse than Buhari, you know, when it comes to these religious attachments. You know, the guy said it. And the guy now went forward and said, if you think that Buhari's administration is what, wait until you experience Atiku's administration. That is going to be a disaster. That he's just saying this, that he knows that everything he's saying, that he's saying it, his life is at stake. He's already ready to die for all this, that they have started even coming to him, but that he's making these revelations so that Nigerians, you know, we know that somebody once made all these revelations and they will make choices, you know, based on these things. But that if we are complaining about this administration, that we should wait for an Atiku administration that is going to be a disaster, you know. So he talked in that direction. So these things we have been saying that the North doesn't perceive Atiku to be a very serious, committed Muslim. You know, I think it might be a conspiracy a conspiracy theory that is still wrong. We don't know how the North perceive him. You know, that is the point I'm trying to make.
All
So
right, but that guy
I
could
think
also.
that very space is a recorded space. When you have time, you can go back and replay it and go to where the guy came in. A lot of questions, they asked him a lot of questions and he made a lot of revelations, you know. And there was a time, there was something he said that he said he wouldn't go further to that very level, you know, that the ones he just recently released are the ones he thinks that it is important for Nigerians to hear. That there are ones he will still, that there are ones if he release those ones, that Nigeria might break. That he wouldn't want to go to that level. You know,
All
it's
right.
on
All right.
social media. You can actually listen to that. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I'll certainly have a listen, but anything that whistleblower guy has to say, it has to be seen within the context of the storyline that he's trying to sell. To the listeners, we're still pushing to hit that 100 likes. We're about 20 from it, well in excess of 200 people watching us. Thank you. But if you have no objection to clicking on the like button, then please do that. Get us over the 100 mark, and then I'll stop going on about it. But it's not unreasonable to expect that with over 200 people watching us, we get at least 100 likes. So please take us to that spot. So on our way to that spot, then let's listen to Saki Father's commentaries about Tinubu's rather, is it tantrums or what are we calling it in Abeokuta? He seems to have somewhat of a verbal diarrhea every time he does visit that city. This time around, conspiracy theory that his party is working against him. So what are you then making then of the Luther of Lagos commentary about the killer from Daura in Abeokuta?
Yeah, I think what Soli said was quite Soli Solly argued very well in that space. I think he made a very nice contribution. I will still go with what he said. I think Tinubu went too far to have made that kind of outburst. He went too far. On the other hand, I would think that Buhari really wants to give Nigeria a credible, fair, and free election. I think he will want to leave it as a legacy. On the surface, that is what I think. On the surface, I am not God. I don't really know what is happening on the backgrounds. But on the surface, the picture we see on the surface is that Buhari wants to deliver a free and fair election to Nigerians, and he wants to keep it as a legacy. So that is what I think on the one hand.
Who do you think a free and fair election? Who do you think a free and fair election favors in Nigeria? Surprise me.
I don't
Who do you
know.
think a free?
I don't know who he favors, but
No, not Buhari himself. But hold on. So understand the question. I'm not saying who do you think Buhari.
You know the three candidates.
Huh?
You are talking about the three candidates, right?
Yeah, but it has to be one of the three or four. But I'm not saying who does Buhari favor, but I'm saying who do you think a free and fair election favors in Nigeria?
I don't know who it will favor at the end of the day, But then I would rather say who I think it might not favor. I think a free and fair election that is free from money politics, free from voter inducements. I think it will not favor people like a Tinubu or Atiku.
Right.
I think, because those people are banking on using money to induce voters. In my view, I might be wrong. So that is what I think. Then, but another thing I want to say is that on the surface, like I said, Buhari appears to want to deliver a free, credible election. But in the background, I don't know what is happening, because there is a difference between having a policy and committing to that very policy, no matter who is involved. Is it possible that there are certain political heavyweights who are even getting these new currencies at the background that we might not even know? You understand what I mean?
Are you suggesting that is why it's so scarce to get hold of?
I don't really know what to suggest, but these are the questions we should ask around these things, But on the surface, judging on the surface, I think on the surface, he presents as somebody that wants to deliver a free election that is devoid of that doesn't have these issues of vote buying. But I don't know what is happening on the backgrounds. So it depends on them that have the knowledge, to know what is actually happening on the backgrounds. Because Nigerian situation, a policy might be made to affect some people, and then at the same time, they use all these their backdoor and favor others. Because it's possible that there are some politicians who are going behind, getting these new currencies, stacking it for the election period. But for me, I wouldn't have advised Tinubu to make that very outburst. I think he went too far, and I think immediately he met that.
What are you making of? What are you making of the attempts to walk it back? That it wasn't targeted at Buhari, but targeted at fifth columnist. Is that? You think?
I don't think that the attempt to walk it back, I don't think is going to hold waters. Tinubu has released it to the space, and he even spoke in Yoruba. Right? He even spoke in Yoruba. So you can have a connect between what happened now and what happened initially when he made that very Emilocon pronouncement, you know. So you now see that it is well premeditated, well crafted and intentioned, you know. So he did it, no matter how these people want to come and spin it right now, you know, it has already raised dust. So I don't think this spinning is going to hold waters. You understand what I mean? So that is what I think, you know. So for him to have made that very statement is affecting him, you know. And then why will he make that statement if he was not intending to to use the money politics to buy voters? You know, I don't see an Obi coming to say that that they want to
But
sabotage.
Zagi Father, please, if I may come in, good evening, everyone. But the comment he made, why are we treating it to vote buying? To me, it
You say
doesn't
what?
go away. What, why are we always cornering it to vote buying? That is because of vote buying. That is why he made
No,
that statement.
no.
Let me
When you
finish.
say
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Thank you. What I think he meant by that comment is that if the hardship in the country, because the few scarcity now is that hardship. My senior sister bought 400 naira per liter yesterday. There is no fuel, and even the money is not in the circulation. I think what he meant is trying to pass across is that if somebody thinks they can make the country hardship so that the APC can lose the election, that's what I think he's
yeah.
talking about. It's not about vote
No, no,
buying.
no, no.
That is my
No, no, no,
opinion.
no.
No,
No,
sorry,
no,
can I come
no,
in?
no, no.
Sorry, Father, can I interject? Uh, Thomas,
Yes.
sorry, that's your thinking, not even your opinion. Before, way back, voters make statement and politicians go to the podium to defend it. But now, these days, politicians make statement, we the voters start defending it. Tinubu said in his own words that they are trying to stop this election, not APC. Yeah, they are holding for, they are changing the naira because of his to stop him. Now, why is he feeling to defend himself? That's the question you should be asking. Why is he defending himself? Why did you have to speak about it? It's irrelevant. Bringing it up now it became relevant. Why must he speak about it? He can speak about it within his party, but not to the public. It's not the public business.
No,
Saying
no,
that,
but it's worked effectively to him before when he's spilled out in public.
one might understand. What I'm going to is this. Um, whatever he said there, he's saying against his party. You cannot say PDP or Labour NPP is trying to hold the fuel and change the naira notes because of this thing. It's not going to hold water. No reasonable person is going to take it from you because your government is in play, and your government in play is your party. Let's forget about the fuel. The naira change of naira note is being ordered by Buhari. So what are you not saying that Buhari is against you? That's what people are reading, that Buhari is against your
Yeah,
campaign.
but that's what is inferring though. But then why has he felt the need? And is there some veracity? Hold on. Why has he felt the need, one? And is there some veracity to it too? Because Buhari's body language, it does not lend to Tinubu's campaign. So is there some veracity that there are machinations in shadowy spaces working against his campaign, which is what he's trying to suggest?
One man, don't forget, it's not only Tinubu that is in race. Why is it not Atiku not complaining that they are trying to take his campaign down? Why Concourse is not saying that? Why Peter Obi not saying that? Why must it be
No.
Tinubu who has to defend?
Forget Peter Obi and
No.
Kwakwanso.
One man, one man.
Hold on. Can you hold on, please? Forget Peter Obi and Kwakwanso. But Atiku, yes, you can question why Atiku, because everything that he's saying, it's all the money impacts on Atiku as well, but the fuel scarcity does not. But what Thomas was saying, which is the conversation I was having with Ajande Koko when we first opened, was that he may well be suggesting that they are creating artificial hardship in the country so that APC can be punished at the polls, which works against him.
Yeah, one
Oh,
man. One man. He's saying that. Hold on,
Hold
please.
on, one voice. Yeah.
Please, let me finish. One man. He's saying this. He's already saying that his party is incompetent. That's what they use against Jonathan.
No,
They
forget the
created a
party now. It's politics. He's fighting.
I
He's
know it's
fighting
politics.
on.
One man now.
Well,
We
I
are
don't
talking
know
about
if you
politics.
understand.
Well, I don't understand. I understand you. You're not understanding me. You are trying to put it on one side. You're going to make it like Tinubu. I'm saying don't make it just Tinubu. When you're making it Tinubu, it become a problem for everybody. He is running under a party. He's not running under his name. His party is in
No,
power.
but he's suggesting that the party is running against him. Is what he's
Yeah,
suggesting.
so why must he come out in public to attend? This party's
Because
problem
he
with him is
feels
this
that because he feels that is where the fight is. He cannot
one
handle
man.
it internally, so he has to make it public to force their hand.
Let me say something. Thomas, the interpreter.
Come in, Desmond.
Thomas is interpreting for Tinubu. Someone that came and said, I mean, it wasn't like he wrote it. He said that they are trying to sabotage me. He didn't say he wasn't. There's no statement like hardship of the people or whatever.
No, he said they are trying to sabotage the election, not me.
The election, yes,
yeah.
they're trying to sabotage my election, so I wouldn't win.
Yes, but
That's
no, hold on. There's inferred meaning to that, though. It doesn't just rest at the comment. There has to be inferences, and what Thomas was inferring was what Ajanleko and I were discussing just earlier on.
So, a woman, how does money? How does changing the money sabotage political? Is it would people use money to vote? I don't understand do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Are
but
people using money to vote or they are thumbprint?
No, forget all that now. That's at the base level. But at the more nuanced level, there's two things. One, it stops the ability to vote by, which is the space of politics of Atiku and Tinubu. So that nullifies that, because if it stops him from vote buying, it stops Atiku from vote buying too, and Atiku is his most immediate rival. So that stops that. So it then takes you to the space that an artificial hardship is being created in the country to punish APC at the polls, which would then, by extension, punish Tinubu, which is the most credible interpretation of it.
Yes, which is vote buying. There's nothing else. We're trying to interpret all this stuff.
No, it's a lot more nuanced than that.
Can I interject,
Desmond?
Yeah, sure.
Let me assist. One man, are you aware that if you come to Nigeria now, almost nobody is complaining about the naira? In fact, people are backing Buhari. So why is it that you are the one crying more than the bereaved? You're crying more than Nigerians. Nigerians are not even crying about
complaining
naira
about no. People are they
crying more
are.
than
They
them.
are. What do you mean they are not? They are. They are telling us.
No.
They are telling us that they're still putting the old naira notes in ATMs with less than a week.
No. People are even complaining about PVC collection more than they're complaining about naira.
Oh, let Ajaleko come in. Yeah.
You remember that this Uptown some time ago was saying that this naira was available, the new note, and I was telling you that day that my people in Nigeria are saying that the naira is not available. The new notes are not available in the bank. That's been to bank. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
You remember that we had it here, and you
Yeah,
were saying,
one man. I was talking about where I was. I said it was available around me, and then you said it wasn't available somewhere else, and I didn't doubt that as well.
Well, you were arguing. You said the note was.
I said it was available where I was. The ATMs around.
Okay.
There was new naira there.
There we are. What we have seen now, every ATM where people been going, it's not available. They're still dispensing old notes. So, but that by the wayside. Now you are saying everybody backing. Who are the people backing Buhari? Who? The public?
Yes, the public. The public.
Which public?
On
what basis? Stand up on
I'm coming. Wait.
This on the new note?
tune into
on the economy or on what?
Wait, now Ajali Koko, wait.
Yeah.
Tune into any local Nigerian radio where people call into the radio. That is how you test the opinions.
No, backing him on what was the question? Backing him.
They are backing him because the general
Backing
populace of
him
Nigeria.
on what?
I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
No. Tell us what they are backing him for first.
On the Naira redesign.
Or on the Naira redesign.
Yes,
Okay.
and on the fact that they should not move the date. Why?
That is not true. If you
let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can.
Ajale Koko, let him land. Ajale Koko, let him land.
Allow me to land.
Yeah, good.
I am tuning to not less than 32 local stations here that I listen to every day. And the reason is because
all at once.
Oma, you need to see my workstation. I mean, I told you I'm writing a book, so I need to hear the whole voices. So if that's how you listen to the words on the street, because people call in, Arise TV, nobody calls in, so you can't test the word on the street and Arise TV. You only listen to
test the word on the you test the word on the street on One Man Went to More platform.
But let me answer my question.
The money, hold on. We have people in Nigeria as well. The money that is not available, and you're saying people are backing it that yes, that day should not shift.
Maybe if you allowed me to explain myself, maybe.
No, look.
Maybe you understand where I was going to.
Okay.
I got Jalo Coco.
Just let him land. Just let him land. Otherwise, let him land. Let him land, please.
Let me land.
Land it quickly, and then we move on with the conversation.
All right. So see the situation here. People are worried. They feel it is abrupt, kind of, and they are complaining as well. We are not getting this thing, but then they have returned their monies to the bank. They're not getting enough cash, so it is a source of worry. But this is what is overriding. Now there is a general perception in the country that this was done to cut election rigging and vote buying. And Nigerians is in a situation where they are waging a war against the establishment. And now they believe that Buhari is doing something right for the first time in their lives. Now, what they believe that Buhari is doing right, it's affecting them. So when you say some people in Nigeria are complaining, yes, it's affecting them. But then overridingly is the fact that they'll be like, oh, anyway, it's just for these bad politicians not to rig elections. So let's just use that one and hold body. Let's support Buhari. Let's support Emefiele.
What you are
saying? Let these guys not buy votes in this election. So that is the situation. It's not like they are so happy with it, but then they, in comparison they feel what the gains is. They feel like, okay, you know what, we can deal with this if this is really to stop vote buying. Yeah, sure, no problem.
All right, thank you. That point. All right, thank you. That's your interpretation. Coming war piece, and then Ajanle Koko, and then we're back to Sakifada.
Yeah. This guy that just spoke, I think it's Uptown. Let me buttress this. What I'm trying to say. People, and what that's what he's trying to say. People are worried they're not getting the cash. That is true. A lot of people are worried the cash is not in circulation. But people are in support of the move of the redesigning of the Naira. It's 100%. Yesterday I was listening to Naira Watch and so many other watch people calling in live chat. A lot of people are in support of the redesign of the Naira, but they are still 100%. They are supporting it. They say 100%. They are worried about they're not getting enough Naira in circulation. That of support of the design of Naira, people are in support, but that of Naira is not enough in circulation. People are protesting against that. That's what Andre has said and to say. Thank you,
brilliant. All right, Ajanle Koko, round up that space, and then we go back to Sakifada.
Look, saying that people are supporting Buhari on this thing, a lot of Nigerians are lamenting that this new note, they cannot get it. And I don't know on what basis, when this new note, they said they will close the exchange date to new note from the old note to the new note next week, and people can still not get the new note. I don't know on what basis they want to support Buhari that, go along with the don't shift the date. we are supporting you because politicians won't be able to have money for vote buying. That is totally wrong. It's not. There's no iota of truth in that. People that are running these, we have seen PDP and Labour Party supporting Buhari now, as if Buhari is doing well since Tinubu came out with lambasted, this effort to frustrate him, according to the statement that he made in Abeokuta. So since after he made that statement, you see Labour Party came in and started saying, oh, they support Tinubu. I mean, they are supporting the president, on this new notion, and PDP are saying the same thing. Whereas in some weeks ago, they were making contrary statements against the administration. They were saying that these notes were not available. They should extend the date. It was different statement they made some few weeks ago. But now they are saying, oh, because Tinubu said this thing, now they are coming just to support the administration, just in an effort just to oppose Tinubu. So all these politics,
Baba Jalikoko, no Labour Party ever asked for extension of that date from day one. Nobody in Labour Party can ever ask
I
for
don't
extension.
think anybody pays
They've always
attention to
believed that
Labour
it's to
Party.
cop. They've always believed that it is to cop vote buying. They have never ever rejected it or asked for extension. Never.
Okay, Jalikoko, what are you saying? Are you saying people are against the design of Naira at the same time they are against the enough in Naira, against the Naira note that is
Even
not
there's
enough
a
in
video,
circulation?
hold on. Even there's a video I sent to one man, a video that was captured in Benin City. A lot of Benin people are even opposed to this new note. They said it's not a good note, that it looked fake, and that they got some white handkerchief, pour water on the note, they rub on it, and the color was fading out to show the difference between the fake texture of the new note against the old note. I sent the video to
But
one man
Baba, that's
from
another thing.
Benin.
That's another
So
all
a
right, let's
lot of
not
people
overlap
are
that
against
space
this.
and let Ajanle have the final word. Yeah.
They don't even like this new note in the first place, and then the new note is not even available for people. A lot of people still going to ATM. They cannot get the new note. It is old note that the ATM still dispense to them. So what are we talking about? On what basis will they support Buhari on this new note? On the new note that is not available for them, and they are going to close the exchange. They will end the period of exchange to new note next week, and they can't still get the new note. On what basis are people going to support Buhari? I mean, we can't be lying to ourselves like this, that, oh, people are supporting Buhari now. Just within since after 2 days that Tinubu made this, since yesterday that he made this statement, people have been supporting Tinubu and they've been supporting Buhari just because Tinubu made that statement. I mean, we don't have to be lying to ourselves or trying to cajole each other like this because of opposition to Tinubu. Let's face reality. Nobody is supporting Buhari in that country because of hardship he has brought on that nation, on everybody going through pains, economic hardship.
All right, back to you, Saki Father. So back to you, Saki Father. So to the wider point that there are machinations. Okay, go on. I was going to ask the wider point that there are machinations trying to stymie Tinubu's.
I was saying that before we continue, I beg to disagree on what Ajanle Koko, the conspiracy theory he just presented right now. I don't think people are supporting Buhari right now on the Naira redesign just because Tinubu raised that alarm. I don't think so. The reason I say I don't think so is because, remember, prior to Tinubu's outburst, DSS and some other government agencies have raised alarm that they want to they are trying to level accusation against the CBN governor, to the extent that the CBN governor, people said he ran out of the country because of that, and the what do we call it? The atmosphere on the media space is that these guys are going after CBN governor because of the Naira redesign, the Naira policy, and because of the withdrawal limits and sort of, and they were pushing him to extend that, and so the social media space, in the social media space, a lot of people were trying to like argue against the government agencies, and they were like standing behind
They were backing CBN governor.
CBN governor. That is what I'm trying to say. Then they were backing CBN governor on that. They were saying that the CBN governor, although he has not done well, but on this Naira design, that they are standing by him. So I don't think they started standing by Buhari on this Naira design today just because Tinubu had an outburst. I don't think so. That's my argument in that very space. So whether we like it or not, Ajahn Lekoko, we have to be very objective. The Naira design is a welcome development, not only because of the election, but because of terrorism and all these people that request for ransom payment and so on. I think it is a welcome development, even if we shouldn't argue in terms of the impact on the election, on vote buying, we should also argue in the other direction. So I think it is a welcome development, and we shouldn't politicize it and say.
All right. I think the point has been made on that space. Let me take you to the wider question. Do you have the sense that there are orchestrations to stymie Tinubu's campaign at the final post? Do you think there are movements to sideswipe to give him a fast air just as he's about to cross the finishing line?
I wouldn't predict what will happen at the end of the day, but I think if we want to analyze the political environment on the basis of the outward signs of Buhari's body posture, one would be tempted to say that Buhari obviously is not in support of the Tinubu's candidacy. That's what one would be tempted to say. So if we look at the way he has been going about it, he appears not to have been proud, even on campaign grounds, to tell Nigerians categorically, Tinubu is our candidate, vote for him, give him your support. I don't think he has been so bold to say that. So given this kind of body,
do you think that's more down to his personality than his politics, or do you think that is his politics? Buhari not being frontal in his support of Tinubu?
I wouldn't say that is his personality. I wouldn't. I don't know, but I would just say that maybe from day one, maybe there are things, there are reasons that he feels he's not gonna support this guy. That's my interpretation. I don't know whether truly he's supporting or he's not supporting, but based on what I see, the body language, the gestures, I will easily jump into the conclusion that this guy is not really in support of Tinubu's candidacy. On the other hand, I wouldn't also jump to conclude that definitely because he's not going for Tinubu, he wants to pave way or he wants to support Atiku. I don't want to jump into that very space. So I would say, he might say, okay, let everybody play on the field. Anybody that wins at the end of the day, let him be. But primarily, that's Tinubu is not really my candidate. That is the way I will infer from what is happening in the space. But I know that a lot of people will want to say it is because a Northerner is on this space that they want to really support a Northerner. I don't think that is the reason. That's my point.
Saki Father,
And
sorry.
again,
Saki Father, I beg to differ. First of all, the Buhari were just talking Collins name. We all forgot that since Buhari started politics, he has never campaigned for anybody. Buhari is like is like a lake that does not join any river, that is sea. He's just by himself. When Buhari started politics since 1999, he started CPC. He contested that CPC by himself, all by himself, and lose by himself. He never campaigned for anybody. So there's no body language to define Buhari action right now. So that is doing different. You
and I'll
understand?
ask you a very simple question. I'll ask
Yes.
you a very simple question. The simple question is, before the primaries, remember Buhari said that governors in Nigeria have always have the privilege of anointing their successors, right? Why don't they give me a chance to choose my successor? I think he made that very statement.
He did, yes.
He did. So if you think Buhari doesn't really like supporting anybody, why then did he make the statement of let the governors allow him to anoint his own successor?
Thank you. What I said you should go back and look at Buhari permutation right from the time his days he has started politics. Buhari has never, ever endorse anybody. I'm talking to his personality. To me, he's a selfish person, self-centered person. He's all by himself. When he even made the babu and the dog we suck in blood, everything is about Buhari. Is about Buhari. Anything that concerns him, he show interest. Anything outside of him, there's no interest. That was my point I was trying to make. He making that statement at that time is on his own interest. And if that statement, hold on, if that statement does not, hold on, if it does not get his way, whatever happens outside that does not have interest on it. Check his time of CPC down. He has never campaigned for anybody. Buhari has never campaigned. I think Tinubu is the first person he's campaigning for since Buhari started his political journey. Go and check it.
I don't think that point should be valid because he has not really become president since 1999. So he has always been him as the candidate since 1999. So it would have become valid, this argument, if peradventure maybe he has become president before, since 1999, we'll be able to say, okay, this is what happened after he became president. But for Buhari to say, allow me to choose somebody I anoint, my successor, I don't think if he was allowed to choose his successor, I don't think that he would not be campaigning for the person. I think he will campaign for the person, clearly, So I would rather, what I always think is that I think Buhari appears to be somewhere like that likes this consensus kind of candidacy, in his party. I think that is what I think, He believes in let them pick out somebody and then the whole party will say this is a consensus candidate, and then they will campaign for the person. So that's what I think. So I think two things, like I said, Buhari initially from the time of the primaries, it appears Tinubu was not the anointed successor he was thinking about. Then two again, this might sound like a conspiracy theory coming from me, but this is what I think is my own thoughts. That very Abeokuta outburst, I think he could have gone to some level of creating certain kind of damage in the relationship between Tinubu and Buhari, for him to come out to public and like tell Nigerians, I personally made him president, so this is my turn. So I think it is, I don't know how Fulani people, tend to take certain things, we might take it so like this statement doesn't really matter, but I don't know how they take things, whether they really take certain things, we might ignore, whether they take it so deeply and then keep using it against. That's my thought anyway. Conspiracy theory, though.
All right, and the bench warrant that Gbadabe Amila is threatening to issue against Emefiele, is that still wrapped in the narrative that we've just been speaking about?
Well, this election is actually is actually exposing a lot of players. This Naira redesign. Initially when the first day they talked about this Naira redesign, I didn't think it's gonna have this kind of effect it's having, but it appears that this is really getting on all the politicians, all the heavyweights politicians who are banking on, using money to get their way through. So for the for the National Assembly through Bajabiamila to be kicking seriously against seats and trying to get at the CBN governor by all means, I think it's really getting on them. It's really, really getting on them. But I know for sure that Buhari is really backing the CBN governor, and I don't think anything will happen. The National Assembly has been rubber stamped, so I think they are just making. Kenneth Okonkwo will say they are making noise. They are not making sound. So I think they are really making noise.
Well, what are you making of that, Kenneth Okonkwo? It's turned into a nuisance value in the politics, as in a nuisance value.
I really like the guy. I wouldn't call him nuisance.
With the silly,
I like the guy.
hat, with the silly hats that he wears all the. What's it? Does he think it's a Nollywood thing?
No.
Does he think we are here to joke?
No. Do you know the only thing I like about the guy? I don't want to look into the merit of what he's saying. I only want
it's
to
just
look
his
at
Baba Salah behavior.
I only want to look at the way. I only want to look at the way he uses gesticulation.
Yeah,
to mime the elements
like
of what he's trying to
he
say.
thinks it's a Nollywood script, isn't he?
So that's that. And when he was trying to make a kind of, would I call it allegory or sort of a kind of a connection between the Lord of Babylon, and the king of Babylon. When he was trying to make that very connection, it's really, I was just laughing. The guy. Well, I don't want to look at the merits of whatever he's saying, but I think he's really making the space, very a fun sort of, that's what I would say.
All right, he has comedy value. It's a bit like Dino Milaye, but a bit more polished.
No, Dino Milaye is very. Dino Milaye for me is it's what he's doing is very obnoxious to me, quite unpleasant.
Obnoxious.
So yeah,
you find him obnoxious? Why so?
The attitude I'm talking about, how can you come publicly? This thing he did recently, about
the Olule something. Publicly. Yes.
No, this thing he did publicly about Tinubu, and to the extent he failed, he had to fall down, and he was making some. I think those things are. It's just one will begin to ask: is this person really former senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Has he belittled himself to this very level? Has he really gone down to this abysmally low level? Just because of
politics? Man, I think you need to play that video though.
So I don't have it. So if you send me the link on Instagram, I'll play it.
Man, I think you watched it. You watched it, right?
No, I've not watched it.
No, we haven't watched it.
I've read about it.
You didn't see this video?
How much of Dino can anybody take?
This one was so hilarious.
No, it's not. I don't want to say hilarious night. What the attitude is quite obnoxious to me. It's quite unpleasant to me. I'm telling you. He really went to a dangerously unfair level. He carried the argument to a level that is quite unfair to me. We are talking about serious things, and he's there making some kind of things that I really. I began
but
to ask.
that's
Is
part
it
of the
is it
landscape
this?
now. Caricature and
No,
satire.
but
That's part of the.
he's getting backlash even from the obedience. Obedience, I mean, most people I know reasonable.
Well,
I know
obedience are
really
suddenly
talk to me.
moral bastions.
No.
So
What I'm trying.
is there a level too low for the obedience from all level we've
No,
seen for them?
no.
There's a
I said even from the obedience, who are still the opponent.
If anybody
Some of
does
them.
that in the Labour Party camp in a rally, it's not gonna erase till the election day.
they've done worse, have they
It's
not?
not gonna erase. Do that.
So
Someone
one man,
for
you really.
one man. I don't even suggest you play the video because I couldn't watch it twice. It's annoying, and I don't think we should dignify it to the comments.
All right.
So
All
to
right.
me,
Round up the.
that is the way I feel.
Obedience will never see anything good in anything that any other party does. So we know
No. This
correct.
But
guy,
we are supposed to
no.
support this normally.
That
Now it's
guy.
We
against
are
Tinubu
supposed to
now, but
even
we are saying
rejoice
it's
that he
against.
did
Hold
it.
on, it's all politics, man. That guy, he was demonstrating Olule. So
One man,
what
I
has he
sent you
done
the
wrong?
link.
And he
No,
really
Okay.
he was
fire. He
playing the
really
song.
fire
He
up.
was shaking his
Hold
hand, and then
on,
he was
man.
playing that
Hold on.
song, and then he was falling on the ground. Like,
He
what's that?
fire up their base. When he fell down, it demonstrated that the way he fell, everybody fired up in that place, and everybody laughed and they were all happy. So you guys will never see anything good in it. They didn't complain about it. It's you guys, because it's an opposition party, so you will always condemn anything that comes from
Okay, so
any
now we are
opposition
defending
party.
Tinubu and we are
So
doing wrong again. Wow.
what? No, that is not what I'm
I mean,
talking
this is not
about.
even our concern.
Dino
He wasn't
Melaye.
mocking Obi.
I am talking about Dino Melaye. The action of Dino Melaye, the way he fell, demonstrated Ulule. Is that not what you guys are condemning now? That
No,
was so
normally,
violent?
Baba
And
Jani
so,
Koko, normally, when
yeah.
PDP attack APC, Labour Party used to join them because it's a common enemy. But Dino's own is too low that even a common enemy is
No,
castigating him.
forget
That is
about
the
it.
point.
It's low to you people, but it's not low to PDP people.
All right.
It was just demonstrating an action to show that look at the way our enemy fell, and their base was fired up. But to you guys, you will not see anything good in it, and you never see anything good in it because it's an opposition party to you guys. We know the politics. So
all right. Let's watch the offending clip, and then we go on. And Saki Father, you round off that space swiftly, and then we go on to Thomas, who is just waiting to have his say before he leaves for more important matters. But this is Dino Melaye, as we know him.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on, they shout at me, look. And they shake. Papa will know when. Come they shout at me, look. Fire, baby. When we look Papa will know when. He they shout at me, look. They shake. Papa will know when. He they shout at me, look. Hey, Dino. Thank you very much.
I don't think it's comical, but not excessive. It's just
I don't
It's
know
not
what
funny.
they're talking about.
It's not funny.
I don't see what is extreme in that.
What has he done wrong? It was just
That's part of that's banter, isn't it? That's banter.
Yeah. So what is it that they are condemning? Oh, he went
One
too
man,
low. He went too
Dino
deep.
is gonna
What is all
Dino is
this?
gonna get old. Dino is gonna get old too, and I hope
I think I
when he
like
gets to
what
that
he did.
age, he said,
The comedy that he injected into that campaign there.
these are the people who want to
classy.
hand over power
That was
to
very
Baba.
classy.
No,
They are going to
I
answer
think
up
you're
with
taking
that.
it too far. That's
No, I cannot.
that's just
See,
banter.
I commented something online. One man under that video, I said, if this is the people who hand over power, please, Tinubu, take the power. It's annoying. PDP is annoying. Tinubu should just have the power already. And if they say it now, they will be like, obedience, you are working for Tinubu. No, PDP are a bunch of clowns. The only thinking brain left in PDP is Osita Chidoka. I mean, come on, that's too low, man. For real.
All right. So that's the verdict of the people. So round up that space, Saki Father, and then I want to go on to Thomas, who's just waiting patiently before he has to head off.
Anyway, well, I don't know. Every people might see it the different way, but the way I see it, I don't know. Well, I've always seen Dino Melai as an annoyingly clownish fellow that is not serious, and I regret why I keep asking the question: was it was this person really the person we voted for as a former senator of Nigeria? So I think he's a very unserious fellow, and imagine an Atiku's presidency giving that guy maybe one of the portfolios, maybe minister or something, or one appointment. Is it this kind of thing we see?
It's almost certainly going to
I
be a
can't imagine
presidential
it. I can't.
spokesman. It will be a presidential spokesman on that article, no doubt about that.
So the guy is not, to me, anybody, I generally Google might want to see it in another light, but that is the way I see the thing. It's quite unpleasing and offensive to me to watch. Yeah. So thank you.
All right.
Go to Thomas.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. So on my way to Thomas, let me just acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Only Switch seems to have brought his wallet to the session, and his super chats to say, it says, Thomas, what it means is that Tinubu won't have the financial power to do what he wants to do. Unfortunately, without his financial power, he won't be president. So that seems to be where the outcry from Tinubu is coming from. Because part of the toolkit of the Nigerian politics, especially the sort of politics that Tinubu and Atiku play, part of the toolkit of that politics is money. And if that money is taken away, it denies them heavily getting their way in politics. So, Thomas, what it means is that Tinubu won't have the financial power to do what he wants to do. Hold on. Unfortunately, can you hold on, please? Sorry, can you hold on, please? Thomas, what it means is that Tinubu won't have the financial power to do what he wants to do. Unfortunately, without his financial power, he won't be president. So that is Switch inserting into the conversation via Super Chat. So thank you for the Super Chat, Switch. And that Super Chat space is open to everybody that wants to join Switch. That a person that doesn't especially like to use the Super Chat, prefers to do the buy the coffee thing, does as he always does. Ayo Max is registered as he always does. So thank you to Ayo and Switch. So that space is open for people who want to join them. So you want to have a final word, Saki, before we go to Thomas?
No. Like something came. I was trying to say. I had that Lagos and Ogun has a new commissioner of police.
Yeah, Frank Mba is the new commissioner for Lagos. So I'm not quite sure how that plays into the politics. Frank Mba, who was the spokesperson for the Nigerian police force.
One month. Changing police commissioner of Lagos and Ogun 4 weeks to the election. That is something to be digged into. What is Buhari?
So what are you reading into it then?
If you listen to the video you played earlier, where he said nobody will be allowed to mobilize resources to intimidate anybody, that means that this guy is already lining up courses of action to stop that. And I'm coming.
Sorry, that's your interpretation. Let's go on to Tom. Sorry, let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, to you. Thomas, to you and to the talking points. Sorry that I had to cut you short, but you're about to open another portal that will take a half hour to get out of. But it's the pressure of time. Thomas, to you then, and to Tinubu. Let's kick it off then from this surrogate on Arise TV, telling us that the bullion van went to a different address. So, Thomas, your take on that space.
Oh, thank you, woman.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, woman. So our listeners, thank you. Like, share, and subscribe.
Yes, we need 10 more likes to get us to the 100. So get us to at least 100 likes. If you haven't clicked on like, please do. Yeah, carry on, Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. To me, the guy the guy really belittle himself. Uh, I think he could have dodged that question that don't ask me, go and ask Tinubu. And I think Tinubu have dealt with that question sometimes ago. You will play the video. He said he's a personal, is a citizen. So it doesn't have anything to do with government. And he has the right to do anything he wants to do with his money. So do I have any power to stop him not to do that? No. But the guy just trying to defend him, and he went extreme, he went overboard. He messed up everything. He really messed up anything. I was so disappointed. Even that lie, it's not even white lie. I don't know, maybe it's green lie, maybe black lie. I can't even say what is the lie. That the bullion van made a mistake to go to Tinubu's house.
Is that not
Does
even a
that make
stupid?
any
Is
sense?
that not even a
It's
stupid
very
lie?
unfortunate. That is a stupid, ridiculous. So when the bullion van made a mistake, so when did the bullion van get out of the house? Do they leave immediately, or do they stay in the? It's just nonsensical. It's just nonsensical, and I'm happy that the APC have decided to sanction him, because he even the response of Tinubu, even the main man, is even it even make more sense that the rest of these really spoil the show for. But fine, APC have said this guy is not speaking in their capacity. He's speaking on his own. So they've detached themselves from the guy. So I think they are still good since they have detached themselves. Then they have stopped people going to harass TV. So and the guy was there on his own TV. So
Do you think that?
it's just nonsense.
Do you think that what this guy has
Go
succeeded
on,
in
Mama.
doing? Yeah, yes. Do you think that what this guy has succeeded in doing is to reopen a space that was already closed off? Because that bullion van narrative, it has petered down and watered off, and it has faded away in the landscape. But him now coming up with this absolutely categorically ludicrous statement, he has now given that space a new energy that the campaign did not need at this moment. Do you think this is the definition of stupid, what this guy just did?
That is the definition of stupidness. Stupidity.
Yeah, breaking quite heavily,
But
Thomas
one,
Kotak.
the yes, the billion van has never been out of this political. This guy,
You're breaking up, Thomas.
have any sorrow.
No, we can't hear you, Thomas. Now you're frozen.
Hello.
No. We're struggling. Yeah, you're breaking heavily. Now we can't hear you at
Can you hear
all.
me now? Much better.
Yeah, a bit. Carry on a bit. We see how it goes. Carry on.
Oh yes, yeah. If you can hear me now,
No,
I turn up
we can't.
this
It's
as
breaking. No,
the
hold.
show, and
No, Thomas, we can't hear you.
that's right. Let me go in and come back.
Oh, all right,
Thank you,
brilliant.
woman.
All
Maybe
right.
I should go.
All right, I'll keep the space open for you. So whilst Thomas resets his system, let's go to Akim, who hopefully is still there. Akim, are you still there at the Progressives? All right. I don't think we have Akim for the moment. His usual nap in between sessions. Let's go to Des, who hopefully is still with us. Des, are you still there?
Yeah, one man, I'm still here.
All right, brilliant. So to the talking points and to the space, then this guy that's gone off to talk off the cuff at the Arise TV space, opening up that space then that the Tinubu's campaign thought was dead and buried. So what do you think then that politics as it's playing out Bullion Van going to the wrong address?
One man, you know what is sad is there is no way on earth that you can support Tinubu without being a liar. There's just simply no way anybody can do that. It's the hardest job. It's the hardest job in Nigeria right now. Supporting somebody that you know that the job description is knowing how to lie. I mean, if you don't have the nature of lying, you just be making mistakes. You just be making mistakes from nowhere. It's sad. I mean, it's good. It's good for us because, like I said on my super chat, that the Tower of Babel is coming upon everybody supporting Tinubu, which is confusion. Everybody is confused. They don't even know how to lie. If I was a liar, I'm pretty sure I'll be doing a better job. I'll be doing my research. You get? But it's okay for us. He opened up that space, and that space is gonna ride on for a billion, at least 2 3 days. I don't think it's gonna fly a long time, because it's already a space that people know of per se. You get? I don't think it will linger on for a long time.
Yes, but do you think this narrative, do you think it has impacted on Tinubu's campaign in any way? Because it's not a new narrative to the space, it's just a different inflection that this guy has added onto it. But we have been straddling that space, this bullion van space, since nearly 4 years now. And in all of that time, Tinubu seems to be waxing stronger and stronger. But do you think now this latest incursion will impact in any way on Tinubu's
No,
campaign?
it's not doing anything. I mean, it's a space that people already know. You get? If the space has been out there and you see a lot of people supporting Tinubu, I don't think a little, stupendous lie would, change the whole thing. I mean, his lie is actually even defending Tinubu per se. Tinubu in his own self said yes, it's his money, and the bullion van went to his house. So if people didn't want to support him, they wouldn't have supported him because Tinubu didn't even do himself, you know, good that day. I don't think the guy trying to defend Tinubu will persuade people or whatever. I think people supporting Tinubu has already made their mind up, regardless of whatever controversy is brought up.
And all of this narrative around Buhari's body language towards the Tinubu campaign, what is your take on that space?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's a body language, and with the statement, it's funny. It's funny when he made that statement. He used the word, he used the word revolution, and we begin to wonder: does this man actually know the meaning of revolution? I mean, does he? Is he actually intelligent enough to understand what
Maybe
it
maybe he's
means?
not educated to the level of understanding. We don't have his primary school certificate, so maybe
As,
he's not educated enough to understand what
yeah,
revolution.
yeah, it's quite funny when he said that. I started like smiling. I'm like, "Oh, what's going on? Do you actually know the meaning of what you're saying? Or when you start speaking Yoruba, you forget your sense of thought." But it's like I said, Tower of Babel is coming upon everybody, and it's showing. And
Why are you cursing now, Des? Why are you cursing? Because
I'm
when they
not
do this to
cussing.
you, do you
Did
know
I
what I was talking
cuss?
about? If I say all the surahs in Tabati are there, goes
What
on all
what did
obedience, do you know what that means?
what did I say?
Interpret it for yourself, what you just said.
No, now you said I said something wrong. I said that the in the Bible. Are you sure you know the meaning of what I said before you begin to say that I said something wrong?
Okay, I just said what you said now in Islam too, right? I just say what you said, that the all the powers in Tabatia that goes to people who are saying what you are saying. Go and check it too.
Enigmatic. I said the Tower of Babel, which is
Yeah,
basically
we are saying the same thing. Go ahead, don't worry. Go ahead.
All right, don't sidetrack. But back to Tinubu, and
yeah.
the body language of Buhari. We were just saying that does it lend itself to a Tinubu presidency?
Right from time we have actually said it here that Buhari is not actually supporting Tinubu. We've said it countless of time. During the time of the primaries. That is even why you had this famous. He came out and was so angry. There's no other reason. It's not because of a lot of people forgot about him or whatever. They didn't know what he did in the party. That's why you guys are saying. I said there wasn't any means to read. The only thing he came out and made that a Miloko statement was he knew that Buhari was trying to handpick somebody, which is not him. I didn't know the person. They were saying is Lawan. People were saying is going to be Osibanjo.
One man,
But
can I interject if you don't
Now,
mind?
hold on. Let him have the space to flesh out his thought a little bit. Carry on, there.
Okay.
yeah, but Buhari, sorry, Tinubu knew it wasn't him. That is why when that space was going on, when he realized it, he came out and screamed that Buhari cried. Buhari, he handpicked Buhari because he was even talking to Buhari there. He wasn't talking about they forgot him or he was talking to Buhari. He cried. He handpicked him to that presidency. So in his mind, he felt that Buhari came out and make that statement. Why wouldn't they allow him pick someone he wants? So that's why he went to Abeokuta and screamed, "It's my turn." Is Yoruba's turn. Now made that popular statement then. So when we say that he kind of drove some sentiment, yes, after making that statement and all that, maybe they talked to Buhari, it gained him a little bit of momentum. But that is why he cried. That is why, because Buhari didn't want to pick him, and we know that he was out there in that space then. You get Buhari never wanted to support Tinubu. We know this. All his body language is even after Tinubu even made it worse by saying that he cried. He made in the presidency. He made it worse with their relationship. You can see Osibanjo is not supporting, nowhere to be found. A lot of people in the APC, they are nowhere to be found. They're nowhere, especially the people that ran for that primary. Some of them are nowhere to be found because
All
they
right.
never.
Let Enigmatic come in a little bit. I think he wants to push back against something you are saying. Enigmatic, you wanted to come in. Enigmatic.
Yes, one man. Thanks for the opportunity. One man, when we try to question the political bona fide of some people on this platform, it looks like we are insulting them, but we are insulting their sensibilities. No. And then when you are not equipped with the fact, you should probably speak with a caveat that you are basically saying what you are saying based on personal opinion, not saying it as if you know the fact and you're actually imbued with the fact.
Enigmatic, what did I say that is
First of
not a
all,
fact?
the Emilokon that is so popular within the obedience now, that has been their anthem since last year. Do you know under which context that Emilokon statement was made? Are you aware of the fact, one man, that Emilokon was a statement made by this man within the APC apparatchiks in Ogun State while he was canvassing delegate votes? So it's just like when, maybe you guys will not understand this, because Peter Obi ran away from his own primaries. He didn't do his own primaries, and he went to buy a seat in the Labour Party. So you don't know how it works. So when Wike was speaking within the PDP apparatchiks in Anambra State, and he threw Peter Obi under the bus, whatever he said couldn't be used, against Nyesom Wike at the larger percentage of it, because he was speaking within the folds of PDP. In the same vein, this man was speaking within the folds of APC Ogun State, that you should understand the fact that I'm here to canvass for delegate votes. He wasn't speaking to obedience. He wasn't speaking to PDP. He wasn't speaking to Nigerians. He was speaking within the confines of APC. But as usual, if you look at this trajectory now, man, we have to go with context, and we have to create a clear departure from conjecture of ideas and lies, because a lot of pathological liars are on these platforms spewing nonsense.
Now.
2 days ago, when this man made this statement, these are the people that they speak from the both sides of their mouth. At a point, one man, I want you to call me to order when I'm lying about this, if it's a lie, okay? On this platform, we've had a lot of people who are actually loving Buhari now overnight, right? Showing so much love to the same Buhari that they so much hate. Just like they suddenly love Ambode overnight, the same Ambode that they overwhelmingly voted against in Lagos State, to the point that the Oba of Lagos had to tell them that they should go and fall into the lagoon. The same Ambode overnight became their best friend. No, they thrive on hypocrisy, and they thrive on all this double standard. So these same people that were crying the other time that every failure of Buhari should be extended to Asiwaju, and Asiwaju kept a sealed lips, mute. It was muted for almost 8 years, never said anything wrong about Buhari's government. Then the man came to the podium a day or 2 days ago. One man, if you have that video, I want to challenge you to play this video here, right? And then we can examine the context. He was not speaking that Buhari, you are undermining my government. He was not speaking to APC that you are undermining my campaign. He was speaking directly. Play that tape now, one man. He said, you can keep you can change the ink on the Naira, and then you can hold the floor. I want to see where he said APC or where he mentioned Buhari.
I'm sorry, enigmatic. Sorry,
okay,
I need to cut you off. So I feel like I'm becoming enigmatic.
No, I'm
I feel like I'm becoming.
I'm not talking to you about this. I'm telling one man himself that he should play the real tape, and let's understand the context.
Enigmatic.
Because you guys are
one man don't need to. We already established this
fact. Now, hold on. You are not establishing any fact. You are lying. You guys are lying.
Hold on. Let's be elegant with the language. Let's not cross the line of language. But
no, he called somebody that even if he's speaking Yoruba language, does he not have a sense? When they talk quietly and they throw subtle jabs, you won't catch it when they are throwing it. But when you are throwing it to them, they can't take it. Look at the way he's breathing now.
All right. No. Let him breathe now. Otherwise, he will not be alive. But let's just play the video just to document what Tinubu said.
Ẹgbẹ́ epo pamọ́, ẹgbẹ́ náírà pamọ́, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé. Ẹ bá pààrọ̀ ìgì ara náírà. Ẹ bá náwó kẹjọ ní gbèsè. Ẹ lè náwó kẹjọ ní gbèsè. Ibi tẹ́ bá gbójú sí ọ̀nà òní gbàbẹ̀. Àwa la máa wọlé. Àwọn ẹlẹ́gbẹ́ alábùradà yẹn wọ́n máa ṣe kí ni o, wọ́n máa lulẹ̀. Àkọ́bí àwọn tí pẹ́ wà láyé dá o. Àmọ́ yìí o, àwa mọ̀ yìí àtún ìmọ̀ o.
Okay, so what was established there?
Okay, one man.
Enigmatic?
One man. Sorry.
There's no point.
Give me 1 minute.
Hold
on
on.
now, guys.
Let
1 minute
Enigmatic.
to emphasize
Hold
what
on.
Enigmatic.
Hold on. Let Enigmatic go first. Enigmatic, what was established there?
Okay, one man. Remember, I was the one that actually, I think, it was, if you check my conversation, maybe Ayo or God, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was the one that told them that CBN governor, right, was in Texas over here, stay in Texas, while they were making some behind the scene deal for him, so they can give him a soft landing when he gets back to Nigeria. And when he go back to Nigeria, I made it open on this platform too, on the comment section. So if guys are not, and the way you look at the media space now, who are those actually happy? Because when we are coming to the real contest, it's like they are calling on animals that has horn, you know horn, right? And then snail is showing face. Okay, let's assume in this political cycle that even APC fails to win the presidency. Does it mean Obi is going to win or Labour Party is going to win? What is their joy? What is their happiness about it? Let's start from that first. Then within the context of this, I'm saying it again. In where did this guy mention APC or Tinubu?
Okay.
And then
Enigmatic.
he went to Benue State today, right? He went to Benue State today. Go and check what he said. And then within 24 hours, has there been changes in the distribution of that gas? And has there been changes in the Naira circulation? That is what you should talk about.
You're carrying me to another place.
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to one man because you don't know anything.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Two instances you came from, right? I don't have facts and all that stuff. Let me answer that before I answer your Tinubu's fiasco. I said that Tinubu went there and cried at Buhari and said that Buhari cried. He's been going to campaign to get delegates throughout that period. That's the fact. Now, when Buhari came and made that statement that he made, and when the whole political scenario was trying to shift, like he was trying to appoint, remember he's been going around trying to buy delegates, right? So when the political system was now
how
changing,
do you know he was buying delegates?
whether he's buying, let me,
and that's another lie
enigmatic.
Again.
Sorry. Whether
so
he's buying or fine. Sorry. He was going to get delegates, canvas for delegates. Fine and good. Let's put it canvas for delegates. Now, when the political scenario was trying to, when Buhari was trying to pick his own candidates, 2 days, maybe a day or whatever, he didn't even get up to 48 hours. When the next of his tour, that is when he made that statement. Just 2 days. He's been going around. So don't say I don't have my facts. I have my facts, and I'm saying this is because of it.
Now you've basically said absolutely nothing, bro. As usual.
Enigmatic, let me finish. When he made that statement, he made it categorically to Buhari. There was nothing else he made it to.
What statement?
Saying that Buhari cried. He put Buhari, he handedly picked Buhari into that seat and all that stuff. That is his storm.
What does that have to do with?
Enigmatic,
I'm talking about the one you guys are misplaced. The one that happened 2 days ago.
Now,
talk about that.
Okay, now let me talk about
that.
This
Is what you guys are masturbating on now.
Okay,
talk about
fine.
That's what I'm talking to you about.
Fine. I just answered the first. The second one, you made the statement that he wasn't talking to APC. I'm sorry, my brother. I'm going to read you a meaning of revolution so that you understand. A revolution simply means a forceful overthrow of a government.
Don't tell me about revolution.
I have to tell you.
The same
I have to tell
you guys
sorry, enigmatic.
All right. We're not sure where you guys are in this conversation.
They should just stop line. I'm talking about what he said 2 days ago that you guys are masturbating over.
Can you give me like 2 minutes to just chip in?
Let me finish.
All right.
made a statement.
Let Desmond land, and then Patrick then comes in, and then
Tinubu,
round up that space.
All of a
It's just
sudden,
going
Buhari
to
is their
enigmatic.
back to this.
Tinubu, after making that statement he made yesterday or whatever 2 days ago, depending on the time you are, when he made that statement that they are trying to sabotage the election and all that stuff, he still made a statement that he's trying to get a revolution. One man can play it here. He made that statement of revolution, and when I started, I made the statement of, does Tinubu even understand the meaning of revolution? So when you say that he's not talking to APC, you have to now know what revolution means before you start saying that is he
Tell us the
talking to
meaning of
APC or
revolution.
not.
Tell us the meaning of
Okay.
revolution.
Revolution simply means a forceful overthrow of a government or social order in favor of a new system. What new system? So what are you guys talking about? When he was talking about revolution, he was basically talking about the APC government that he's in, who is in power. When he said the powers that may be, the powers that be, who are in power?
Don't stop putting your own definition to issues. That is why you guys lie.
No, hold on, enigmatic. That's what we invite, though, because we're not. We are inviting that people give their interpretation of the political. So that's how this is interpreting it.
But what I was trying to tell you, one man, right? Earlier, they've almost all of them that this. I've been listening, and I have a lot of people who are listening over here. And when you go onto so many spaces, they've been talking about this. First of all, right? Have you seen? Okay, look at this. What he said. The question again is that go and look at the gas situation now, if it has probably changed or not. Go and look at this Naira situation, if it has changed or not. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, when Buhari came up with this Naira whatever, right? We documented everybody's opinion on this platform, and you can replay it and see where they were and why they are shifting the ground. So when you look at them and you see how they move here from here to here, conveniently, when things pan out for them or against people that they don't like, right? Look at Atiku now. Somebody was typing that Atiku is making some deals with somebody in the southeast. Do I not have an information that there's every likelihood or possibility that Obi is trying to step down for Atiku? Have I ever said that on this platform? Because I'm not sure yet. But you guys will come over to several places and be lying about stuff. The guy said he was speaking to fuel issue and the Naira issue, and then you guys turn it around that he was attacking the government and his political party.
Carrying me to another direction.
Woman, can I just
come in. Let Patrick come in, and then you round up that space, because I think we're cycling round somewhat. But Patrick, come in.
Yeah, I'm happy that Enigmatic brought this up. I was in the background in the chat. You see, I think the initial introduction that was given to the narratives was what guided the discussion in this direction. And woman, with due respect, it was the wrong direction. That was not what he meant. He said that they are sabotaging his campaign. How? If there is fuel scarcity some weeks to the election, and he is someone who is contesting under a ruling party.
Well, but that was what we said now. You said we misdirected it. That's what I said with Ajanle Koko.
If he's the one contesting in a ruling party, and then there's fuel scarcity, that's sabotaging his chances of winning.
Yeah, because they will punish him for
the government. Now,
yes.
who is sabotaging? The oil marketers. Those are the people he's addressing. And I'll give you experience, because I have a personal experience with that, especially with the banks. The oil marketers are sabotaging his efforts. He said, what it means that they hoarded oil fuel because of him. Then he said, I'll give you a good example. This thing I'm saying, so I can say it now, because the honorable involved is late and the senator involved is no longer going to be. It was Iyabo Obasanjo. Iyabo Obasanjo was running for second term primaries, and there was the honorable was in House of Representatives. You understand? He was honorable in House of Representatives. He wanted to go to Senate. So going to Senate will mean that he has to contest primaries against Iyabo Obasanjo. I was in one financial institution. I don't want to mention the name then. And this guy came to me and said he needed money. Do you know, in the whole of Abeokuta, I couldn't raise 1 million for that guy. Yabo mopped up all the money in that city that night. I called all, because I'd happened to work like in 3 banks in that town. And most of the managers that were in those other brands are either people who have worked with me as a colleague or as subordinates. So I could call them and say, you, let Zeni give me 10 million now. You give me 50 million now. You give me. I couldn't see 1 million for this guy. This guy, I had to get him checks. He has to be writing checks for delegates. That's when they say the banks. What Obasanjo did was I make sure the banks held the money and all the money was kept for Yabo. So when Tinubu is saying one bogo pamo, it doesn't mean that the federal government did not release money.
Okay, Patrick, sorry to interject, but you just answered
Wait,
yourself
don't
now.
interject me.
You
Let
just
me
answered
finish my flow
yourself.
of thought. I'm telling you what happened.
I just
You just answered
tire.
yourself. You say
I just
Ambassador
tire.
had all the money for Yabo,
Wait, now I'm
his
telling you
daughter.
what
I just
happened.
tire.
I'm telling you what happened then. I'm
Is
talking of wait now.
annoying, Patrick. See,
I'm
when
sharing
I
my
said
experience with you. So what's annoying the experience? I'm not telling you something that will happen. I'm telling you something that happened, which I am a party to. If you are from Abeokuta, this honorable was representing a Wekoro constituency. I don't want to mention his name now. He's late, and I've mentioned the other party to it. It was Iyabo Obasanjo. He was her second tenure as a senator. That she wanted to do the primaries for the second tenure as a senator in PDP. It was at Kuto Stadium, MK Abiola Stadium, Kuto. And I was managing a branch then.
All right.
And so I've given you too much information to that. So what Tinubu said, for someone to say, I don't understand what you are saying, you don't need to understand if you choose not to understand.
You should understand. Thank you, Patrick. You should understand what Patrick is saying, Des, because what Patrick is saying is consistent with the media statement by the Tinubu space that they were actually pointing that comment, that Tinubu was pointing that comment at fifth columnist and
Okay,
not the government.
I didn't even know they said that.
No, they said that. We read it out, yeah.
So, the
simple
effort,
question.
the effort. So Tinubu was addressing that and saying this was what he mean. And let me come to that revolution. And Amadibo Amawole, you see in Yoruba politics, we used to say, even when we're doing student union, we say, both here Dibo, Oti Wole. So people say, this guy has won. We don't even need to vote for you. So what we normally counter it to say, Agbudo Dibo. Because the party here Dibo, because if Wole, you know what, we must vote. Because the camp, okay, for my Igbo brother, we used to have a slogan that say, even if we don't vote for you, you had already won. That's what it means by both here, both Wole. So then we used to say no. Because if we don't vote, there's no way we can win. So we came up with the counter slogan and say, Ama Dibo, Ama Wole. You know what? We are going to vote and we are going to win. Just to make sure. So it became a new slogan. That was the song that was raised, not by Tinubu initially, it was raised by Dapo Abiodun. It was started by Ama Dibo, Ama Wole. That's that. Then when he talks about broom revolution, Tinubu have always been speaking. When as you say broom, 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 he said, don't worry. Moshingbe revolution. But what he meant was that broom revolution. And that broom
It
revolution
didn't
thing
say
had
broom
been this.
revolution.
Go and listen.
That wasn't.
No, wait now. I'm giving context to it. If you listen to Buhari time in 2019, 2015, they were talking about broom revolution, broom revolution. So when they say broom, 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 he said, "More worry, Moshingbe revolution." But it was broom revolution was talking about. You can go and listen to that thing again.
2015. Thank you.
Chairman.
Do you
No,
know?
I'm
Do you
talking of
know?
yesterday. I'm talking of
He
all
did
his
say
previous.
broom revolution
Wait, Chairman, he's been
yesterday.
talking about. I'm looking at his previous campaigns. When Wasim say broom, broom, yeah, broom revolution, broom, 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 broom revolution. So when that yesterday or day before yesterday, Wasim was saying broom, broom. The guy was talking. Wasim was saying broom, broom. The guy said broom revolution. So I'm not supposed. I'm just trying to give clarity. We must unveil the truth.
Okay.
You understand? It
All
doesn't
right,
matter if the truth will expose the devil or the truth will make
all
the
right,
devil.
all
So
right.
forget
Thank
it.
you, Patrick. The point established. Let's get back to Desmond. So Desmond, back to you.
So Patrick's point, you cannot interject on Patrick's point. You cannot push it back.
I'm trying to interject
I
now.
don't want
Calm
to
down.
overlabor this space. Carry on now, Desmond. It's just to
when
manage the time. Yeah.
When I made a statement that there is no how to support Tinubu without, trying to, as in, it's just not possible. You have to be a liar. It's just not possible. I mean, it's not possible. You have to think your way out. I don't understand when people come here and say he's talking to fuel marketers. This man opened his own mouth and said something. Plenty people are not
what did he
interpreting.
open his mouth? What did he open his mouth to say?
And say they are trying to sabotage his election.
Yeah, who did he say was trying to sabotage his election?
Say because of money they are trying to change, and because of fuel. We're gonna ask ourselves one question. If he said because of fuel, who is petroleum minister? Buhari, APC.
Yeah, no, but there's a pathway to before Buhari
is
now.
Is it people?
The oil, because what Patrick said is consistent with what the APC party has put out, that Tinubu was speaking about fifth columnist and not the government, which tallies with what Patrick just said and not at all with what you are saying.
Oh man, it's difficult to, if Buhari wants to, if Tinubu wants to come and interpret his own words.
And by the way, the oil scarcity is also a puzzle and a problem for the Buhari administration as well, because they feel they have facilitated enough for oil not to be scarce, and they query why it is scarce.
Do you know where you're gonna decipher this? The
Right.
only place you're gonna decipher this is when he said something about the monetary. It's not even about just the fuel. When he talks something about money and fuel, so we are not talking about just fuel. We are not talking about money. When he said they are trying to sabotage, is it the only one the fuel is affecting? Is it the only one the money is affecting? So who is sabotaging you?
Yeah, but what he's saying is because the interpretation has been given to that in the course of this conversation as well. The heavy pain of life that is being vested upon the Nigerian person, if they are looking to punish that at the election, they will want to punish the ruling party, and that's where that narrative is.
We totally understand that there's been pain throughout these 8 years. There's nothing like heavy pain again. There's nothing like more pain in this. We are just waiting for this election. Nothing like more pain. Nothing like something will happen now and Nigeria will end. Everybody is waiting for this election. If Tinubu wants to come out and address because of the people that are suffering, then he has the mouth to say it. It's simple. It's as simple as that. He has the mouth to say, I'm talking about the people that are that's going to suffer because of this fuel, or the people are suffering because of this money. Doesn't he have the mouth? Why are we interpreting all these things for him? It's a very simple thing to say. So why are we interpreting it for him?
No, you have to understand. We've been in this conversational space before. You can't expect everybody to speak in chapter and verse and start from ABC to land at Z, because sometimes, especially in that sort of space, they presume a back knowledge of where the conversation is. So you cannot expect him to start from ABC in order to land at Z, because he has the expectation that you know ABC. So,
anyway,
it's the interpretation. Often instances, all these interpretations are politically led. So you are looking at it from an obedient prism.
No, one man. Let me say it now. Everybody knows I'm very, I'm very objective.
Who knows that? And then
I'm very objective.
Look at this.
I'm very objective. Can I?
Let Ajale Koko come in. Let Ajale Koko come in. Des, yeah.
Des,
Ajale Koko, do you know Des to be objective? Look
Hey, Des.
Yeah.
You see, Tinubu, as an experienced politician, he knows that people will surely visit the poll with anger this time. That we are going through hardship in that country. It's trying to send a message to everybody around the country. I'm not part of this petrol hardship and whatever hardship that this new currency have brought onto you. Count me out. They couldn't say it directly, but the interpretation of that statement is, point to what he said. They're trying to frustrate the coming election with fuel scarcity. They're trying to frustrate it with, new notes that are not even available for people to exchange. It's just telling people in such a dynamic way that I am not part of this. Don't see me as part of it. I am begging for your vote. Vote for me. I'm different for the people, particularly the administration that is doing all this. Whatsoever, don't count me as part of them. That is what he's doing. So people can interpret it in different ways, but I think the interpretation of it is what I just said. A lot of people will read it in the same direction I'm reading it, that, okay, for him to be very courageous, to even say this, it shows that when he gets there, he will take the country on a different direction. It's not going to.
And he went on to add that that as soon as it comes in, all of these scarcities will end. So it was quite clear in his
Oga Jalikoko, why is it that it's only Tinubu supporter and sympathizers are reading it the way you are thinking it, but the remaining three parties are not reading like that, or other Nigerians? Anyway, sorry, I don't want to speak.
Not other Nigerians, though. You are not speaking on behalf of other Nigerians.
Okay, one man. Sorry. You'll be starting me. Let me tell you directly. Ever since I want to make a statement, you always want to start for my statement. I'm not for Tinubu, neither am I against him. I'm not for Peter Obi, neither am I against him. I'm for the narrative and the objective, how you present it, and I analyze it, and I will stick back to it. If you don't want me to say that, I will take my bow. I'll leave the show. Not like I will not come tomorrow. I'll come tomorrow. I'll speak.
You can say what
okay,
you
if
like.
I can say what I can like, then let me say it.
Hold on, but there are always pushbacks against narratives.
Yes, other people.
That's the unique selling point of this.
Yes, let me tell you. Like I said, I'll take it back. I'll come back tomorrow because you've definitely set me down twice, and it's not fair today. It's not fair. Let me tell you, it's not fair.
No. I step everybody down. I want a smooth.
No, I said deliberately. I use the language deliberately. Step me down twice. Let me say my view. It's not going to change anybody's mind. Another is going to add to it. What is saying today.
All right, state your view, but your view is not being hampered in any way. I'm just wanting
let me state my view. First of all, I'll challenge Patrick. That's the thing he just made. He answered himself. He said, as Obasanjo staff for that space, he didn't allow the late aspirant didn't get money because the daughter was contested. That is PDP against anybody, or PDP against PDP, that the presidency is the father, the president of the presidency is the father. Now that answers his own question. If Tinubu is complaining that they tried to hamper his election, he said he didn't even use one word. He used two examples: 20 of naira and the fuel. If he said it, that means he's pointing at the part to be, which is APC, which is presidency. What are we now trying to bend that it talks to the marketers? If he wants to talk to the marketers, he will say the marketers, and which we all we agree.
That's a wrong conclusion.
Hold on, Asthmatic. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You have to let people push back against your narrative now.
I've never even let me finish my thought.
Hold
when
on.
he was talking, he stopped.
You hold on? You have to. Yeah, you were welcome to push back against him as well, but you have to let people push back against your narrative.
Yeah, pushing back against you guys' narrative. Pushing me back against what I'm trying to push up. What my pushback. He doesn't add up. Let me push back against the whole narrative. That's what I'm trying to say. If he says pushing he's speaking to the marketers, we have seen even the presidential have talked. The marketers are holding for which everybody know. So that people angry mob go to the filling station that they have for they must open their tank. If he said that directly, that the marketers are holding the fuel. Nobody will dispute that. That is one. Let's put that aside. We go further again to the printing of Naira. What concerns now the printing of Naira? I said before that those things was irrelevant for him to say at that podium. They are changing the printing of Naira. That is an obvious and categorical statement he made. A straight statement. Now we are trying to change it. I said it before, way back. The voters make statement and politicians go to the podium and defend it. Now politicians will go to the podium and make statement and we the voters without be defending it. It's ridiculous. He said it with his own mouth.
Question, bro. Let me
ask I'm listening.
1 minute. Do you think?
I'm listening.
Do you think? I know you know politics very well, and this is a very political question. Okay. Do you think this Naira? Let's even assume this Naira issue now. Do you think Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, Kwakwanso, those 4 candidates, do you think they will have Naira issues during election? Do you think they are not already secured?
Yes, Matic, I get the point you are saying. You feel like I just said, I said there's a certain point he doesn't need to make because it's irrelevant. Because what he's saying does not affect only one. But first, we understand the cabal that is doing this. They already have a second option for their own candidates. Probably they have stopped Naira.
Sometimes, behind the scene, if I feel call you, I feel tell you some kind of we are not fit talk for here.
I know your point too.
Behind the scene, this guy know to see. When you look at this Naira stuff, do you know? I think the Naira was supposed to be off maybe 31st of this month, right? But people are not getting the new Nairas. Even when they go to the ATMs, they are not available because I have this oil business. I know about it because we run gas stations, right? People are not having these new Nairas are not available. They go to ATMs, right? They still have these old Nairas being dispensed to them. In the inter-villages, they do not have access to this Naira. And then the CBN governor is saying in 5 days or in 6 days, there will be no extension. And then they'll be trying to have conversation with him. Since he came back to the country, he's been doing another thing. Are you aware of the fact that himself, Emefiele, was a presidential aspirant at a point?
Yes.
So when you look at all these things, that's why I was calling one man again, right, to go back and play this tape, so that people who are trying to twist it, they can actually read meaning to that. Because let's assume now, take Tinubu out of the picture now. Take Tinubu out of the picture. People are not getting the new Naira. People are panicking, right? Election comes with uncertainties. They don't know if things will work out or not. In some villages, they don't have access to this new Naira. And you are telling Nigerians by 31st of the month, right? You'll be that will be the last day, and people are not trying to. Emefiele is not giving explanation as to how that is going to be possible. This is not about the politician. Politicians will always survive in this kind of situation. They are already loaded for this election. Obi himself, this Obi too, is loaded. Obi will make a call to the bank managers. They will still deliver for them. So this call, you should look at it beyond these optics of politics now. And that's why
enigmatic. Let me finish
I'm
up.
talking to War Peace. I'm not talking to you, Des.
No. Des has the floor.
Sorry.
So we don't permission. Can we get back to Des? All right. Okay. Back to you, Des.
Oh man, I don't know whether I'm losing my sense of thought sometimes. Tinubu made so many statements. I've given the division of one. And they still insist it's not political, it's talking to the people. I'll give you another 2.
It is political, but it's not pointed in the direction that you are
saying
is what the people are
of
saying.
the people. It's directly to the people, right? We still have
he's
to
directing
understand
it to the oil marketers, is what people
oil
are saying to you.
marketers.
Which is more coherent than yeah.
I don't want to support that argument that is directing it to all marketer. That's not true. It's directing it to the administration that they are trying to frustrate him. They are trying to, scuttle his electoral chances with all these policies. Hold on. Let's say the truth here. He didn't mention oil marketer specifically. So where is oil marketer coming in? What is oil marketer the one managing the printing of new
Did he
notes or
mention
the
the
reduction?
administration?
So
all right.
wait,
hold
on.
Did he mention administration?
No, let Ajanle Koko land, and then I want to read you a piece. Ajanle Koko, carry on.
Yes. He said the scarcity of the money, the scarcity of the oil is to scuttle his electoral chances. Who is the person responsible for managing oil or petrol activities or whatsoever you want to call it in Nigeria? It's Nigerian government. Who is responsible for the printing of note and the note that is not available for Nigerian? Is Nigerian government. So if saying this thing to them, it make this, this statement to achieve two results. To speak to Nigerian people, I am not part of this nonsense they are doing that is putting pains on you people. And then to the administration that are trying to scuttle you. And it is very clear. The administration is trying to scuttle his electoral chances. The body language speaks. Buhari is not doing good. This guy injected so much, everything that he have on earth and heaven to support Buhari in 2015 and 2019. Is this the way Buhari want to repay him? The body language speaks. So if he cannot come out to say it the way it is, then he will be the loser. But now that he has said it, I am telling you, he has two bombs on the leadership of APC, and every one of them, I'm telling you, they will put their head together that, look, it is getting clearer. This guy got us, and if we don't do nothing, if the election results did not come successfully for him to achieve his result, he has already threw the bomb out that these are the people that are scuttle his electoral chances. Look, this guy is a political strategist. He knows the game. He knows what he's doing. And I believe if we achieve some kind of result, whether you like it or not.
All right. Ajanle Koko, let me quickly bring you this. Tinubu denies attacking Buhari over new Naira fuel scarcity. Presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Tinubu, has denied attacking President Buhari over the fuel and new Naira scarcity. The Director of Media and Publicity of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement, explained that the opposition People Democratic Party PDP, working in cahoots with fifth columnists, were the ones bent on inflicting avoidable pains on hapless Nigerians to achieve a political end. Tinubu knocked the opposition PDP and Atiku camp for issuing a knee-jerk response, derailing from the issues, distorting his views at the Abeokuta rally to create a wedge between him and President Buhari, he added. When the guilty are afraid of being uncovered, they try to push back with red herrings. The statement reads, for the record, Asiwaju Tinubu during the APC campaign rally at Abeokuta on Wednesday in his statement did not mention, blame or accuse President Buhari for the current challenges in the country. Asiwaju Tinubu was only adverting the government's attention to the sabotage being carried out by some fifth columnists in the system, possibly in cahoots with the PDP. The CBN officials, including Governor Godwin Emefiele, have said many times that enough new Naira notes have been supplied to the banks, yet our people complain that they cannot get the new notes. In recent days, many ATMs are either not working or when working, they are dispensing the old notes just a few days to January the 31st deadline. Similarly, Asiwaju Tinubu is aware of the salutary efforts by President Buhari to end the fuel queues by chairing a 14-man panel, yet the queues and agonies continue. For a presidential candidate who cares about the suffering of our people, he has a duty to warn the government that its efforts to make life better for Nigerians are being sabotaged on several fronts. Our presidential candidate only re-echoed what is well known and acknowledged, even by President Buhari at a different fora, that there are fifth columnists in and outside government who often throw spanner in the works against the good intentions and programs of the government. How does an advisory genuinely made by Asiwaju Tinubu to protect and create goodwill for the government of his party become an attack? It can only be in the jaundiced view of the PDP. It is in this light we found amusing the directionless article campaign bag full of mischief in their hurriedly put together press statement meant to gain shameful mileage from the suffering of Nigerians. PDP and Atiku should remember not to get high on their own smoke. No political blackmail and attempts to create a conflict between Tinubu and his long-term ally, President Buhari, can succeed. We have bad news for Atiku and his handlers. Their latest mischief is therefore doomed to fail. So it goes on and on in that vein. But what that is telling us essentially is that the outburst by Tinubu was targeted at fifth columnist.
That is one man that they are just doing damage control. And that is what they have to do. Tinubu should have said it clearly. If he's targeting at what do you want those people?
Marketers, yeah.
He should have mentioned it clearly that you marketers that are holding this petrol, bring it out. Stop putting hardship on the people, and don't scuttle, democracy in Nigeria. Don't scuttle our chances, to win the election. Don't frustrate Nigerian people. And then it can go to central bank. It can hit on central bank governor for not doing his job well, for not making that, Naira available for Nigerian people. Because already now, Bajami Amila said they have invited him and bank and MDs of all banks. They didn't turn up. He has issued out a note to them today that they will subpoena them. And when they are subpoenaed and they don't show up, they will be arrested by the police. Because the People's Assembly cannot invite you for an important matter to the country and the people of the country, and you dare not respond. When you don't respond, they can subpoena you. And when you fail to do that, you'll be arrested. And they could be sent to jail. So Tinubu should have said it clearly if the way they are saying it is what actually he meant, but it didn't mean that. What he meant is what he said, and he said it loudly, and he said it clearly. He's trying to achieve a goal. My people, I'm not with this shenanigans. There are pains and hardship they are putting on you. And he showed Joe a courageous leader. Whether you like it or not, you might not like him. It's not my man. But for him to stand up against all this shenanigans about some cabal in the administration, I mean, we should give kudos to him. It just said the truth to power. It said the truth to power. And we cannot all the time just try to come and defend some of these speeches or statements that they make as if we don't as if we don't know what is going on. He said it directly, and it targeted the presidency, Buhari administration particularly, but it's a courageous statement. The way I look at it, it interprets to me that, yes, I am not going to be part of this. I'm not supporting this. People vote for me. I will take you on a different direction. I'm not part of this nonsense. And he's a very courageous guy to say so. This is not the first time. The last time in Abeokuta, he said the same thing too. He challenged him. He challenged them. And he achieved results at the end of the day when they are trying to scuttle his chances as well during the process of nominating their candidate. They actually wanted to rob him of his faith. They wanted to scuttle his chances during that time. They wanted to manipulate that primary process, but it came out frontally, and they saw they saw the handwritten on the wall that the party will break into pieces, and that will be a doom on that party. And they quickly went back into their shell and allowed a free process to take place. And we saw what happened. He won all of them landslide. So what are we talking about? He's serious about what he's talking about. He's targeting Buhari with this thing. And it showed to me that he's a courageous guy, even though that he has cowed himself for so long. He has supported this guy. He has, he has given so much, and he has tainted his own name by a lot of things that he has done in favor of this guy, only to repay him with this kind of, nonsensical behavior. Body language, bad body language, is not supporting him. It's not giving him all the support that he deserves in return of what he has given him in the past. And what Buhari doesn't know is that the implication of Buhari's behavior just show once again that these Fulani people cannot be trusted. When you strike a deal with them, they will not. When it gets to their own turn to give you back, they will. Some of them will come against you and work against you and backstab you. This is what they are doing. The same thing what do you call this guy? Atiku did in PDP. What are we talking about? We should have people that can speak the truth to power and stand up against them.
All right, brilliant. That's your interpretation, Ajale Koko, but maybe not universally held. But let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in so that they're not totally out of sequence with the conversation. And then I'll come back to you, Des, to round off that space, and then I'll see if Thomas is ready for us now. Super chats coming in. Joel joins that space. Enigmatic always makes it about Obi. Please deal with your demons. Tinubu is hurting his campaign. Only you see it differently. Every media, including TVC. So that's a duel of Nashville as usual. There's always some spikiness to his super chart. But Switch comes back with the super chart, fast turning himself into somewhat of prince amongst I won't say paupers, but he seems to be the only one that has really brought his wallet to the session. And his super chats to say, enigmatic, this is here the enigmatic, this is here the power of unity matters. Tinubu should have let me try that again. Enigmatic, this is here the power of unity matters. Tinubu should have support a popular candidate like Oshibanjo, Amechi, or Umahi. Amongst these three, he should have supported one and tell the person his goal. So essentially, Tinubu should not have been in the campaign. But I don't think that's a popularly held belief. Tinubu has held the ambition to be the Nigerian president for as long as Atiku has, maybe longer. Tinubu has been permutating towards this moment in time since 1999. It's not going to, unless death takes him away, step down for anybody. So thank you for that super chart. Switch still with the super chart. But it seems now both his goal are all dead because it won't come to play from all the indications, Asiwaju is not going to come close to Aso Rock. Well, we only have a month to wait, and we see how that plays out. Just barely a week ago, he seems in an unassailable lead, but now it seems to be under the cosh. But then, of course, there are still at least 3-4 weeks to the elections. So thank you for the super chat. Joel of Nashville comes back. He says, "Oh my God, even Patrick, now wow, una mumu don't do, una mumu don't do." So quoting the words then of Charlie Boy. So thank you for the super chat. Joel on a special brew today. So round up that space, Des, and then we go on to Thomas.
Okay. Oh man, is basically very simple. When you make a statement and put a sabotage, they're trying to sabotage. I don't know why. It's like people don't understand the meaning of the words he makes. Sabotage is basically a deliberate attempt. So you are saying that all the marketers come together and made some kind of meeting that are going to sabotage the APC. Don't rhyme. It doesn't rhyme at all. Please, let's understand and stop trying to twist all these things from one corner to another. It makes you look like that man that just spoke that Tinubu did not the bullion van misroad. That's what's making you to look. Please, and also in a Mephiles space about him trying to get him arrested or whatever. I think Mephiles' life has actually been in threat. Ever since he left to London. He ran away basically. His life, ever since he brought out this new naira note and he ran to London, people has been saying all sorts of stuff. I think probably he ran because of his life. His life has been threatened, and he had to make sure that his security was paramount by Buhari. Buhari actually, I would say, gave him that confidence to come back. That's why he came back, and that's why you see all these DSSS mounting in his house, protecting him. All these powers that are trying to buy votes, they don't want it. They want to basically cancel everything about this new naira note. That's what I feel is happening in that space. And also, one man, please, I want us maybe after this, maybe when everybody is done talking, I need you to bring out a space, because when Enigmatic made a statement 2 days ago about P2B and Anambra State, and he made a lot of negative statements, and it's fair. I think it would be fair for Obedient and Anambra person to come and defend that statement. One man, I'm just putting it out there.
All right. Yes, I saw what you sent me on Instagram. So if the window opens, then certainly we'll just but I don't want it to turn into like a sniping but certainly if the space opens, then we'll visit that. Let's see if we have Thomas now. Thomas,
one might just to be clear, is it Anambra people against Enigmatic, or which one are we?
No. Anambra as represented by Desmond against the formidable Enigmatic.
All right.
Enigmatic, quick one.
They go finish Enigmatic now.
I don't think so. Always have number never outgone. They can't outgone him.
Enigmatic, quick one before they go, Thomas. Sorry, before they go, Thomas, Enigmatic, that your information where you get, not believe get, I don't get that since December, but I don't know if you talk on for if I talk on that, will say I don't make word assertion or they talk something gibberish, because there's some certain information in this political space. Is either is not good for you to hear it, or when you hear it, it makes you look stupid. One, it might be so dangerous for you. The other one, it might be very stupid. Since December, I don't hear says 2 parties, one for North and one from South, one collapse structure. The one for the North is not when. It's not like the question is not if. The question is when. And the one is South. The question is not when. Is how.
No, exactly.
They don't really agree.
The one for the South, self, for don't set if not for the
That's why I thought
circumstances.
that's why I thought say how.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
I get
surrounding
if
the
genuine
candidate.
formation since, but I'm not let me talk on this platform. If I talk and I say I don't know why. So when I talk about someone who not sign 15 million, they say they talk gibberish, so I rest.
They
So
go
I will
cry
make
now
an up now. Look at
when the guy come tell them say, oh, I don't we just leave the matter.
we'll leave on now. We know.
All right, back to you, Thomas. So back to you. Hopefully, we can hear you better now.
Yes, I think you are hearing me better now.
All right, brilliant. So you are just talking us through what were you even talking us through? The first talking point, which was that surrogate at Arise TV.
Arise TV, yes. And for information, I just finished eating like 4 àgbàdo now. Very, very delicious. Um, it's just been crazy. The guy really he spoiled the whole show. Even the response of Tinubu himself is even much better because he said anybody can point to if anybody can point to any contract he has collected from Buhari or is he in government, then nobody can say he has collected any contract from the Buhari. But the people were out there talking about this bullion van. And what I was saying earlier on before the network cut me short, is that Tinubu, uh, you said you made a comment, Mama, that you think people are forgetting this bullion van. That is the wrong statement right there. If Rufai, the young head in Arise TV, cannot even forget it, you can't. If you go to any space, obedient space, that bullion van is the end of the day. Bullion van, Agbado, it's the end of the day. They can't really forget it. Some people have that bullion van in their head now. They are taking to the poll and work against. Please, Nigerians, go and vote against this guy. Go and vote against him. Don't let him be the president of the nation. I don't want him as well. Go and vote against him. But if you are campaigning for your candidate, campaign on the true ground. All this conjuring, everything you conjure together just to stop a candidate, it doesn't make sense. I was listening to Shore earlier on when somebody asked him, "Why are you thinking of going to Peter Obi's face?" Sorry for digressing, one man. Peter Obi Shore make the comment, and I was somehow tweeting to Shore now, like, this guy is making sense. He said, you are talking of Peter Obi. Peter Obi that is going to the same old politician that we are running away from, going to Abdul Salam, going to this, going to that, going to Obasanjo. Obasanjo is endorsing him, and Nigerians are causing these people. And this guy is going to their place, begging for their support. And Nigerians are not thinking in that direction. So if you want new wine, go for Adewale. That is my guy. Go for Chule. Dumebid is there. There are many good people on the ballot that you can vote for. You don't have to go with Tinubu or Atiku in any way. No. So the guy really spoiled everything for Tinubu, and I'm happy they are shooting themselves in the foot. That would be good on the day of election for people that want to vote against APC. They should go out there and vote against them. That is what I think, and that is just my opinion. Thank you, one man. I don't know
All
if
right,
you have
Thomas.
anything else here.
Yes, and to the Tinubu's commentaries in Abeokuta about the fuel subsidy or the fuel scarcity and the naira scarcity.
I've said it earlier on. Everybody have their brains working, and they can interpret any comment to what suits them. What I think he meant in that comment is that there is hardship in the land. There's fuel capacity. My sister bought 400 per liter yesterday. 400 per liter. They sold black buckets in Ibadan, 800 naira per liter. So maybe what Tinubu is saying is there's hardship in the land. Even this new note, I was in Nigeria for 3 weeks. I don't even see one. One. I was in Nigeria for 3 good weeks. I went to bank, I collect money from ATM. I don't even see one of this new note.
So Tinubu know what he's saying, and he have more information more than we that we are talking here, or shouting, or the keyboard warriors. They know more than us. They are privy to more information more than we here. Maybe he knew that they are doing that so that if there's more anger in the land, people can go and vote against APC. You can't say he doesn't know what is going on. He is a big politician. You can't take that from him. He knows back and front of Nigeria. There are PDP people that will be giving him information. APC will be giving him information. So some Labour Party will be giving him information. Yoruba Nation people are giving him information. There are many people giving him information because they know that the chances of him winning the election is very robust. People want to be in the winning team. So if people saying he's talking to Buhari's administration, why will he be talking to his own party? Ah, Tinubu is the APC. What is APC? You want to take power for somebody? Will you speak against him? No. People said Tinubu didn't speak about shooting in Lagos, the answers. I said, if you make any comments against Buhari, that is making a political suicide. He doesn't want to commit that. But if he gets here as the president, he can do and undo then. You want to take power from me? You are speaking against me. Will I give you the power? Come on, guys. So that is my own interpretation. You can interpret it as you want. I don't care. But that is my own interpretation, because if there's hunger in the land, it will affect the vote of APC. There's no doubt about that. So that is just my interpretation. But people are thinking he maybe is speaking to Buhari, that Buhari wants to sabotage him. We saw Buhari's body language, but since Buhari has committed to support him, we saw Buhari at all the campaign. Buhari even choose his schedule like 10 states that will be featuring with Tinubu, and we saw him. We saw them raising flag. So why will Tinubu saying Buhari want to sabotage him? Sabotage him for what? Do Buhari have anything to lose at Tinubu's presidency? I don't think so. Buhari will work for him 100%, even though they don't want him before. But since he has clinched the ticket, it's good for him. And people making this comment that Emiloko, I still find it very crazy. What is the meaning of Emiloko? I think maybe our non-Yoruba speaker, they don't know the meaning of Emiloko. Emiloko means it is my turn. What is the Southeasterner shouting now? Are they not shouting Peter Obi is the Southeasterner turn? What is Atiku shouting now? Atiku not shouting is his turn. So what is crazy about Emiloko comment? And he said, Amadibo, Amawole. There is a rhetoric. Amadibo, Amawole means we will vote and we will win. There are some rhetoric before now that vote here, Jibo, Otiwole. I will translate it to English to our non-Yoruba speaker. That means if you don't even vote, you already clinched the presidency. But now they are changing it to their own new rhetoric that Amadibo, Amawole is that got to mean. What mean is we will vote. People will vote for us, and we are going to win. So that is the meaning. I don't know why people are taking this for maybe he has saying something wrong, maybe derogatory or so. I don't know. Even Abeokuta, the Emilokon, is not speaking to Nigeria. He's speaking to his party delegate in a confined room. He's not addressing Nigeria. I don't know why we are taking it so personal. So, Mama, that is my own interpretation. I don't care about Tinubu. I want him to lose the election. Sir. I don't want him. I would have liked Shore or Adewale, but they don't have the chances of winning this election. And Peter Obi that is campaigning himself out. Is PDP man for sure. PDP, everybody on this campaign, they are PDP person. And we are saying we are running away from this same old party. So that is my own submission, one man. I don't think anything bad in the comment that he made. All true.
All right, brilliant. And to Bajabi Amila threatening to jail Emefiele for reasons of changing the currency.
That is just talking gibberish and talking nonsense. They have been speaking of about this guy. He has up has gone. Is filing for what they call it asylum in the London. Is this? He can't even come back to Nigeria. The guy is Nigeria is in Nigeria
Thomas, can
now.
I
Why don't?
interject you 1 minute? Can I interject you?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Bajami Amila is not talking nonsense. He is the Speaker of the House, and they invited Emefiele to know what they are going to do about this scarcity of note to Nigerian people, because a lot of Nigerians from different quarters are petitioning the House that the money is not available for them, and they are going to end the, this exchange of this note on the 31st, and the money are not available yet. So they are just doing their job as they are expected to do, being representative of the people, and they invited Emefiele and banks MDs. These are representative of the people. We give them the mandate, and whatever Emefiele is doing as well is doing it on behalf of the nation. All right? They invited him. He didn't show up. The law of the land give them the power to invite whoever and whatsoever, whoever that they feel seems fit to invite and ask them questions, and that is what they did. But Emefiele disregard that. It didn't come. It didn't honor the invitation. So the second, they give him the last warning now. If it didn't come, the law give them that power to put him in jail for, how do I say it? I don't know the law that is it what is it? Is it I can't remember what Emefiele will it'll be going against the law anyway. There's a particular name they call it. So they have that
You want to
reserve
say
power
is it the content of the house
to
or what?
subpoena him, and if he fails, he will go to jail. They are empowered by the constitution of the country to invite whoever in a position of authority. Emefiele is not there. Is not above the law. The law gives them the power to invite people, and they must respond. So don't say that it's nonsense. It's not
Ajale
nonsense.
Koko, I,
Yeah.
I, I understand what you say, but sometimes I like action um, more than just empty words. So if they want to go, but Ajale Koko, before now, they said the DSS is waiting. Immediately he steps his foot in Nigeria, he's going to be arrested. Have they arrested him?
We don't know
No.
about that. DSS did not make any statement. They didn't declare him. Hold on. DSS did not declare him wanted. They didn't make any statement that they are looking for Emefiele. So we are just hearing news from here and there. So we cannot verify those information. So let's forget about that one. But this particular one is coming out from the speaker himself, that he will put Emefiele in jail if he refuse to honor their invitation. And he have the power under the law. He can put him in jail. Yes.
Yes, you are right. I know that very well. They have the power. They will give him warning, and they will give him warning. Then the court can say they should get him arrested. If they want to get him arrested, fine. But
Yeah, they
to
are just
me,
warning him now. They are just warning him
warning.
that
Yes,
if
I
he
know.
fail to respond, yes, they will take up action against him.
if they think that is what they think they can get, they should get him arrested. I like action. Oh, Ajale Koko, I understand you. I know they have the power, but if the guy is not yielding to their invitation, they should get him. They should get the subpoena from the court and get him arrested. So that would be better. But we have been hearing empty threats to this guy. Is the financial of terrorists? Is this? Is that? Is that? And immediately he step his foot in Nigeria, he's going to be arrested, he's going to be this, he's going to blah blah blah. There's nothing has happened since he's been in Nigeria. He has removed his Zoom office maybe 2 weeks ago, thereabout, and nothing happened. So I don't care about that. If they want to get him arrested, they should get him arrested. But I think the money, in my opinion, one man, they will end that thing because it can be hauled on the 31st of this month because even the new note is not in the circulation. So if the new note is not in the circulation, so how will people make transaction if the old one they are carrying now is not tenable? It doesn't make any sense. I said it earlier on. I was in Nigeria for 3 weeks. I didn't see any new notes at all. They are still using the old notes in the ATM, in the bank, everything. So that's my submission, one man. I have to rush up to a meeting. Thank
All
you,
right,
Abba.
brilliant.
God bless.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So that was Thomas. So from Thomas, let's name check Kulata, see if he's still with us. He may well have gone to sleep. A lot of people come here just to sleep. Kulata joining the progressives. Kulata, are you still there?
Yo, man, I'm still here. One man, progressive is still here.
I came to you earlier. So let me come to you.
I wasn't asleep. I just went away from my phone. That was why.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So I did come to you earlier because I know you are always one of the first here, and I came to you, I think, after Janle Koko. But to you then, and to the conversation and that space, then this wayward surrogate that spoke at the turn, should it be chained to the desk and flogged? This wayward man on a rise.
Good evening to you, one man. Good evening to everybody in the house. I wouldn't say it should be chained to this chair and flogged. I think they have the mechanism within the party structure to deal with issues like that. So if they haven't sent him to go and represent the party on the TV station, and he did on his own, and then while he was there, then he start answering questions relating to the party issues, then he has actually strayed out of line. So it is they have their own mechanism to which they can deal with such issues. So I wouldn't go as far as say the man should be flogged. No. So within the party system, within the party structure, sometimes some people see opportunities to want to put themselves in position whereby they will be seen. Maybe that is one of the things that happened to that guy today, because every one of us know that the Tinubu and APC campaign, they've boycotted the Arise TV. So when I was seeing it, I was like, okay, when did that happen? Only to find out that they did not authorize his appearance on the channel. But having put that aside, the discussion, the idea of the guy trying to defend the issues of the polio van, for me, it's a non-issue. The guy tried to put his own comment, try to cover it up in his own way, right? So it doesn't really make it worse. I don't understand, because for me, I don't think it make it worse. I've always have it in my own mind that even if that guy didn't say it that way, it doesn't matter what language you use or whichever way he puts it, right? Those people who see political opportunity to come against Tinubu in that area, we still seize on it. So for me, to say because the guy now said the bullion van was empty, but I know that what the guy said didn't make sense, but it still would not have made any difference. That is my own opinion.
All right, brilliant. And to Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, which seems to be where he finds full expression for his voice, they are trying to sabotage with the fuel and naira scarcity. What do you think is hinting at there? And who do you think is throwing that comment at the progressives?
Okay, I think this is where for me I think there are a lot of issues, right? So if you interpret what Tinubu said for the word for word, don't just try to add your own. Don't add anybody's own. If you just interpret it word for word what he said, it's almost a vague statement. It's just a statement he made without making a reference to anybody. So they now came out and clarified that statement. So that clarification for me should be enough. The idea that after the party have come out or the campaign have come out to clarify that statement, if at the time Tinubu was making that comment and it was as clear as they are alike, we will not be here trying to make take a position as to which side. Or was it trying to go against the Buhari, or was it going against the market? That was because the statement itself was so vague. And at the time he made the statement, I was like, because I was watching the campaign live, and I was like, what was that all about? But at the end of the day, even me myself, I'm trying to say, where is he going with this? Who is he trying to talk to? But when they came out to say, this is even the campaign, for me, the statement they put out didn't even make sense, because if you want to say that they are private individual who are making life difficult for Nigerians, so that is what Tinubu is referring to, then I'll understand. But when you say PDP are colluding with people, come on, man, you don't have to go that far. I know we're in a political season, but you don't have to bring PDP into it. Because this, for me, even if there are people within the PDP that are controlling some private entity, that means that we are not having scarcities in these resources in terms of the fuel and the naira in the country. But then you are the government, you have the mechanism to also make sure. I won't look, sorry to say they are the government, that is wrong. But the government structure is in the party, right? APC is in control of government. So within them, they also have the mechanism to be able to make sure that that is not the case. So what am I trying to say? If you feel like they are sabotage from outside, so you have the security apparatus to make sure you correct that. So if you feel like things are not working from the bank system, you have the central bank to make sure that you are able to correct that. So whichever way it is, it means that one way or the other, the government is not being responsive to the peoples. So Tinubu calling it out, I can't say if Tinubu was going after Buhari, because I'm not in Tinubu's mind. I don't know who he was talking to. I'm not going to second guess. So the party have come out to say, no, it wasn't talking about Buhari. One man for me, that is it. If they say it's not talking to Buhari, for me, that is it. But on the other hand, I want to support Ajali Koko's position in one area, is that Tinubu is almost like a government of his own, right? When we use that Obasanjo's as example of Yaradua and so, that was different. That was almost like a lord. Tinubu is not being lorded over in this election. Tinubu he sees himself as equal as Buhari, just that Buhari is the current president. He does not I don't think he see himself in any way under Buhari, or he just have to tag the man along. But Tinubu believes that with or without Buhari, he will still win the election. I think that is the mindset that the man is carrying along. So people say Buhari is going to sabotage.
I believe halfway what you just said. Tinubu, I also believe that if it feels with or without Buhari, he will win the election. But the one thing that he does not want is for Buhari to be publicly against him, because that will make it difficult for him. So Buhari not backing him is one thing, but yes.
I think that is the part of it that they are trying to manage, not to be seen to be out, to be like going out war. Because I believe that if it was up to Tinubu will campaign against Buhari. If I have that belief that if it was up to him personally, he will campaign against the Buhari government, even though they are in the same party. Because I don't think personally that he is happy with the way Buhari ran the country. because he always use the word when he's making that language, when he's speaking. Always listen. He will use that word. We will take this government from them. I don't know if you remember, if you know, he always use that word. We will take this government from them. So he believed that the government, the country has been run in a way that they don't believe. The progressives do not believe. So he believed that they have done things different. So he always use the word. We will take this government from them. Who holds the government?
You know, when he's saying that we will take this government from them, do you believe that Tinubu's cabal, it includes senior members from the north and even from within that party?
But this is what I'm saying. I said Tinubu is a government of his own. Look, if you look, okay, you talk about Femi Gbajabiamila using instrument of government to want to hold the CBN government accountable. Who is he? Who does he? Who made him a speaker? If not Tinubu, Femi will not be a speaker. So you talk about, look at what Ahmed Lawan went through and what he has gone through. The man is almost like this. He has almost disappeared just because he ran against Tinubu in that election. He lost his seat. He lost his senatorial seat. So this man, I think a lot of people just look at Tinubu, and I've said this before on a different platform, even before the election, that I said, look, this guy is a powerhouse. He has done a lot of work over the years, which a lot of people don't want to give him credit for. The position this man is today has been as a result of work that he has done rigorously over the years across the country. And before,
Akim, do you think this election, do you think it will be fought and won within the APC? Never mind what Article does or does not do. Do you think the real election that is going on is actually what is going on within the APC? And whenever that fight lands, is the winner of the presidency. Is the presidency going to be fought and won within the APC, irrespective of what any opposition has to say or not?
yeah, but if you listen back a couple of weeks ago when on this platform, I said, look, if the only way Tinubu is not going to win the election is if the northern governors work against him, and that is the only way he's not going to win. Even if the only way Buhari will have effect on Tinubu is if Buhari publicly come out. If he publicly come out to say, okay, I'm not going to support this guy. Outside of that, as long as he still retain the support, full support of those northern governors, especially the APC ones, I still don't see him having any problem in this election. Because especially the fact that PDP are now struggling in states like Rivers, where they normally get a huge amount of vote. They're going to suffer in state like maybe, I don't know, I think was it Anambra or Enugu, one of those eastern states that still have a big, maybe a chunk amount of vote, you know. So when you put all of this,
they will struggle in the whole of the southeast to
so when you put all of this together, you look at it and say, even if Tinubu was to lose Kanu today, right? But the fact that PDP is having challenges in certain area, you just can't put it past Tinubu to be the next president. Look, except maybe these governors work against him, and I've said it before. If that does not happen, 26, 25, 26, 27, you have a new president, Tinubu. That is my own opinion. That is what I think is going to happen. So other people might say, oh, no, that day will come. You know, hopefully God keep all of us alive, and then we'll be here to analyze the election result.
All right, and the travails of Emefiele, a bench warrant threatening to be issued by Gbajabiamila. So a lot of what happens on the 25th of February is wrapped very much around what Emefiele is contending with at the moment. But what do you think is going on in that space, and how do you think it will play out? About 5 days now to the end of the old Naira note. What's going on there, Akim?
Look, that am I against that policy? I don't know, because right now I'm not even since that policy came out, I've not been to Nigeria, so I don't know the effect of it. But is it something that we could have done with? I don't really know, because I'm one person who think that we should try to accelerate our movement into a cashless policy. So try to accelerate it as fast as we can, bring a lot of people into the banking system, and bring a lot of company into the banking system, a lot of small business owner into the banking system. So it creates it accelerates the level at which we reform our market system as a whole. But if you are not doing it in the right way, the people are going to suffer. So whatever policies you are putting out there, at the end of the day, you have to make sure that it does not have a negative effect on the people. Emefiele, for one, for me, I don't like that man. I don't just know why, but I don't like him because he has run the CBN as if he is like a separate government of his own, and this is why I said that there are people inside that government. Me, Wama, you know me very well. I've never, Buhari, I will not give him credit. There are a lot of people who try to think this man is capable of certain things. I don't think he is. There are people who run things inside Buhari's government. Those are the people who are causing these damages, who are doing all this sort of carnage within the economic spheres in Nigeria. So for me, sometimes when people say, "Oh, Buhari is just appointing this person," I say, "No, Buhari." Every time I look at that man, I don't see capacity from him. So Buhari looks like somebody who was born somewhere, live in that place, grew up in that place, marry in that place, and never move out of that place. So his cycles of friends are very small, So for him to be able to appoint somebody from anywhere, he needed somebody to talk to. So, and the people he knows are the people that are very close to him. Those ones will go and bring somebody who are very close to them, and they give them those appointments. So I don't give Buhari any credit. That's why when they said Buhari is trying to sabotage, Buhari just doesn't care. The man doesn't care. I told you, since when I gave up on this man, Buhari as a president sent Magu for confirmation in the Senate. You, the president, sent somebody for confirmation to the Senate. The DSS wrote a letter against Magu's confirmation. The DSS boss is under President Muhammadu Buhari. And you want me to believe that this is a capable man? Since that time, I've lost whatever I have to say. Okay, this man can. No, I lost everything when it comes to Buhari. No, because I can't see that happening in anywhere under any government. When you, as a president, you nominate somebody to be to the Senate for them to confirm him, the DSS will now bypass you and then write a letter to the Senate to say we have some issue with this guy. Okay, Buhari took Magu back. They did in-house investigation. They cleared him, sent him back to Senate. The same DSS wrote another letter again. And I'll come here and say I'm giving Buhari some form of credibility. Or no, the man has nothing. He knows nothing. He doesn't do anything. It's just that was when I believe that there are people within Buhari government that is running the country, not the president himself. After all, Buhari doesn't have anything. If you elect somebody like Obi now, if somebody come and give him an advice, he will have his own opinion on that same matter. If you elect Tinubu, if you elect Atiku, if you advise these people, I believe, will have personal opinion on issue of education, on issue of health, and all of these things. Buhari is just somebody who will abdicate, just say, you go and do this. It doesn't matter what position you comes up with. He just accept it. He doesn't have an opinion on any of these issues. And that is why you see the country is where it is today. Thank you very much, Woman.
All right, brilliant. So we were about 4 likes from the 100 likes that we wanted, but now we're about 20 likes from the 100 likes that we wanted. So clearly we must have in the course of the conversation said something that did not quite chime with the sycophancy of that obedient space. So will the non-obedience please take us to the 100 likes? Because of course, the obedience, you know what they're like. So the non-obedience, please take us to the 100 likes. We have sufficient enough people to do that. So we are 82 likes now. So please take us to 100. About Akim, the body language of Buhari, which seems to be its own currency in this political cycle. A lot of people say that it doesn't lend to a Tinubu presidency. Are you reading that in his body language too?
No, I don't. No, I don't read that in his body language, because that was the same body language he came up with when he came into power, and they said his body language gave us electricity, and people there were light everywhere. People were seeing electricity. Everybody just then 2 weeks later, the OT went back to where it was. For me, I think the role that the president is going to play in this election, President Muhammadu Buhari is not an added campaigner. It's not a Barack Obama that will give a rousing speech and people will be moved. I understand he has his own followership in the north, but can he speak to those people, to them vote for somebody else? I still have my doubt, because the credibility that they give, that they invested in Buhari, as in, I don't know if they can transfer it to anybody else. That is my own. That is where I stand. So I think the party structure have to do the job that they need to do to make sure they deliver for Ashwaju. It's not going to get. Look, let's be honest with ourselves, one man. It's not going to get Buhari's number in the north. But this is why I always say to people that if Tinubu is going to lose this election, he's almost going to lose the election in his own house in the southwest. Numbers matter. When Buhari is pumping out numbers in the north, right? When you see numbers come out in Kano, sometimes you go like, what's going on here? When you see numbers come out in Katsina, like, it's almost insurmountable. After the northwest, the second largest region with the highest number of votes is the southwest. So even if you don't get what Buhari is getting in the north, you can as well maximize your own numbers. Put everything into your own house. It's not like you come from the southeast where they have the smallest number of registered voters. No, you come from the region with the second largest number of registered voters. So he can actually push his number as very high as possible in the southwest, and then there will be a reduction in that northwest area based on the fact that Buhari is not on the ballot. So you can as well gain some area, some vote again in the northeast, which is the area where Kashim Shettima come from. So there will be a balance here. And these people are not stupid anyway. The Tinubu team, they are not stupid people. These guys are they are highly, they are people with very high capacity. So they would have done their numbers. They would have put everything together. But I still believe that if he's going to win the election, he has to do extremely well in the southwest. And that was why when I was listening the other day and somebody did a graph, and then they said, I think they were giving some candidate 25-26% in Ondo and Ekiti. I'll just shake my head. I say, these guys are crazy people, man. Listen, one man, you see this election here.
That was Collins. That was Collins giving us that Fabu.
If there are two states that I think
not Collins or Lincoln. Sorry, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, if there are two states that I think will go so huge, so massively in favor of APC in this election, those two states will be Ondo and Ekiti. I'm telling you, you will see numbers like, not that they have the numbers, but the margin you will see, it will be unreal. Like, it will be unreal. I don't know. The time will soon come. Basically, the structure, is, if you go to Ekiti, it's almost like a one-party state when it comes to the presidential election. So this Ondo is almost the same thing. So I just don't understand when people
and Akeredolu is mobilizing quite heavily in Ondo State. He's actually giving a public holiday for people to go and collect their PVC.
There's a reason why I personally mentioned those two states. You understand? Because I know for a fact that these two states will come out heavily, because this, among all the Yoruba states, right? These are the two homes of progressives. So when you have a progressive on the ballot, they are weighing heavily towards us. Go and look at it from time. Just go and look at it from time. The numbers is crazy when you have a southwesterner progressive on the ballot. You go to those two states and you look at the numbers, you'll be surprised. It weighs so heavily one side. So for me, we're just waiting for the election to come. Sometimes we are all, we are all humans. At times we can be wrong. So, but based on previous records, if we were to go with previous record and then try to analyze things, give and take, for me, I still think the man is going to win the election. But me thinking one thing and them playing their own politics on ground is another thing. So if he loses, then he have to then hold them Ganduje. Take his they'll take Ajimobi's son away from Ganduje's Ganduje's daughter.
Yes, there it is.
So you're no longer
take his chieftaincy title from Oyo State.
you're no longer
they give him a chieftaincy title, yes.
But Ganduje is strongly committed to this Tinubu's presidential.
Akim,
is strongly committed.
It's like you know the Ondua and the Kizitarian very well, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what I see is that one man. If I tell you this, it may sound funny, but Atiku, there's of course is. Do you know what is called Naka say Naka? One man. Naka say Naka. Yeah. No. Naka say. If anybody from the north here understand what it means like vote for stay with your own person. Atiku is reducing this campaign now because of so many problems, so many issues, so many insurmountable, irreconcilable differences that he's facing in his party. He's trying to play the expectation of betrayal from the north. He's trying to play that card now. That's why you are seeing all this kind of stuff. I came here maybe some days ago when I was telling you that Najatu woman, what she did. I think 24 hours later, you guys found out the whole truth. The fact is that in Aso Rock right there, Kabas are there, right, that actually do not want Ashiwaju. But most of the things that are happening in that Aso Rock, I can even tell you that Buhari does not know more, at least 50% of those things happening. The guy is just like, of course, Mama Daura knows who they want. They want somebody like Lawal. They don't even want Amechi. They want a Lawal that they can basically control because they want to have the continuation of Buhari in Aso Rock. Nobody wants to deal with Ashiwaju now because they know he's stubborn and he won't do that. Even without even winning the election already, he's already threatening the subsidy. He's threatening a lot of where they have their cash cows from. And then
enigmatic. Tinubu is too big for that. That's the problem. If the man is it's like a government.
They know they can't control him. That's the biggest problem.
They can't control. There's no way they control him.
And they know he's unpredictable too. That's the other thing.
This man moves. This man goes and
they feel he has a Yoruba agenda. That's another thing, So they just don't trust him.
Yeah, this man went and picked. He went and picked a Kanuri man as a vice presidential candidate. They are looking at him and say, "Guy, what's wrong here? We picked a Yoruba man as our own president, as vice presidential candidate. We gave it to you. It's your turn. You didn't pick a Fulani man." So the man is going like, "Listen, I don't care. This is me. Look, you either work for me or you're not working for me. I'm still going to go ahead with what I'm doing." So the man, to them, they look at him. It's just too big for them. It's too big because it's not Aswaju is not somebody who is not a one man. Just imagine you're talking about state after state after state after state after state, even within the institution of government, the Senate, the House of Rep. He's got people everywhere, people that are so loyal to him everywhere. So how do you push that kind of a man aside? It's just too big for them. That is their problem. So they look at him and say, "Look, this one is a no-go area. We can't do nothing. Once he is here, we pack our load and we go. That's all."
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Akim. So thank you, Akim. So Akim, for time, let me go on from you and let me go to Enigmatic, who has been chiming in and now takes the floor. So Enigmatic, to the conversation, your contribution, kick it off from the surrogate that opened his mouth when he was meant to keep it short.
Actually, I didn't even see that until when you were talking about it. I have to go take a quick look at that. Of course, I think if and it's a very Adewale is a very good guy. He used to be the chairman of, I think, Amu or something like that in Lagos. He's been a very loyal guy today. I don't know what happened. If you actually don't know what happened, you probably want to pick him up as a fifth columnist or as a double agent to the campaign, because he was it's beyond brother die that he was picking one man. Like, because even if you want to make a defense, this is very simple defense. Number one, bullion vans are not meant only for conveying cash, right? There are other things you can convey with bullion van, treasury notes, security, uh, high security materials, and then personal stuff, like property, like valuables, gold, jewelry, and stuff like that. And then even, right, even under the law, assuming without considering that, okay, let's assume that it was conveying cash to a certain address or to Ashua just address that very day, right? The law permits that as long as it is not beyond a certain amount, I think 5 million naira, right? You are still within the law to use that to convey, to use bullion VAT to convey that to your personal residence. But who can actually say, you and I, or the PDP or the obedience, who can actually speak to the exact figure in that bullion van? You understand what I'm saying? One man. So if you actually want to test it in the court of law, I could say, okay, can you show me the proof that whatever you are claiming, right? You are claiming that you know that the boulevard was conveying cash. Okay, now I've agreed with you by virtue of a presumption that this is conveying cash, but how much is that cash? So is it beyond the constitutional limit as espoused by the law, right? Anti-laundry law, anti-actuary law, and anti-laundry act law, or what? Can you actually specify the figure? So that's a very good argument you could actually give over there. Number two, and I said it earlier, right? That PDP should take a crash course in opposition. They need to learn how to be a formidable opposition party. They've been out of power for almost 8 years or over 8 years, right? They are having this uh power constipation syndrome that is actually affecting them. They are not pushing enough how they should. You saw what APC did when they had a little chance, right, against Atiku SPV case. They took it to court. They are lashing on to that. They deployed a SAN to that. Take this case, this bullion van matter, take it to court for once and for all. Go and test the validity of that in court instead of crying almost every time. You know why they're not taking it to court? Because they know when it goes to court, it's going to fall flat in his face. Because when I tell you, when all the scenarios I just actually told you now, by virtue of the provision of the Anti-Laundry Act, you cannot tell me the figures that are in the bullion van, even if with the presumption that it was conveying cash, right? Now we are not sure whether it was conveying cash or it was conveying some security apparatus or some jewelries or whatever. Because anything can be used, a van. I mean, bullion vans is not just an exclusive preserve for conveying cash. So that is rested there. Then on the issue of because on the issue of being the guy who was speaking absolutely incoherently, that is a first pass on his side. He's a very experienced politician and very smart. I think he's schooled in America over here. He's been a mentee of I think Faleke or one of these guys for a long time, and I know when he sits back to see that video, if he actually did that interview, right, with a clear conscience, he would know he actually messed up. But if he actually did it with a mind with an ulterior motive, then he did a good job at that. If he was doing it as a fifth columnist, he did a good job at that. If he was doing it to rub on the APC, that was a good job. But that's the best I can say about that. These folks, APC and Labour Party and any opposition, they should test, their powers in law. They should take all these cases, take the drug charge. They've been talking about Tinubu's drug charges all this while, right? They should take it to court. Take this bullion van issues. Take it to court. You don't know the identity of this man. Take all these things to court and test the validity of your case in court. That's as they've dragged Atiku to court. They drag Atiku to court. Atiku is running from the court now. I don't need to threaten you, one man. I will promise. It's not about promise. It's not about threat. I will do it. Walk the talk. Go to the court. Anybody can do it, right? Yes, anyone can do that.
My brother Enigmatic,
Yes, sir.
they can't take it to court now. But the
because it's no local standard for that court. Because the scenario I just painted to you now. Imagine if you take this kind of bullion van case to court and you are facing somebody like maybe they've deployed like Babatunde Ogala, right, to come and meet you in court. And Babatunde Ogala will first ask you, do you know you said that is the van was conveying a cash, right? Are you sure it wasn't conveying maybe jewelry, or it wasn't conveying some other document or some important document? It could be party register, it could be anything. One man, you know how law works. When you get to court, you are defending your case. Tell me how you are so sure that this bullion van was made only to convey cash. Okay, let's assume on the presumption of cash now. Do you know if this cash if the amount of the cash has violated any constitutional law in the land? Do you know if it's beyond that or below that? Can you actually specify the exact figure in this bullion van? So you'll be looking stupid at the end of the day. That's why they cannot take it to court. It's so easy when you're in America over here. Any small infraction to your human rights, right? Take it, file a lawsuit. The law will protect you. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. You see what Keyamo has done. You see what the APC did, right? The same PDP, they called press conference, right? Keyamo summoned them. Keyamo challenged them. APC challenged them. There is a guy at Chimugu who is out there now about that SPV matter, right? Why are they not challenging that guy to court? Why are they not challenging the validity of this case in court? Why would they always run to Arise TV? Have you seen Arise TV bring this Achimugu guy, this SPV guy, to Arise TV to question him, to interview him, or to actually?
They will not do. Of course, obviously they will not. This is enigmatic. Sorry for cutting you short here. And when people come and say Arise TV, Rufai, these are the people. I keep telling people, guys, stop it. Just stop doing it, because these people they work for themselves. Whatever work for them, they take advantage of. Whatever doesn't work for them, that guy I've never seen. You see, when this David Undeye had whatever I said he had from against Tinubu, they brought him. They brought him to Arise TV to interview him. But since this guy have come out with that tape,
they brought him within 3 days.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Let's get something clear. This guy is not even in Nigeria right now. So what are you guys even talking about?
Guy,
He's not in Nigeria right now. So let's say what we know.
You don't know what you're talking about. Just go ahead with
your. So was David Undeye in Nigeria when Arise TV interviewed him?
Answer now.
No, you're saying they haven't called him. We don't know the fact. We don't know that for a fact.
How long?
We don't know that for a fact.
Was this guy when he was interviewed?
This guy has already had interview in one platform, one platform.
It was BBC that interviewed him.
Akim, do you even know that Keyamo? Do you know Keyamo even raised? Hold on.
Why are we only talking about Arise? Has Channel called him?
Do you know Keyamo actually even raised the issue of Undein and that SPV? That you guys have not called this SPV guy. It took you guys no less than a week when you went to wherever Undein was, when you brought him and then I was talking about investigative journalism, and then when they were asking him, okay, you are an investigative journalist. As an investigative journalist, you are supposed to be independent-minded. You know, right? It's like the face of the justice. You care less a huge whose horse is God when it comes to legal matters, right? So now, are you gonna do the same thing to Atiku? Are you gonna investigate Atiku? Are you
Why
gonna
can't you
investigate
say
other
that about
candidates?
channel?
Listen to
That's
me,
what I'm
guy.
saying.
Guy, wait.
Why would you put it to just
Guy,
arise? Why
hold
can't you
on
say
now.
channels?
Hold on. The guy who understands the matter, Akim, is talking to me. We're having conversation about that. Focus on what you are doing. So when they ask him such questions, he was dribbling, he was flipping. At the end of the day, Abati put it directly to him that, do you have a bone in this matter? It's like you are focusing everything you are doing on Ashwaju. Do you have a personal issue, or why is it Ashwaju alone? Like you because I asked you about article, you said something. Go and watch this video. Eventually, he said he was supporting Peter Obi. At that point, you will see Abati's countenance, and you will see the guy's countenance that he goofed. He wasn't supposed to say that on a national platform, right? So what the inference we are trying to draw on this is that the media is taking a side. Everybody knows that. You cannot tell me that
Everybody knows that.
That Arise TV is not a PDP, and we understand that anything that affects PDP, right, by extension, it affects PDP's appendages, NMPP and Labour Party. So we see the understanding between the two political parties, right? So do not come over here and be trying to tell us what we can see and what people can see with brain. So it's common sense.
That's what you're seeing, enigmatic, not what we can see. What
Okay.
you are seeing,
it's okay.
That's
it's
what
okay.
you're seeing.
God, it's okay. It's okay.
Enigmatic, yeah. I'll just quickly say this before I leave here. See, you see, even this is where I had issue with Arise at that time. The document that this guy presented to you as a television network, right? Arise have even a greater access to those documents. They could have gone there they could have been able to get those information themselves. But instead, they decided to rely on a third party, not even knowing if those documents were genuine or not. But you have a voice, somebody talking on the phone, but you didn't even bother at all.
Is it not almost
You know what defeated that Arise news space for me? It was when no less a person than Reno Omokri, he went to Chicago State University to verify Tinubu's credentials, and he came back to honestly tell them that yes, the guy was actually an honor student and they speak highly of him. And they were interrogating him. Who did you speak with at the university? Did you take the DNA test of the person? I mean, it was unbelievable. The way they were.
It was one man. I was like, what is going on here?
He took photographs. It took a video clip of himself going there to do this, and they were querying the person that he spoke with. That did he have authority? Is he a human being or a Martian? And I was aghast. You know, it was unbelievable.
He even caused some fight. I think he caused some fight between Rufai
and it led to a big fight between. It led to a fight that even that Rufai was started
It's
threatening
quite
Reynolds.
scary stuff. They don't even try to they don't try to disguise their prejudice on that platform.
This is their problem.
Let's get something clear. The document of the whole drug whatever was real, and there's nobody have actually said it wasn't. So I don't know what the other guy.
No,
I'm saying
that Arise TV could have gone there and get those documents themselves.
Do you understand
it's a big TV network.
Do you understand the veracity of the discussion we are having there?
They should have been the one to go there and get that document themselves, not rely on a third party. They can't look that guy showing you that paperwork. He could have just photocopied it from Oluwole.
Do you know what an investigative journalist is? You are not supposed to take a side. He's basically taking a side, and because go and look at the video. One man probably go and look at that video. Abati came, the prosecutorial nature of Abati came out, and he was asking some certain questions. He said, okay, now we understand that you've done this on Tinubu. When are you going to do that of Atiku? When are you going to do that of Obi? When are you going to do that of Atiku Kwakwanso? And then Abati pulled his leg until he came out to say Obi is actually his candidate. You are not supposed to do
Enigmatic,
that as a journal.
can you answer this question? What type
I'm not
of
asking your question. No worry. I'm not
false
asking your
false
question.
news?
No
False
worry.
news. You are in United States, right?
I know the answer your
You are
question.
United States.
Des, let me put something to you. With this David Udenyi coming out to publicly admit that is an Obi sympathizer, does that not then immediately color anything that he puts forward against any other candidate when it's
I mean,
openly said that it's batting for Obi?
one man, I have always said, yeah, I'm an Obi supporter, but I'm a very subjective kind of person. I don't know, even if you see me in another way, that's your opinion. But me, I believe there's something Obi will do. I will come out and criticize Obi no matter what. That's just me as a person. I'm seeing something objectively, and I view it the way I view it.
Okay, but you've not answered
So
the question that I asked you now.
so if the man is speaking objectively and tell you that he's Obi supporter, then it doesn't matter what he said, even if he's Obi supporters, he might actually be speaking objectively. It doesn't matter. There's people
How
like
can
that.
that be? How can you be partisan and
Oh my
objective at
God.
the same
Like
time?
I just told you, I'm taking from my example on myself. Do you get? There are instances I praise Tinubu here. There's instances, there's so many instances. And there's instances I'm like, this is not true. I don't care what people say. In objective view, this is a lie. It's just how it is. So you can be partisan and still be objective. It doesn't matter.
Des,
One man, it doesn't
Des,
matter.
do you know as a Nigerian, as an individual under the law, you are guaranteed under the law to file a lawsuit as an individual against any, like Tinubu now. You are worried about anything about Tinubu, right? You want his identity, you want his school details, everything that you are worried about. You know, as an individual, you can file a lawsuit against him. Do you know that?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, now you know. Now you know. Now I've given you an expo now. Tomorrow or before you come back to this platform, go and file a
I should
lawsuit
go and
about,
file a lawsuit.
yes.
Oh,
Anything that is,
Why not now? You have the
I will give you an
resources.
answer to that.
You have the
I'm
resources.
just
Why
giving you an
and
expo.
why
File a
would I
lawsuit. Anything that is worried that you are worried
why would
about,
I why would I
Atiku,
fight?
anybody. You have the right as an
No,
individual.
understand. If you're trying to fight a battle, if you're trying to fight a battle, you have to fight a battle you can win. That's the
Who
sense to
tells you
it.
you
You
can't
can't
win this?
just listen.
Hold
You
on.
can't just fight a battle you cannot win. That is the problem I had with Showore. Showore was fighting a battle. He came to Nigeria to fight a battle. He knew clearly he couldn't win.
Okay,
There's nothing.
Obi
There's
is
no
fighting a
point there.
At least
Obi is fighting a
he's seen to
battle
be
that he
fighting.
can't win. Obi is fighting a
No,
battle that he will never win.
Obi.
So what are you talking
That
about?
But at least
enigmatic. Don't
he's
say
seen to be
that.
fighting.
Eh?
Obi.
He's seen to be
Obi.
fighting.
Obi was fighting a battle he knew he couldn't win. He ran. He's a smart man.
No, I'm
When he
talking
was
about forget what now. Under
listen, I
Labour
want to tell
Party.
you something. When doing the primaries, calm down. Doing the primaries in
I'm not
PDP,
talking about
he was
that.
fighting
Forget
that
about
battle
that. I'm
when
talking
he
about
knew.
the battle now.
I'm trying to
Now I
under the
know all
primaries when he knew he couldn't win. He ran.
I
Then
know they talk about primaries. That one don't go
now
take.
Obi
The current battle
knows.
now.
I'm telling you now, Obi knows, has the chance, has a very high chance of winning this election. That's why he's still there.
Obi is not a play guy. It's 29 days to go.
Enigmatic,
That's your
you
own
haven't seen the
opinion,
chat.
is it
You haven't
not?
seen the chat. That's why you are saying Obi couldn't win the battle. If you have seen the chat, you would have known that.
Shout from
Obi enigmatic.
All right. Talking
First of
about
all,
charts, let me bring the charts in just so they're not out of sequence. So the penny stock super charts of Jewel of Nashville, not anything like Switch, but nevertheless still the super chart. It says the Showore supported Buhari in 2015. I beg, go sleep. So that was that conversation at that time. And that's why I always
no,
like to
one man,
hold
that was
on.
a mistake. Okay.
No, it was to a conversation that's why I always try to bring the super chat early because they want to point it at a particular point in the conversation. And here is still Joel. It says Achimugu appeared on TVC, Leave David Alone. So Achimugu, of course, the whistleblower in that article space. So thank you for the super chat, Joel, and others are welcome to join Joel and others in the super chat as well. So back to you, Enigmatic. Round off that space on this Tinubu surrogate, and I'll take you to another talking point.
Okay, like I just told this now, right? Anyone else on the platform, right, who is crying about article this, article that, Tinubu this, Tinubu that, Kwakwaso this, Kwakwaso so that, you as an individual, as a Nigerian, you are guaranteed, you are covered under the law to file a lawsuit against any individual in Nigeria. You can help us, you can help Nigeria to uncover this, to unravel these secrets that you guys have been so worried about, that you guys have been masturbating, on for so many years. So you can do that. You see what Keyamo has done now. If you have a case, like Atiku is running from the court, they've taken him to court. Instead of coming to court, he sent Dino Melaye and Buala to the TV stations to be talking, to be yapping nonsense. Go to court. Easy. Go to court.
Enigmatic, I just checked now. There's no law to that.
Don't worry.
There's no law.
I say make you
There's
no worry.
law to that.
Oh,
This statement you just made now. There's no law that you can just come and sue someone.
Sometimes when I
There's no law to
speak to you, that's why I say sometimes
don't get too personal.
I'm not because they will think probably I'm but no worry. Kayamo, who is Kayamo? Is Kayamo an individual or not an individual?
All right, take us to Tinubu's commentaries in Abeokuta, the fuel and naira scarcity.
Okay, so I think I will stand on the existing protocol already established by Progressive, and I've said it already, right? One man, but I'll take my own in a different dimension. This is why we have problem with some people in Nigeria shifting ground when it is convenient for them, and then when it is not convenient for you, that person you are shifting ground on now in favor will become the best Efulefu in the world when it does not favor you. I'm going to start from Lagos State. Look at Lagos State, one man. There was a time that the Oba of Lagos, right, told the Igbos that they should go and jump in the lagoon if they do not vote for Ambode. They vote overwhelmingly against Ambode. They voted for the candidate of PDP, Jimmy Agbaje, against Ambode. Today, as we are speaking now, Ambode is their best friend in Lagos State because of convenience, because it's working in their narrative. Good. Now, Buhari, this same Buhari, Owoma Buhari, that we know the kind of love, quote and unquote, a reverse love that they have for him. All of a sudden, Buhari is the Pope, is the another Savior and Messiah, is the Jesus Christ now to them, because something it seems to be going to a certain narrative. We can't be shifting ground when we say we want a good Nigeria. I watched Shuore stuff this evening, and that was the one I came late. You will see intelligence, you will see articulated mind, you will see brilliance. But Nigerians say they want a paradigm shift, but you are scouting around the same bunch of thieves, of criminals that has one link or the other to the old guards, to the people that actually has brought Nigeria to its knee as it is now. So just say I'm supporting my own thief because I have this allegiance to this thief, or I have this love for this thief, or because of this primordial sentiment, or because of these reasons. But don't bring another reason for that. If you want a new Nigeria, let's look at Omoyele Sowore, Jumebika Shuku, Adeole Adebayo, and a couple of all those folks. They are in their 50s. There is a professor among them that is less than 40 years old, if I'm not wrong. But let's go to the crux of the matter. Anything, and like Progressive say, and like I'm saying it now, one man. Are you aware that, or can you see that whatever happens to Atiku it's not really ossified or amplified, because it's like they have this MOU that they must protect each other. But anything that goes against APC and this their quote and unquote, right? Quote and unquote, their natural enemy, Tinubu, you will see it. They are even happier than PDP itself. Let's assume there is a fight between APC and PDP. Does that make an advantage of Labour Party or Obi? Does it mean Obi is gonna win? Or does it mean Labour Party is gonna excel? So when we are calling animals that are imbued with horns, snail should be hiding his face. Snail is not one of those animals, right? So when PDP and APC, when they are having issues, Labour Party shouldn't be happy because it's not going to favor them anyways. If you have to go like that. So the guy was making a certain statement. It was the same people that said at a point the country was derailing, the country was doing this. He was quiet. As I'm talking to you right now, the question again is that because we are speaking to the facts and the optics, as the fuel generation and the cash disbursement, as the situation changed in Nigeria, right? Has there been any shift in ground from then? Then they want to come to the narrative of, oh, he was speaking to PDP, to APC, he was speaking to Buhari. Okay, if he was making that statement to Buhari or APC, how is that the business of Labour Party people? Is it going to make them win? Does it mean the North is going to shift to them immediately? Or have they forgotten that they are not in contention in this election? The number one and the number two are the APC and PDP. They are not near anywhere. So any permutation of or orchestration of betrayal is at the advantage of Atiku, not them, not even Kwakwanso, who has more political relevance, right, than their savior and Messiah. They know that. So I've made a statement about that, right? And I think I will leave it at that so that they won't cry too much. Because when I first came the first time, I don't know what Jewel was doing. He came out from wherever he was. I think I draw them out from their cave or from their coven whenever I come over here. And I don't want to be
Don't worry,
causing
you're
heartbreak
about to
every time.
cry. This I wish
No
we will
wahala.
have time.
No wahala.
One man. I beg. I need
Now
you to
25th. Now the
help us.
25th.
No,
Now
just this night. Not
now the
be even
25th.
25th.
For what?
Make
This
una,
night.
make una settle and with betting.
For what?
No need.
Uh,
This night, one man should play a video and we'll watch it and I'll talk
What video?
about it.
Say Obi no go win.
Calm down now.
Eh?
She will be go win. You go bet with
No,
enigmatic. We go
I'm
win.
not.
If you know they do anything like that, no, they do what they do. That's what I want to
Calm
hear. You go
down
win or
now.
no go win.
Kulata's bet is still on the ground.
No, they
That
know they make mouth.
What was Kulata's bet? Even Obi will come third. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Kulata's bet.
If you
Nobody.
know,
It's 2,500.
Kolata didn't want to take the bet now.
I know it's there
they
now.
give you now.
You don't want
No,
to take it
now
now.
you remember one man. You remember I came out and said,
You try
okay,
to
let's take
change
the
the
bet.
goalpost.
They give you now. Des, forget one man now. You and I, they give you 29 days from now. Obi no go win.
No, the bet was Obi no go carry. Obi go come third. That was the
no
bet.
go win. That's you and Kulata. Now no concern me. Me and you, Obi no go win.
No, Wala, it's your own opinion now.
No, right.
I'm not.
Okay, make you
I don't.
do then.
All right. Give us a very brief narrative on Emefiele, and then I'll go on to War Peace, just because of the time.
Okay. First, Emefiele is first of all, it's quite unfortunate that Nigeria is even having somebody like Emefiele. I think he should be the longest serving CBN governor, if I'm not wrong, right?
He is, yes, by clear distance.
Okay. So Emefiele, as he is, right? Of course, you know, and let me say, people who are close to the dealings in Aso Rock, they know that Emefiele is the candidate of those cabal who actually extended his time in office. He was supposed to be replaced by, I think, somebody from, I think, Ebonyi State or Imo State. I'm not sure, but they had to extend his time because Mama Daura says so. And then, like Progressive says, you know, except probably you just want to be mischievous or basically being hypocritical as usual for someone not to understand that there's a hand behind the scene that is controlling the Aso Rock, right? We've seen it, we've heard it before. Buhari's wife, Aisha, as powerful as she is, the first lady, she had to run for her life at a point in Nigeria. Do you know that Aisha Buhari, right, is one of the closest to Ashwaju in that Aso Rock? Do you know one man? That's at a point they were suspecting her that she was like a fifth columnist, that she was a mole. They had to basically run out of the country so they could do certain things then in Aso Rock. So Emefiele is just doing what he needs to do for the cabal. When he was in the US, when I said, I think I've said it, when he was having that at the peak of that problem, they had to find a soft landing for him before he comes back to Nigeria. And then he's back in Nigeria now. Is he having issues with some politicians? Is he having issues with members of the cabal? At the point he was, but I think everything's ironed out now. And the only issues he's having now is those external cabal now. There are internal cabals and there are external cabals. Those internal cabals are the one that basically operates within the Aso Rock. So it's like a situation between the external and the internal now, right? So, but most of the time, Buhari is in the middle. Buhari does not even know most of the time that goes on within the Aso Rock. So we just pray that this election will come and go. There will be new government, and probably there will be sanity in the CBN and the corporate and the financial corporate system of Nigeria. He has done his best. Over almost 10 years, over 8 years as CBN governor. There's no this policy. He rushed it. I know he very good policy, well intended, but it was not actually planned, well orchestrated, and not well ironed out. It was targeted for political reasons, but they didn't reason it out well. So that will probably be so. We should just be guided, and then no hatred about anybody, because I know maybe for the past 3 days now that I said a couple of things over here. The obedience have gone back to their coven to reorganize, to re-energize their WhatsApp group, and then they are looking for me everywhere now. I'm here, but 25th of February, instead of you going back and forth, bring out the cash. Don't stay here and be running your mouth. Period.
All right. Put your body where your mouth is, Enigmatic on this. So thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, for time, let me take the conversation to World Peace, who has been waiting patiently. So World Peace, you are up next, and to the conversation, kicking it off from Tinubu's surrogate, World Peace from Japan. Konnichiwa.
Yeah, konnichiwa, everybody. Sorry, my earpiece just dropped. You said who Tinubu surrogate? The guy that went to channels?
The one that the guy, yes.
That guy should be flogged. First of all, what is he doing in channels? Yeah, that guy should be flogged. What is he doing in channels? Of course, we have said it here time without numbers. Everybody in Nigeria know channels and Tinubu, they're not in Tinubu team, competing, they're not in good terms. Then why you still going there? And who are you trying to convince? And again, that
not
case,
channel, so it's Arise.
Arise. Sorry, Arise. And again, who are you trying to convince? The case that has happened, that's passed in 2019. You are working the case again. That Bulovan case that was the first case that people really Tribunal want to declare his intention for the ticket in primaries. They came with Bulovan, they came with NSAS, they came with Agbado. Now, all those things have come as past. You don't need to go there and start flogging the dead dog like the Bulovan and all that. It was unnecessary. That guy is. They should question the university that gave him the degree and he's operating on. They should withdraw that certificate from him. Now, the Tinubu campaign is coming back to defend him. It will make it to at least issue a statement that they did not send him. It will make it more ridiculous because it's not putting the media team on a funny spot. That they cannot gag and guide their own members. Like everybody just run to anywhere to say whatever they want to say. It was very, very, very funny. I saw it. I was like, tried to figure out what was this guy saying. That I was in that compound. The car missed its way. Really, he missed his way and went into the compound and stayed in that compound and left at the at their own time of living. And again, I was saying this platform during this. I think it was last year before this, like that Bolivar case will not hold waters in court because you cannot prove it in court that Bolivar was carrying money. As one, two. At that time, Tinubu was just this. How do I say? It was just a that statement. I mean, was that statement just a civilian like us? It was not in government, so it can Bolivar can come to his house.
Private
Citizen.
Yeah.
It was a private citizen, so Bolivar can come to his house. It's not your business, and he gave the best answer to it. Like it or not, it is right. There is no law against Bolivar going to people's house. I think I remember in 2000. Then I remember one of my friends, elder brother, that took his money from Lagos to Benin with Bolivar. I did not see they're arresting him. So they should one man that case will not hold water, but that guy needs to be flogged and it should be suspended. I say that.
And to Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta are the scarcity, naira, and petrol to sabotage his campaign.
Yeah, thank you. Everybody know my stand on that. For me, I'm still saying it is unnecessary for him to do that. That of a Milokon was understandable because that was the primaries was speaking to APC delegates. That was APC affair. But this time around, going back to Ogun, it wasn't APC affair again. It's Nigerian affair. It was not even the APC rally. He's speaking to Nigerians. So whatever issues, I'm not saying there's no issue, but whatever issue he has between the cabals in the Aso Rock, you should make that statement. If they're having APC town hall meeting, that would be APC to APC. So people will not worry about it. But making that statement in that kind of gathering, you start making people start questioning that, okay, your party is not even capable, or your party is fighting against you, and we want you to you are seeking votes, you are seeking people's vote to vote your party, to vote you in through your party. So that will bring divided attention. To me, it's two things. What I wanted to say at the end, like that statement, it was a bold statement, yes. But we are breaking it down to only Tinubu. But it's not, to me, when I saw it, it was not just Tinubu, it's a threat to the South. What was trying to say that the North or the power that be in the North, they don't want the power to come to the South. And we all need to be feel threatened about that. We don't need to embellish it. We don't need to cause apprehension. What he said carry weight. If they are suppressing Tinubu not to win the presidency, then we have to understand that the South is in danger. Injustice to one Southern aspirant is injustice to all Southern aspirants anyway. That's what everybody needs to look at. If our Papa Tinubu, they are trying to suppress him like this, meaning every other candidate from the South is in problem, and we should need to rise up and show to them that if the power doesn't come to South, they will not have it likely. Will not have it likely, and Nigeria will not be nice for them. That's really where I saw that statement that, okay, this statement make power. But the other hand is really, really unnecessary because it's election time, the seat is on, people will read different meanings to it, people will pick it up from there, the vultures will pick up the scrap, run with it, and all that. End of the day, we are dividing ourselves. Like Benin will say, what is not up to one, you say yes, you cut it to half. Just to say we are really on a big disadvantage. And that statement is not supposed to make it at all. That narrow statement, even the fuel is okay. The narrow own is your government. You're talking to your government, and you're talking to yourself. You're throwing a shot at Buhari. No matter how you turn the what do you call it, the whatever how you call it, it will roll back to still pointing out Buhari, the government. If it's not Buhari directly, pointing to the administration. Who is in charge? The CBN. Who is controlling the CBN? Is Buhari. So saying that trying to design the naira, are you not saying your party is incompetent to tackle the proposed staffing that position? That's the same thing they run against Jonathan to demarcate Jonathan, that his party is his government and his party is they are weak, they're not fit to rule the country. Now you are saying same thing and the same party you are running on. So it's not good, one man. we should take that statement as a very strong political statement that's everybody from the South stand up, take our arm that the power must come to the South. How it comes to the South is left for us. When it comes to the South, how we share it among us is left for us. And we should, Tinubu was not necessary for Tinubu to make that statement in that rally. You could make it in APC town hall meeting with APC to APC because that is their in-house problem. One man, that's how I see that statement.
All right, brilliant. Let me quickly acknowledge Joel of Nashville super chat. It says world peace is arise or what he said. With a bro, or is it arise or what he said? But whatever that means, thank you for the super chat. And others are welcome to join Joel in that super chat space as well. Only about 2-3 people are using that function at the moment. And also the buy the coffee space as well. People should join Ayo in that space. Ayo seems to be the only one that ever does that. It cannot be right that he's the only one. But let me take you to the travails of Emefiele, wanted dead or alive by the House of Representatives. Why do you think they are weighing so heavily on this looter from the creeks?
Emefiele is as well as dirty as any other politician in Nigeria. I think he is more dirty than the rest. That guy is corrupt. We use the word the Cameron used, fantastic corrupt. How is it fantastic or fantastically? I don't know what, but fantastic corrupt. Emefiele is not free, and again, he's running. And Igbano Jamila, it was like Adoiko said, it was not a rubbish statement he made, but just because he made the statement during the political season, people can read different meanings to it. I cannot say it was supposed to be because there's a community that under that section in the House of Assembly to make that statement. I'm not in. It's not my right to say that. But whatever statement make, the summary him and make a statement he doesn't show up, he will order his arrest. It was not wrong. It's the right thing to say. But because everybody know that Emefiele is Tinubu's boy who always read meanings to it. When I first saw it, that was the first meaning I read to it, like, oh. But later, when I checked, I said, well, he's the speaker of the house. He has the right to invite Emefiele. But it's only this Buhari regime that they will invite people, they will not show up. Breach of law, no respect of law. You know, it's something that is very, 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 very sickening. And now, see, Emefiele is doing the right course because they have done so many wrong things before. People don't trust that this move that he's making. Of course, the Naira note is not in circulation. I still say it's not in circulation. Anybody that said otherwise is lying. The Naira note is not in circulation. I understand what my brother wanted to tell me. Yes, we all know the cabal that wants to control the power they already have their own Naira notes to support their own people. But we in the South are not getting it to do what we want to do. Who is affecting is we. I've said this thing before. I asked one man this question for a long time ago that this new policy that is bringing, who is it going to profit and who is it going to defranchise? Well, I can't remember one man's question. I think his answer was like, it's going to profit everybody. But who is going to defranchise, we don't really know. But now we can see it now. That one person has stood up and cried out that it's affecting his campaign. So it's not only that person from the South, it's going to be everybody from the South. The Northerners will have the money to do what they're going to do. I've not seen article complaining. Let's say remove Peter Obi from the contest. Kwakwaso is there to sell his vote to the highest bidder. So we all know what Emefiele is doing is controlled by the cabal that wants to be. And don't forget, these people never forgive or forget. That ticket Tinubu got, they are still angry. So we're not seeing Lawal to make that question. This is Lawal that's supposed to summon, like the Senate is supposed to summon Emefiele. He's not speaking. So you know they have their hand is they are playing a big role in this thing that is going on. They should please settle it because the poor that is suffering it. They should allow cash to be on the circulation in any way they can. And then if they are still staying on their deadline, they should stay on their deadline and let that be fuel. The masses are suffering. One man, Emefiele is corrupt. He should not supposed to be there at first place. He's not supposed to be trusted.
What this?
Yes, sir.
One has spoken against 31st deadline. He's spoken against it as well. So
really?
Just, yes, he has spoken.
I've not seen it.
Yeah, because people are putting pressure on them from
different quarters around the country that the money, particularly people in the rural area where bank does not exist, people cannot change their money. People in the cities can sorry in the yeah, people in the big cities, they cannot they can't even get the new note. They go to ATM, it's old notes, the same old note that the ATM will dispense to them. So he has spoken out, against it too, against the deadline. So it's not one-sided. It's not just what do you call it? Well, yeah, that is, but majority or even all of them, the all the assemblymen, both the senators and the rep, they are against that. They are not against the policy, but the deadline for this thing, they said a lot of our people have not couldn't even get that money. So
Yeah. Well, anyway, whatever they are going to do, they should do it fast because it's the poor masses that are suffering it. We're still saying all this. We are saying the rich people still get their money one way or the other. It's just the poor masses. And again, somebody said something like, people are POS, is it POS vendors are holding the money, and I think I read it. People are holding the money already. You want to go and buy 1 million. Somebody will tell you, give me, I'll give you 900,000 for you to give me 1 million. They'll give you new currency of 900,000. You credit them 1 million from your bank. So people are already making money from it. In any situation, there are people that are going to profit, and there are people that are going to still suffer it. So they should make whatever they're going to do, they should do it fast. But me personally know that this thing is just political. After this election, things will reverse back to where it is. They just want to reduce, control the election. But if they should allow this policy to stay, it will be good. Our economy will grow. This corruption will reduce because there's so much money in circulation that they can topple the government. Some people are so rich. Some people have stocked trillions of naira on the soak away. Some people have forgotten money where they buried money. There's so much money on the system that they can cause instability in the country. So they should mop away all this money that is outside the central bank. And again, that man Emefiele should not supposed to be there. He contested, even went to court, and yet he's still the CBN governor. How can we not trust his policy? So that's the problem of Nigeria. When they try to do one good thing and they use the other hand to spoil it, people will not live. People will not be in the middle, because in the middle start thinking, which way will I go? So it will be difficult for us to really, really, really accept what Emefiele is trying to do. In one hand is good, the other hand is political. He's as well as corrupt as the person that is trying to stop. One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, War Peace. So War
Yeah,
Peace,
you're welcome.
for time. Let me take the conversation on from you in the direction of Patrick. See if he's still there. Patrick, are you still there?
Yeah, woman, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation, your thoughts are kicking it off from the Tinubu surrogate.
No, I just like you said, I think it just created another extra work for the team, and all the energy that they could have channeled into, let me not say all, some of the energy they could have channeled into propelling themselves further is going to be used in doing some damage control. He said, the bullion van went to the wrong house. So when it got to the wrong house, why can't they tell you, this is not, we didn't call for you, go to where you're supposed to go?
Of all of the dumb things that we have heard in politics, this has to be the dumbest thing in this. I've not heard anything more stupid.
If a bullion van,
it's just unbelievable. Any way you look at it, it is stupid.
A bullion van comes to my house and I say, yeah, open the garage, yeah, load the money.
He said it wasn't even money that was inside, that the van was, he said the van was empty. Unbelievable.
Patrick, another thing I think is that, do you know, I know you live in the West too. If I want to go to my bank now and tell them I want to withdraw $10,000, they will wonder, what are you going to do with it? They will ask me if I need an escort, if I need a vehicle, a security van, So even with $10,000,
For
what I'm saying is,
10,000.
yeah, for $10,000 in some jurisdiction,
Oh,
they wonder
oh, are you really?
what do you want to really do with it. So look at all those security companies that go to stores to take out money. They don't take at times they don't even take more than 20,000, but they use guards like two guards with bulletproof van and all those stuff. They go to store. So you understand what I'm saying? So it's like that. But my concern is, and I ask myself, okay, what was the bullion van for? Was Tinubu running for an election? I just want to call us back to what Ajanle Koko said. This man took his neck out for people like Oshibajo. Oshibajo was running for vice presidential. Tinubu was not on that ballot. Oshibajo was. Buhari was. Tinubu will never have needed the bullion van to win the governorship of Lagos State, which was, let's say, his interest. You understand? But I mean, he did all that to make sure that.
You know what I think, Patrick? I think that bullion van was actually sent from the federal space to him.
Some people said it was
Yeah.
Oshibajo or something. That was it was market money or
Because he's
something.
not going to use his own money to re-elect Buhari easy, especially when Buhari is sitting on top of central bank.
And not just that, you remember that for most part of the first tenure of Buhari, Tinubu was even kept aside, and some people are so liking Buhari now that I'm also love him. They say, look at him, they showed him, and then they are the ones saying, oh, Buhari is not going to campaign for him. Now Buhari started campaigning, they say, oh, body language. I don't know, people are so smart now, they can read people's mind just by looking at them. You understand? Just looking at the way you stand, they say, oh, his body language is saying this, and then we spend time discussing it. There's nothing in body language. The man has said, I'm going to. The man wouldn't want his party to lose. That's just the truth. That video that is going around saying that the Naira thing, if you watch the entire thing, Buhari spoke about Tinubu and said Tinubu that the party was lucky to have him as a candidate. If you watch the entire video, that the party was lucky to have him. And they say, are you sure your party will? He said, do you have a reason why our party should not win? He said, our candidate is well known. He was 2 times governor of Lagos. I think the party is lucky to have him as a candidate, but they won't show the entire one. They will just cut that clip. I am not a baby. Nobody can just push me with narratives and somebody. With due respect, though, I'm not saying I'm very old, but I mean, I know what is true, and I dig for the truth. I am fully persuaded.
Baba, you don't hold.
After watching Benue, after watching Ogun, if you think Buhari, if you think Tinubu is not going to win presidency, you need to tell us what you are smoking. After watching Benue, after watching Bauchi, after watching Kano, after watching Abia.
You see, in my
Patrick,
Patrick, where anybody
Woman.
No, I think it was Ajanle Koko that was coming in.
Okay, what's Ajanle Koko saying?
You said what? How did you say that? If anybody says something, maybe that person has drank something.
I say you must be telling us what you are smoking. If after watching Benue, after watching Ogun, after watching Abia,
and Kano,
you have not gone to Ebonyi, Kano.
But Egbon Patrick, you should think about this, and we should give Atiku some kudos. We should give him some very big credit as a big politician. I've always said it that you cannot underestimate, regardless of the squabbles, the skirmishes going on in PDP. You cannot underestimate, the political dexterity of a veteran like Atiku. Atiku is playing a narrative, right? He's playing a narrative of betrayal in the north because he has lost almost everything in the south. Take it or leave it. So this Naka that I tell you to watch. There was a man from the north that came to analyze that stuff. That what the thing the guy is trying to do in the north now is that he's going into and that's why they've deployed Shetima, right? They've deployed Shetima and most of the northern governors. I think it was Progressive that said it. Excuse me, that said it too. Provided the northern governors stay with the course of the campaign, it's a done deal. And that's why you see most of the governors now with Shetima, they are walking into the interland now to change that narrative of Naka said Naka that Atiku is preaching. Atiku is preaching that vote for your son. Nobody, Ashiwaju is a Yoruba man. Shetima is going to be number 2. I'm going to be number 1. So nobody is going to have your interest than number 1, than myself, than your son. But the problem Atiku is having with most of the northern oligarchs is what has been following for a long time. Is considered a treacherous northerner. Is considered a serial betrayer, because they are not just saying that on a pattern of conjecture. They are saying that on a pattern of fact and what they've seen.
Experience,
Right?
yeah.
Experience of, because he has basically betrayed almost everybody that comes in contact with him politically up until now.
All right, thank you, Enigmatic. Round up that space, Patrick, and then take us to Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta.
So yeah, it's they are going to be doing extra, but the people they are going to be singing that to are the people who already knew. There's nobody they are going to tell about Bullion Van now that didn't know. And if Bullion Van is going to influence that decision, it must have been influenced by now. It's just that maybe some people want to change their mind among the obedient. The Bullion Van will reinforce it, but I don't see any obedient changing his mind. So it doesn't really matter. And the Bullion Van is a no big deal to articulate. Their guy, they use not Bullion. PDP
I don't think
private
Atiku
jets
can.
to
I
steal
don't think
money.
Atiku can speak on the bullion van, given all the expose that is coming out about him at the
I
moment.
mean, 2019, the same 2019 we are talking about. Atiku flooded Port Harcourt with dollars. It was all over the place. So people they don't have anything. It's obedient are going to be saying it. And the question I will ask is,
They latch on to anything, don't they? The
just like
obedience space, and then they
was
want
it
to.
Enigmatic that said it
Oh
that
man,
so
what's
if
funny is
Tinubu
that
loses now, do you think Obi is going to be the winner? That's just the
If
one,
thing now.
Tinubu loses, then we'll be having a Fulani president.
Yeah,
It's as
no,
so
simple as
one
that.
man.
And
What's funny? You know
that
what's
should tell
funny?
you that Obi wins now. If Atiku wins, Obi wins. You can't
yeah,
separate
What's
both of them. They are
because Obi
the
is working
same.
for Atiku.
Look,
what's funny?
let me
What's
tell
funny is
you,
that this
if
case. Yeah,
Atiku
Angelico.
wins and he offered Obi appointment, Obi will take it.
Obi will take it now. Obi will take it now.
Obi
Yes,
will
that's
take
what
it.
you guys. That's what you
All
guys
right,
think.
there's coming,
For
and
the
then
love of country.
please round off that space after. So coming there's
Okay.
there's and then round it off quickly after that, Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple. Once they say Obi people lashes, as this news came out, you don't even hear Obi people lashing into anything. It's still PDP that that was lashing into everything that is coming out. So I don't know why. Is it like obedience? People are threatened so much that they will disregard PDP when they even say something. I
No
want
be
to put
so.
it to
No,
obedience.
no be
I
so.
don't. I
No
don't
be so.
understand.
We are not.
They are
You
getting
you
jittery. They
say
are getting
you
jittery.
say no, you say we can't win the election
Okay,
and we did it, but every time you're talking about us, what's the
If we are
problem?
worked up by obedience, let me respond to that.
No, I don't
Let me
understand.
respond to that. In short, we are not worked up by obedience because Obi is inconsequential in these elections. Sincerely.
Fine, stop talking about us. It's
Obi,
very
I will talk
simple.
about
Is it
him
not very
because people talk
simple?
about
We are
I will talk about
inconsequential,
him.
then
I
there's
will
no
talk about
point.
him because we talk about that. Obi
Should leave
is
obedient too.
Yes.
inconsequential.
No,
He
Angelica, it's
doesn't.
very simple now. If I
I think you
say
are driving, right?
one
Are you
man,
not driving this? Are
no,
you not
what
driving?
if I say Tinubu is inconsequential, I
I'm
wouldn't be
trying to
talking about him.
I'm
It's
trying
just
to
like
create a value.
Adewale. We are not talking about Adewale. We are not
I'm
talking about
struggling. Do you know I'm
all these
struggling
small
to
people.
place a political value on the man?
Go and watch
You
Bauchi
know,
campaign.
as we get
It's
so sorry, as we get to this phase of the election, days, the narrative now is between Tinubu and Atiku.
Yeah.
I think the Peter Obi space is served this time. That's what people think.
That's a lie, because we watched what happened in Bauchi a few days ago.
What happened there?
Massive. Go and watch it now. Do you want one man to play the? See, one man. Before, I never thought there will be like 3 or 5 people in that Bauchi rally.
Look at Abia.
I would.
The place they call obedience.
Are they up to 500?
Can you listen to me?
Yes, are they up to 500 in Bauchi?
Watch the video now. It's very simple.
Look at
all those your video,
one
all
man.
those
Do you want to play the video for them?
There are many. There are many.
I'm not playing any video. We're nearly 7 hours in. I'm just waiting to. My bed is calling me.
Let's just round up that. So the guy is giving them extra work. So, but they are going to fix it. It's not going to have any effect on the campaign, and we are set for Aso Rock. Then Tinubu's outburst. You see, Tinubu has the tendency to be misinterpreted and misunderstood. It's okay. That's what we expect, and that's what we expect from a president too. Eventually, he's getting used to it. When he says something, people will twist it. When he eventually becomes the president, that's what will happen. But that will not stop us from becoming president, and will not stop us from performing. We are not only going to rule Nigeria, we are going to perform. And as a result of our performance in between 2023 and 2027, Obi's presidential ambition will be dead.
You said that with some there was some venom in now. You said that there was some venom.
One man is crazy.
There's some venom. There's some venom in that.
You can see the passion.
I'm telling you, his strategy is to say,
oh my God,
government is not doing this. He will not have anything to say.
The passion. Oh my God.
You understand? He will not have anything to say again. Because we will be ahead of Bangladesh, Nicaragua. Where are all those countries again?
And Malaysia. I like to talk about Malaysia.
They go to Malaysia because he knows that people
Vietnam.
People don't know Vietnam. He will mention some. They'll say, this man is knowledgeable. You see, you people are just.
I'm very happy that you know everything that he's talking about. That means you're listening.
Knowledgeable. Look at him. Knowledgeable.
You're listening. That's good.
I said, is this the best of you guys? You have erudite scholars. You have intelligent people. Even a typical Dumotas trader.
So Tinubu is the best now for us. Can you imagine your
don't
statement?
worry now. February is coming. That's when you will know.
Oh my God. So Tinubu is now the best for Nigerians. Can you imagine?
From today, I will stop talking about him. I will stop talking about him.
Thank you.
Because it's
no problem.
Inconsequential. I shouldn't even be talking about him. I'm telling you.
No problem.
Nnamdi Kanu is more intelligent than that guy.
No problem. We agree. We agree.
Don't worry. So what the outburst, so they have tendency to misinterpret everything. We're already used to that. The man was addressing the oil, the petroleum shortage. They say, he's attacking Buhari. So are you defending Buhari now? Go ahead and defend him. The Fulani man from Zoo. You are defending the Fulani Zoo man against Yoruba man. It's okay because you hate Tinubu. You understand? Very soon now, when we say Buhari has to say, Zoo. Now Tinubu has come, they say Zoo. We are ready.
I don't hate Tinubu, I beg. I don't hate Tinubu.
The Fulani will soon be free after May 29. It will be our
I don't hate
and we are
Tinubu.
Ready. We are not as we cannot be cowed. We are not as silent, as inarticulate as those people. If you give it to us, we come to you intelligently, we come at you and strike you.
Settle down,
Patrick. Settle down.
Do you know the problem I have?
We still want to be friends in March.
One man. I will tell you the simple truth about me. If there's a simple truth, even my friends there will tell you. There's how I make friends, and if I see that your vision doesn't align with the public, the right sense of humanity, I will definitely stop that friendship. It's not about anything. It's about just my principal self. Do you get? So when someone
Let
makes
me
a
ask you a question.
statement,
Hold on, let him land.
no.
Enigmatic.
When someone makes a statement that Tinubu is the best for us, I
Yes,
like to
as it
be
is
the.
now.
I mean, if I see that person in real life, I will be dodging you. That's just the truth. I
No,
might be
no,
laughing
but
with
no, no,
you,
but you can't say
but I'll be
that though.
dodging
Oh,
you.
hold on, Des.
I'm the one. You might not even have the opportunity
That's
to see
not
me in real
that's
life,
not
so
a
no
fair
problem.
position to take, Des, because Tinubu is the best in the eyes of people who see him as the
In the
best.
entire crop.
And even from your view, Peter Obi is the best from the eyes that you are saying it. So it cannot be that your way or no way.
You know why I said this? I said out of the bunch that we have, the three bunch that we have, I never said that P2B is the best of all the whole presidential candidates.
Okay, you know
But
to
when
rest
so,
better than him.
I'm never disagreeing to that. I've never
No,
said
you
So
think
who
that.
is
Peter
better
Obi?
than him?
Okay, so you think Peter Obi is the best of the top three, and
Yes.
Patrick thinks Tinubu is the best of the top three.
On
So
what
what
Then
ground?
the same thing that
on what?
entitles hold on, the same thing that entitles you to have those thoughts entitles him as well. It doesn't make him
Okay.
a bad man just because he doesn't agree with your politics.
No, it's his personal
I
policy that
never
he doesn't feel
one
Tinubu
man. I
is.
never said I've never come here and said Tinubu is not intelligent or Tinubu is whatever or this one. This I've never done that. You can play. There's none of my. I only have simple problem. He is not fit. It's as simple as that. There is
My brother,
nothing
Okay,
to
Des.
hide about
me,
it.
I've
Des.
come to say
It's
that
very
According
Peter
to
simple.
Obi,
you,
I've come to say, I say humbly that Peter Obi is not intelligent.
No
That depends.
problem.
That depends on the intelligence of the person that is speaking. I am
No
humbly saying
problem.
I am more intelligent than him.
One
That's
man.
why
One man.
you
Let
know
me.
Patrick
when
for
your level of
president.
intelligence is low.
One man.
You see some
Let me
people.
give you an
You see
instance.
No, no,
you see some
but
people and you think they are
Patrick,
intelligent. I am more
Patrick,
intelligent than him with
Patrick, to
every
be
sense of humility.
Patrick, to be fair, nobody has ever accused Peter Obi of being intelligent. What people attribute to him is pragmatism. I don't think even Peter Obi puts himself forward as being an intelligent man.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. One man, when you were in
So
secondary
you
school,
agree then that Peter Obi is not
But
intelligent?
one
one man,
man,
you can't really say
one
Peter Obi
man,
is pragmatic
one
too.
one
So
man.
man,
I want to
Let
go
me let me
into
say
one
something.
man.
Let me
that.
say something. When we were in secondary school, yeah, the people they choose as senior prefect or DSP is not the people that carry first, right? It's the
That's
people
your
that
school. In
has
my
the
school,
quality.
it is the
No,
people
no,
that
no,
Listen,
are the
Des,
best
no.
that they
My
it,
choose. In my
school.
own
Oh,
school.
no,
I
in
don't know the
my
kind of school. I
school,
don't know your school.
Uh,
But don't we need an
no.
intelligent man
Listen,
now? Don't we need an
listen.
intelligent man as president now?
Listen, it's people that has the capacity
Well,
of leadership. There's a difference between her being a
What is your
leader.
definition of capacity? Des,
that
Listen,
capacity?
listen of capacity. You know what's the definition of being a leader?
okay, tell me
That's
now.
what you say.
How has your
What does
candidate demonstrated that?
what does
Show me one.
go in
That
Anambra? You
capacity.
say it.
Go
There's
and
no
Go and
there's
verify. Go and
nothing there.
verify.
go and
Go and
There's
verify.
verify.
nothing
Go
there.
and
That's the only
When
verify.
thing. Go and
the man was
verify.
speaking Chatham House, he said, "You know, Peter, you were there. I wasn't on any salary. That is nonsense.
One man,
Des,
one
The
man,
fact that you are not,
I
I
don't
don't
want
own
one
to.
the,
man,
I run
one
a
man.
country. I don't owe
Listen,
salary to.
I don't
I have
want to.
staff.
I
I
don't
listen.
want
don't
to
owe them
compound your. I
salary.
don't want to
If you
compound
owe
your
salary, you
There's
go to
nothing.
jail.
There's nothing
So
to
what's
confirm.
special
One man
there?
has a video. We
You
can
took a
debunk
service and you are saying I
everything.
pay people when
Listen,
when they serve me.
But I
That's
have
one
question
nonsense.
for you
man.
there. I have one question for you real
Yes.
quick. The question is, you said okay now if I have a business now or there's something that can bring good cash for the two of us, if I bring it to you as a proposal and it's gonna be good for us, because I'm dragging your OB through the floor this way now, you go hate me for that, no go carry, you won't consider the
You
So
won't.
your
That's a
question
good boy.
is
He go
not.
kill you now.
No. Your question is not even coherence with what we're talking about. We are talking
no
about
it's
leadership.
It's not
If I
no
have
coherent
a
no
because
no
company,
you
as an
I'm
Igbo man,
listen.
we will not turn it down
If I
now.
I'm
have a
talking.
company,
Hold
listen up.
down, hold
If I
on.
have a
You
company,
said if you see somebody, you'll be dodging that person. But I'm talking to you now that if maybe somebody say, okay, Tinubu is the best for me. For instance, Mr. Patrick, let me use Mr. Patrick now. Tinubu is the best. But when you see Mr. Patrick and you have a deal that could make some good fortunes for the two of you, but because of his stand, right, his political belief, how would you handle that? Would you jettison that opportunity because of that political?
Honestly, if I'm speaking, I will say yes, I will. You don't know me.
Guy
You
deny.
don't. You don't. No, I'm not denying. I'm not denying anything. I deal with
Okay.
people. See,
What about me?
I've built
Ah,
enigmatic. I
you
built
are
my
what?
business with trust.
What
Listen, I
about me?
built
What
my
about me?
business.
What about
I
me?
built enigmatic. I've not met you in real life. I meet you in real life, and I feel
Okay.
like
No, Allah.
you can't be trusted. There is nothing. Even if you bring any business for me that will get me to the billion mark,
That's
I
a
would
no.
not.
That's a no,
No, I'm
right?
telling you the truth. I would
That's no,
not
that's no.
because I don't know where you can backstab me. You know, I don't want to be. I don't have to look in front and be looking back at the same time.
No worry,
Do you
no
get?
worry. I go still call you.
See,
We go do
one man,
business.
you
No
see all
worry.
the things they are saying about Tinubu, Buhari. It is not what it is. It is what they wish. They wish Buhari is not supporting him. They wish his body language is saying otherwise. They wish the northern governors are going to sabotage him. They wish, that's what they wish. They say, "Ah, that thing means something now." Like what he said, he must have heard that. That's what they wish. But their wish is nothing because we have spoken. Nigerians will speak, and Nigerians are speaking everywhere. Tinubu went to, Nigerians are speaking. I was happy to see Enugu, happy to see Apia. I am going to be happier by the time I see a boy and Owe. You see, the women rally in Oweri. That was the beginning. I said, okay, they should not worry. By the time we go to Akwa Ibom, by the time we enter rivers, you will see. And then at that point, they will know they will know what's up. They will know what's up.
All right, Brian. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. So Nigerians are speaking. So now let's hear Fatai speak. So for time, Patrick, let's move the conversation on to Fatai. But on the way to Fatai, let's acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Prince has taken that super chat baton and he continues the conversation via super chat. It says, "World peace. Thank you for not twisting the truth." So, pat on the back for World Peace's delivery from Prince. So, having discovered the super chat button, Prince is now availing himself of it copiously. The North don't care if they retain power. They have enough oil now. Highest South will do is to go their way. You guys should open your eyes and get it. So I'm not really sure that it is really about money. I think for the North, it's about power and religion, and they want to seize charge of the South to propel their belief and their religion. That, I think, is really what propels them. But we'll see how it plays out in February. Thank you for the super chat, Prince, and keep them coming at the space. So it's not just Prince that is allowed the super chat. Everyone else allowed the super chat. I've put up a minor poll on the thing, asking simply, is Obi, do you consider Peter Obi intelligent or not? So we see how that plays out as we listen to the Cyprus. I've even forgotten half of your title. Cyprus German of Kwara descent. So here he is, Fatai, the usual habitual latecomer. So he comes laterly just to give us his thoughts. So to the conversation, Fatai, and start it off with the Tinubu surrogate, talking gobbledygook on Arise TV. Yeah.
That's the way gobbledygook go. It's all these, what do they call them, alpha, beta males, trying to micromanage Tinubu's, they think Tinubu's campaign is going to be run by Rufai's feelings. We don't want to hurt Rufai's feelings. It's not going to be go on Rufai trying to say, oh, don't let me reshape, to make it a better image. What the better, the man has offered explanation. If there's something illegal there, go to court, take it to court, right? He says it's like after that Chatham House when he gave the interview to BBC. You say, are people enemies of wealth? Are you enemy of wealth? They bring money to me. What is your problem, right? If you believe that there is a campaign violation there, go to court. Otherwise, he's blah 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 in here. The man doesn't care. He gives it. Say, then some better meals come in. Where he would have to explain himself a lot if he is not a fifth column. It might not be a fifth column. It might just be a better meal. But you have to explain himself. But it's part of micromanagement of Tinubu's this thing. Over the guy is like in that Abeokuta speech. He said to them, "Hey, ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà yìí ẹ fi mí lẹ́jọ́ ìsọtinú mi ẹ." So the guy is trying to speak. They are speaking in his ear. They are writing on the paper. They are doing this. Don't offend Buhari. Don't say things that will offend Oshibanjo. Don't. Hey, let me speak. That it's an authority. If you're going to be a president, you have to have your own. You have to be man enough in your own skin. So that one is eye service. Eye service. If he is not a fifth column, is at best eye service. Data male trying to do eye service, trying to reshape the narrative. But the narrative doesn't need reshaping. The man explained the thing. It is actually it's an old story. Anybody so they are shouting Bulomba. Then during that Christmas period, all half of Lagos were emptied in Tinubu's front door. You know, the long queue, and they start to scream again. Oh, look how many people is Unicorn, many people in Tinubu's house. This. Of course, there will be many people in Tinubu's house now. When you people are shouting every day that is bullion van in his phone, so people go there to take some of the some money from the bullion van. And what do people want? You say the man has bullion van in his house, and people go there because the man is generous. He gives dash people money, and people go there say, they say bullion van. He say, oh, please give us money. Oh. You people are shouting again that there is all poor people are in front of his home. What do you people want? So that guy is an idiot. I'm sorry to say, I'm sure he's an intelligent person. I mean, in idiot in the sense that what the heck was he talking about? It's like, what the heck?
He's a dumbass. He's a dumbass.
He's trying to.
It was reaching above his pay grade. That's what he was doing.
My brother, I think he was trying to like placate the Rufai's mindset.
Did you see the look on that? Let me actually. I'm actually pushing for time to leave, but let me actually play this because it was quite revealing. I want you to pay a special attention to the body language of the Arise TV journalist, the female one, as this guy talks. Oh no, not that. As this guy talks nonsense. Oh, yes, that's it actually. So I want you to pay attention to the body language of the Arise TV female as this guy makes his delivery. Her face tells you all you needed to know that this has to be the dumbest guest that we've yet had on this. Just look at the Tudun replacement's face. Look at.
Hi, check this out.
No, I'm not checking it.
And from Amazon.com.
He said it here when he was here. Secondly, I'd like to also ask you this. There's a response on this that says, Atiku Tinubu currently designed has destroyed your bullion van plan. So the question is it because of the bullion van plan that Tinubu was saying all what he said yesterday? And tell us let's talk more about how bullion vans were entering somebody's house on election day in 2019. Because you see, we've not gotten to the end of that bullion van matter. If you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure that there are polling units inside bullion van. What was money needed for an election day? Was it for vote buying? And until today, we've not heard the last of that bullion van matter. And they've also raised it now. What is this bullion van plan?
Ask the question.
Saying, and what really happened? What was those bullion vans?
I detest this, Rufai. He's the worst journalist.
What really happened with those bullion vans in the last election? Because
he's spending more time asking the
question. I don't know
and he's repeating it 10 times.
I would say that statement is not correct. if he claimed to have paid, and I think that receipt should be authenticated. We should check the bank where that money was paid. We should check the account that they claimed that the money was paid. And from there, we pick it up to know what exactly happened. The LASA does not directly control the system. It only kind of making sure that the private sector that have come into play do what is needful. And if you know a lot about advertising, just like in your station, someone cannot just come in today, key in their promo, and start running. You have a key set system that you have in place. And we should investigate that matter and we take it on from there. On the other question of the bullion van or no bullion van and all of that, I think that matter has been put to rest. There was no money in the bullion van. The bullion van that even came missed the address to have come there. It means the address to have come there, and that was why.
And there it is, right? Did you say that? There it is, right? The woman thought, "Oh my God, this guy. We need to test him for a. We need to open his head and see if there's a brain there." So there it is. Fatai, back to you.
It's incredible, my brother. He by himself, he said the matter is dead. Okay, the matter is dead. The matter is dead. Let me move on. Do you
He
want
would
me
have
to
stopped
answer
at that. Yeah.
And now, if he said it is dead, let me move on. Do you want me to go back to that advertisement question again? If like that, finish. Don't need to revisit. If you say it's dead, why are you then bring that? Nobody. I don't. I've never heard anybody offer that explanation. So for a dead matter, then you are bringing up new explanation. Why? It's dead. It's dead. If you're going to talk the whole explanation. If you're not going to talk about, if you're going to say it's dead, then don't open up a new space on a dead matter.
Would you say today has been a negative for the Tinubu campaign? Firstly, this guy who reopens old wounds and Tinubu shooting off the cuff in Abeokuta, has this been a negative today for the Tinubu campaign?
I mean, how did you read that as negative? The Abeokuta. The Abeokuta was fantastic. The guy spoke his mind. You know, I like 80% agree with Babajani Koko, right? It was everything directed at the presidency. Maybe it was probably not shooting Buhari. I mean, not even probably. It was not shooting Buhari as a person, right? But he's shooting Buhari as his style. You know, he's too aloof, too above it. Don't get involved in what is going on. Wọ́n ní pé Yorùbá people say àgbà òkè wà lọ́jà kórè ọmọ tuntun wọ̀. You can't be there as a president. Some guys, you don't even, everybody is just running rubbish. Election is coming. Nobody can find money. Nobody can find petrol. Blah blah blah. And you are sitting there as a president, and you are like above it. You don't talk. You don't do nothing. It doesn't mean it doesn't support Tinubu. But Buhari has been like that, especially in this his second presidency. He just stay there and he just appoint Emefiele, and whatever Emefiele does until the country crashes. Before he then say, okay, maybe if he wants to fire Emefiele or any other person, whatever. I'm using Emefiele because it seems the most symbolic. So you wait until everything is falling apart before he then, I don't know what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to fire them or whatever he wants to do. Doesn't get involved. You have to get involved at some point. Yeah, it's good. You have to stay out of it, but the question is, when do you get involved? It certainly cannot be until the house is crashed that then you then come and get involved. I think that's what Tinubu probably is speaking to when he regards to Buhari. But I think more importantly, I don't think it's by accident he's talking about it in Abeokuta. I wouldn't be surprised if the real arrow there is to people like Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo is a guy who can't let go. Tijebu, Potuyagidi Jebu to Tijebu to okay, you're not going, Tinubu is not going to hand over the ticket to you, right? What is going to be your, do you know this multi-dimensional poverty, whatever? It was actually headed by Oshibanjo. It was not the canonical NBS, that's Bureau of Statistics canonical what do they call it, periodics, whatever they give this thing they release. It was a special whatever headed by Oshibanjo. That's it. Look, the multidimensional that by itself that don't really mean nothing, right? Multidimensional thing. Poverty, the NBS give poverty figures, right? They don't give a multidimensional poverty figure, right? So you issue that against the administration, and you're in the administration. If you read the preface of that multidimensional report, Shibanjo is there, is accredited as being the head of the team that did this. You are not a statistician, right? I mean, like as a profession. So you might know, even if you know statistics, right? You not your job is not to be the head of a statistics, whatever, right? They might deliver the report to you, or you might, but he actually is the one that directed it. Issue multi-dimensional. Okay, when you issue the multi-dimensional, at the end of the day, who is it going to hurt? Is it not the administration that they are going to use the poverty indices against, right? So he issued that, he added that, and then they used some. Okay, anyway, let's not talk too much about my point is. A lot of sabotage is coming from Oshibanjo, right? And it wouldn't be a surprise if there is a Obasanjo connection, all of that, pull everybody, and then who is going to benefit? PDP. All of these people with all these Babangida and everything, all of them they do pre the primary. Everybody they wanted Oshibanjo to be the candidate, right? And that's what led to the Emilio Con speech. Tinubu is not a man to be micromanaged. Even the Emilio Con, even sometimes you see on television, they try to justify the Emilio Con. Oh no, he was just talking to his party people. No, he's not talking. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it is true. He's talking to his party people, but he is saying what he's saying. Emilio Con means Emilio Con. Even in Benue, he said it again. He's not just talking to his party people. He said Emilio Con. Take it for what it is. Like you have to speak to your conviction as a man. You have to speak to your, I know we have to be more gender, whatever, but I have to speak to your conviction. That's what he believes. It's politics, right? It's not a plastic. No, you can't say like people say, no, it's not about a middle con. It's not about my turn, it's not by turn by turn. It's by okay, even if it's just like what we are saying right now. Even if it's by intelligence, Emilio Coin is Tinubu saying, if you say it's by intelligence, I am more intelligent than Atiku, I am more intelligent than Peter Obi, I am more intelligent than Kwankwaso. According to Tinubu, he say if it's by corruption, he believes he's less corrupt than Atiku, than Peter Obi, than all of them. So he said Miloko, if it's by who has contributed to democracy, to that democracy of this country, he believes he's contributed more than Atiku, more than Peter Obi, more than all of them. If it's by any yardstick you want to measure it, if it's by even if you take it by justice, how do you talk by ethnicity or whatever it is, by zoning? He said Yoruba local. You can say what you want. The only thing that make it southeast that is justified to give it to the southeast is the civil war. It's not because southeast has not been president. They want to peg it and say since 1999 southeast has not produced president. No, Nigeria didn't start 1999. Since 1960 or even pre-1960, southeasterners have been president, major president, by the way. Yoruba people, the only time we have been president Obasanjo, one time. It's only Obasanjo we have ever produced as an elected president. We have elected Southeasterner before, long time ago, yes, but they have. If you want to say
Who is
turn
that?
by
Who is
turn,
that, Fatai?
what is the main Azikwe? Nigeria didn't start in 1999. Everybody wants to peg it to 1999. Nigeria did not start in 1999. If you want to do it turn by turn, let the Urobo person be president then. Let's have Ishekiri president. Let's have why should it only be the major tribes or the major no? Let's have a thief be president. Let's have a Nupe person be president. Why let's start doing turn by turn like this. But not
Fatai, listen, you're going into the space you don't know very well.
No, I
So
know very
just
well.
you
What?
don't
Okay,
trust
tell me
me.
what
What
I
you're
don't know.
talking about,
Tell me what
you
I
don't know
don't
it
know.
very well. I
No,
don't
I
want to
know it.
open. I don't want to open that space because there's no time. Maybe another day we'll talk
Brother,
about it
there is
very well.
no with me. I wouldn't mind. I
Honestly, let
wouldn't.
me
Let me
not.
tell you, brother. I wouldn't mind you to go to Southeast so that we can forever take out this because the sentiment is too heavy in regard to the civil war. Let's give it to the South. Let the Southeast have it so that it gets we take it from the this from a big emotional discussion in the country. It's not a problem. It's fine, right? But that is the reason, not because democracy started in 1999, and since democracy we have not had it. No, no, democracy started 1999. Nigeria did not start 1999. All I'm saying, all I'm the point I'm driving into is this. This is Tinubu's mindset. He said, by every standard you measure it. Among all this crop of people that we are all running, Emilio come, and everybody is trying to drive it here, drive it here. There is no need to drive it anywhere. The man has said his mind. If you like him, vote for him. If you don't like him, don't vote for him. What he said is not that there is no legitimacy to it. The man has sacrificed for the party. The man has even the coalition that brought the party together. It was his arrangement. His he had the one part, the one wing of it. Buhari had one wing of it. I think Atiku also came. Whatever it is, they all did. However, they brought up the whole alliance. And okay, the first person that I am assuming according to the agreement, Buhari, the next person, Tinubu. So why is everybody then trying to do Magomago and give it to Oshibanjo? And even if you give it to Oshibanjo, whose machine is Oshibanjo going to use to become the president? Is it not Tinubu's machine is going to use? Can't Oshibanjo win Ijebu by himself? Never mind the whole of Nigeria. If ordinary Ogun State, can Oshibanjo win by himself? Now you know your state is even too big. Ijebu, even Ikene Remo, Ikene Uda, you never.
Even his polling unit in Lekki in 2015, he
Can you
didn't
win
win.
it? It's the same
In
Tinubu's
2019,
machine,
rather, his polling
and then
unit in Lekki,
and
VGC
this
or where.
and then this same Tinubu whose machine is going to use, he can't let go. Okay, we'll let go. It's not even like you are the one with the machine, and
He
Tinubu
didn't
wants
even come second. He didn't even
uh,
come second.
and Tinubu wants to use Agbalagba to cheat you. No, he's not using anything to cheat you. You are the one that don't know what you want, what is going on in your head. It's already a privilege to be vice president. It's only very few people out of 200 million people that will ever get to become a vice president, that will ever get to become a president. It's already a privilege. What is megalomania? Anyway, I will not be surprised if he's referring within the presidency. If the arrow is at Oshibanjo, I will not be surprised. I don't think the arrow is at Buhari, but to the extent that it is Buhari, I think I mean, I'm not saying he's not referring to Buhari at all. He's referring to Buhari to the extent Buhari is just standing there looking and everybody, the house is crumbling. You can't do what you. That's the point. Àgbàlagbà ò gbọ́dọ̀ wà lọ́jà àkórí ọmọ tuntun máa kàn máa jábọ̀ now. Have to get involved at some point. Get involved. Nobody can find money. The whole everybody is suffering. They can't find the money. This guy comes back, right? Yeah. It's too much. It's too in on his head. This Emefiele, because okay, even if everybody is praising you that okay, maybe it's a smart.
Are you in that Emefiole camp too? Are you one of those people, Emefiole? Yeah.
No. I don't. I think like those policies, right? They economically, they can come up with economic theory that says it's okay. You are the same at the same time you will see economic theory that says it's not okay. So right, you have to understand from what perspective the government is coming from. I
But my
don't think.
brother, you know the question we should be asking: why are banks ATM still dispensing old notes?
Yeah, exactly. This is
Banks
the
are
problem.
spending old notes some days
And
to deadline.
exactly, this is where I'm going. The implement
So they are circulating the old note too. They are putting
yeah.
the old note back into the economy.
Whether the policy is sound or is not sound, the bus has moved. Now is the implementation. What the heck is this? What, and the guy comes back and still flying his head around. Ray, you are doing rubbish. Forget, I'm not even regarding. I'm sure Buhari will have to agree with the policy to change the whatever, but the implementation it is at his own doorstep. What are you doing? What are you proud of with this rubbish implementation? Nobody, I mean, everybody already is suffering, and then you come up with policy where 90-year-old woman does not even know what's going on. Nobody knows what is going on in the village. Nobody knows what is going on. You're not making it easy for people to get access to money. And that's why even, yeah, and you know, uh, sometimes when you want to abuse somebody, you abuse them and abuse everything. Say, even to hell with you, to hell with your coloring of the naira. Do you think you did some job nobody ever did before because you put some color on the naira, and then your head is swelling. You're destroying the administration. The election already is tough enough. We don't need this. We don't need it. You understand? It's another story the opposition can go and find. It's not even about even opposition, no opposition. As an administration, it's supposed to work smooth than this. You can't be damaging the administration. It's not even just about Tinubu alone. This thing, look, for anybody, and I think this is Tinubu's position. Look, ọ̀run yabọ̀ kò ń ṣe tẹ́ni orí ẹnìkan ló máa yálé. Sometimes they say some governors are sabotaging or this. All of us go chop the breakfast together. I think that's it's what they do also in the primary. You do it. If you do and you elect Ashibanjo, Atiku will become president. It doesn't mean that when Atiku becomes president, all of you will benefit. Atiku has his own people also. So everyone they fall. It not be only my head it go fall. Now all of us head it go fall on top, right? And I think in the end, and that's what he, even according to his statement, whatever happened, we will still win. And in the end, it will still end up like the primary, because the alternative is tough. It's tough, the alternative. Any angle you look at it, right? What is Atiku offering anybody, right? Never mind, forget even about the personal. Forget about even tremendous tension that will happen. I mean, if people think if Atiku just become president, everything will just go okay. Everybody will just go back to sleep. No, there's tremendous tension in that country. It's not going to just be so easy like that. So all these stupid people, then stupid people, all these clever by half people who trying to do this. All of us go chop the good breakfast together, shall anyway, in the end. Now them sabi you anyway then now, you know.
All right, thank you, Fatai. So, Fatai, if you had come earlier, I'd have put you more questions, but we are past the 7-hour mark and we've got Adewale to go. So, for time, let me go from you to Adewale. I always encourage that you come earlier. The audience always delights in your unique.
Do you know one thing, woman?
Yeah.
I started with you on this show today. I started 5:15 dot.
Do you see? It's an endurance test, isn't
As
it?
of the time I was trying to get in, the faithful, the regulars were already in, so I couldn't get in anymore.
Yeah, also that happens. Sometimes you come in and it's already full. I mean,
that's why you know sometimes it's not just me and Ajale Koko, and I'm thinking, it's going to be short, and then they start to trickle in one by one, and before you know it, the place is packed. And then you know when people are trying to come in, it's flashing on my screen, and then it's flashing that people are wanting to come in. That's why I would say, just come in, take a slot, and then you say, okay, I'll be with you. Just go to somebody else. Then we know that you're there, but. So there it is.
Man, I think maybe some of us should just be exiting, because me, I listen, even if I'm not in, I just want to watch everybody and hear the comment and enjoy it. So maybe when some of us speak, we should just exit so that other people can come in.
Yes, but not Ajanle Koko, because people want Ajanle Koko there all the time,
You can enforce that.
And as I say that, he left us. Look at that.
Let somebody like me leave now so that some.
No, we're at the end anyway, but we go on to Adewale. But on our way to Adewale, let's acknowledge George Blue Shell's super chat. It says, Solomon, your insults at Des and Joel is too much. But thank you for that. So our moderator is now being moderated. This is what we're saying. It's very unique and peculiar.
I even tried the super chat at the time, but my card declined. I don't know what's wrong with my bank.
Well, maybe not. Let me not go there. I'm only
No,
joking.
it was funded. It's just that my bank said it was actually one of the bank, the community bank, and they're so strict about any transaction that is involved. I think more or less like an international transactions. So
No, it wouldn't be. I think it's localized. We've even had people super chatting in Naira. So yeah, but
I was surprised. So like 2 times. So I'm not sure what's going on with it. Anyway,
all right. It's more your super thoughts really that we delight in more. So those super thoughts, let's hear it. So kick it off then from the Tinubu surrogate who went on Arise TV and had a brain fade. The bullion van, they went to the wrong address. It wasn't even money inside though. This is what the guy said. And the lady that was interviewing him, her eyes popped. So what are you making then of this gibberish that man said on Arise TV?
the guy actually went there because of his new position as the signage director in Lagos State or something like that in APC.
Yes, he was a senior functionary.
And the interview derailed and started going south, when the Rufa started bringing in the bullion van as a result of Tinubu's comment in Abeokuta. If I were to be that man, I probably would have kept my mouth shut and said I will refer him to the interview Tinubu gave then. It's not in my place to comment. However, as at that time, Tinubu wasn't contesting for any uh, public office at that time. So if it is money, it is money. If it's not his money, that is his own cup of tea. But then, and when he started requesting for a cup of water, I was like, wait a minute. Why you are not in the house seat? Why are you requesting for water? To me, the guy just went there and I don't know. He should have prepared well. He's a very soft-spoken person, just like you, and very articulate. So I wasn't expecting him to fumble by saying that the billion van was missed his way. Come on, man.
Do you think it was? Do you think it was caught off guard and he just panicked? Was that a panic?
Possibly, possibly. I joined banking in 1999. Um, Around that time, election was already over, but 2003 election, I witnessed it myself. Nigerians can be very hypocritical. We like to point the finger to others, but 80% of people that commented on your show today, put them in the position of power and watch their true color come to manifest. We like to point one finger to other people, and the remaining five or the 10 or ninth one point back at us. We like to criticize. Let me borrow from the book of George Orwell that says, in the animal kingdom, some animals are more important than some other animals. There are big men, and there are also some big men. When Chief MQ Abiola was alive, hardly you will see him going into the banking house to say, what? I want to make a withdrawal. I work in the banking for some time. You hardly, even people that are not a celebrity, people that are known in the public, hardly you will see them coming into the banking now. That was when banking was in Ijebode, when it wasn't internet banking like we have it now. When somebody can call me all the way uh, from London, I said, I want your bank manager to release this amount of money to so person to my company. Just a phone call. And when they come back, they will back it up with check, or sometimes they will write a note. And then I've moved money around. I've followed. It wasn't even a bullion van. Well, you can call it bullion van then, but it wasn't hammered. It wasn't reinforced. It wasn't protected. It was just like open bullion van. Then took it to Eric Moore. Then another one in Sule, another one in Ipori. Then, you know, we took it to these Indian companies then. And that was in between 99 to 2003 and so before central bank started, you know, making some giving some directives and all that so that we limit, the level of casualties in the society. People cash was the king. Cash is always the king in any society, especially like third world like us. Cash will always be the king. But then you see what the Mayfield did. Uh, the directive itself, I'm talking about the CBN policy now, is a very noble one. It's a very welcoming one. But you look at the time frame and the timeline given, um, it shows that something is not right with the APC-led government. But Tinubu found himself in this middle of this storm. I said it in a comment. Tinubu is not a crazy man, but he's a crazy man. He's not crazy, rather, but he's a crazy man. He's not crazy. He knows what he's doing. Every time it comes to Ogun State, he always drum bombshell in Yoruba language. He had been to other states, places he spoke Yoruba like. I mean, he went to, I think, Ekiti, he went to, I think, Yorai, but he spoke Yoruba, but he never dropped this bombshell. Then it shows that, you know, Bio will Gidigbo. And unfortunately, the guy that came to arise today was just not, he didn't come there to defend Tinubu, but the question came and he panicked, he dropped the balls. But that's what politician does. He spent it to his own best ability. So, Iba will say, "Kò sọ̀rọ̀ ńbẹ̀." So, about sort of Debbie Rukafoni. That's what the thought always say. So let's move on.
All right, brilliant. So before I take you to the next talking point, let me just acknowledge we've been running a poll. Is Peter Obi an intelligent man or not? It's just a simple question off the back of conversations being had. So the results come in. 36 people voted. 72% of them consider Peter Obi to be an intelligent man. So it is official. Peter Obi is an intelligent man.
Of
so
course.
thank you.
Of course, the man is
It was
intelligent.
enigmatic that started all
No,
that. But
I
yeah.
even at the time I think Patriot also joined, and you know Peter Obi is an intelligent man, no doubt. He is an intelligent person. But sometimes um, we have a way to communicate. Sometimes the only thing is he doesn't use the big grammar. Like enigmatic always do. Using those big grammars and all that. Obi doesn't communicate in big grammar. He speaks like what you can call here in the sixth grade. Uh, Grammar, kind of. So it's simple, but at the same time, for younger people to understand, he's an intelligent man, no doubt. I mean, he was a governor of a state for 8 years. Come on, you may not like his candidacy or his party or what he represents, but he is an intelligent man.
All right. And still speaking of narratives, Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, a lot of speculation as to where it was pointed and what the intentions are. What is your reading then?
For naked
Cash
eye,
and yeah.
for naked eye, who was assume, well, this man that is not crazy but is a crazy man has come again with his bombshell. But how come is Ogun State? And if you look in the Yoruba land, uh, the only person that's got a little bit closer to become president was Shifu Obafemi Awolowo, and he was also from Ogun State. BC Onabanjos and Co. And Shonekan, MK Abiola, they're all from Ogun State. Hardly you will see somebody from Lagos State or Osun State or your state, old or your state, or hardly you will see somebody like that. I mean, someone contestant. So this is like the first time in the history of Nigeria you will see uh, a party flag bearer coming from Lagos State, apart from Ogun State, and him making that speech at Ogun State uh, shows that something is wrong somewhere. Uh, when Buhari went to London and gave press interview and said that the people should vote for the candidate of their choice. I was expecting that will, you'll be able to use that opportunity to launder the image of his party flag bearer, but he didn't do that, and I can understand why he refused to do that. Um, this is the second time the party will be, I mean, the power will be transferring to a new person completely. Now, it has to tread softly, number one, because it's trying to leave a legacy of, you know what, Nigeria is peaceful during the transferring of power. So, and I want to make sure that I created a level playing field for all the candidates. So it's not just about, because if Nigeria sees, I can see that his handlers trying to work on him to measure his public utterances so that it won't look like he's one-sided. And when the public lose faith in the process, the legitimacy of the incoming administration will be in question. So, him going to Abeokuta to make that speech means that Yoruba will say, "Ejolo wanu." I don't think that what is said there was directed to uh, Buhari per se, but there's no way Buhari would not be a part of the people he was trying to make a reference to. I want to think that Oshibajo will be involved in the cabal that he was trying to, because if you look at it, there's a fuel scarcity. It's not a rocket science in putting together logistic in making distribution of fuel across the country. It's not a rocket science. You're not uh, 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 getting across through pipeline. Is through petrol tankers and all that. So, and then you also look at the time that is closer to the election time. So, whatever they're trying to do to sabotage, I think the other candidates should have come out forcefully to condemn the shortage of fuel as well, but nobody said anything. That apart too, then the CBN policy said it was directed at him. I don't think someone like Tinubu at this stage of that he has attained in politics who such things will face him. I don't think so, because Tinubu is no longer like a regular person. And I said it in the comment section as well. Um, Politicians do not need, no matter how, see, policy of CBN is meant for poor people. The big men, the politicians, they always find a way to circumvent the law. And there's always someone somewhere that will say, you know what, take this money to this particular person. The CBN knows, they know, but they need the money to prosecute the election. The money needed for the election is not just, they're not making a withdrawal today. That money has been warehoused for a very long time. And we've gone beyond the era of Naira and all that. We are now in the era of dollars. At first, it was dollar. Now it's now Naira. They're trying to redesign. They've gone beyond that. I don't think Tinubu is really bothered about that, but he's saying that simply because the timeline, the time frame for that policy was it come across because Buhari himself said it's not going back. So there's no he's not going to yield and him saying that is more or less like he's frustrated. Number one, and he's trying to say it so that the public will understand. But I don't think he's winning any sympathy from people that are on the fence because, if you're not supporting him, if you are not supporting, if you are supporting him, you are supporting him. And this era of saying bully over, nobody move around. During the primary, did you see any bully over? Did anybody report any bully over? But money exchange hand, money flows, and the security operative look the other way around. And it's going to be like that coming election. But then they are trying to do damages at the crew, before the election. But to me, as far as I'm concerned, uh, Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, uh, the public doesn't need it, but it's just trying to say, let me put it out there. Um, let's see how it will go. But I still believe that the money back will win this election, regardless of whatever CBN put out there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adewale. So, So 7 hours and 21 minutes
Do,
into
do
the
you want me
session.
to touch briefly about the Mayfield saga?
Yeah, touch briefly on about
Okay, so that
Emefiele
can round it up.
and then we round off. Yes.
Okay. You know, Yoruba used to say this. You know what keeps coming to my head? Ẹni bá takò sílé àgbọn, àríjẹ àgbọn. Emefiele has touched the honest nest. So the bees and the honest, they are taking the fight to him. This administration, regardless of where the pendulum swing next month, if it is Peter Obi, he probably won't do much damage to him because, of course, it's from Southeast. But if Atiku wins the election or uh, Tinubu wins the election, Emefiele is probably going to cool off in the, what do you call them?
Kiri.
Not even Kirikiri. These people, EFCC
Yes.
or DSS, is going to cool off at least a month there, if not a month, because power is changing hands. If Buhari were to come back to the office now, I would have said, no, this is different. I mean, I was surprised even Buhari himself returned him. And when he came back from his vacation, Buhari welcomed him to House of Rock. And even they allowed the media to cover it. He was able to say, how are you doing? Codedly, you can tell, that, Buhari is in cahoot, he understands. But Emefiele should know, before now, we've had so many CBN governors. They were unknown figure. They are there as a technocrat. They are doing their job. Their job is non-partisan. Emefiele, I don't know who gives him the confidence or the assurance that he could make a difference, getting himself involved in partisan politics while he was still in the office. Now, come February 25th, momentum will change. Things will happen and it will be exposed. I'm not saying he's a bad man, he's a good man, but the first sin he committed was him getting involved in partisan politics while you still occupy the same public office that you were. I want to believe whoever was advising him did not advise him well because politicians do not forgive. They forgive sometimes, they act to be forgiven, but they don't forget. And if you think that this what he did by introducing this cashless policy towards the election period is going to uh, die a natural cause, is deluding himself. They will come back in full force. And for those people out there that think, well, it's a welcoming development, he's doing a good job, our party doesn't care about that, our party doesn't get involved with money, politics, and all that. Please don't believe that. Do not believe that. Money exchange hand in PDP, money exchange hand in APC, money exchange hand in NPP, money exchange hand in Labour Party. If not, Obi wouldn't have clinched that ticket as he did. Some put something in their pocket because others have been there before, toiling day and night for the party, and here is the time for them to reap what they've sold. So money did exchange hands. So for those who would think, well, Emefiele, you know, did a good job. Yeah, with Nigeria economy needed, but at the same time, the timeline was just not right. It was wrong. Because right now, I heard it during the comment section. So I heard that there's no. I mean, CBN says the money can only be passed to the public through ATM. For crying out loud, that is the worst of any directive I've ever seen. You can't circulate money in the economy through ATM. We all know ATM in Nigeria is just not. It's not. It's, some of them not working even in the urban area. I don't talk about the villages and all that. So yes, Emefiele has touched the tail of the tiger. I don't know who is going to rescue him when the new administration comes in. If Obi wins the election, maybe, maybe not. Even the people that are after him after the election, whether they wins or do not win, they will use every means necessary to go after him. And God help him. God help you so.
All right, brilliant, well put. Brilliant, well put. Always well put by Adewale. It's only he couldn't get in earlier, otherwise would have heard more from him. So, gentlemen, we will round off here. And I was going to not take closing remarks, but people like to hear closing remarks. So, at very rapid pace to land on Fatai, we kick it off with Enigmatic, who I think may have left us. Enigmatic, are you still there? No, I didn't think it was. All right, thank you, Enigmatic. From Enigmatic, we go on to Des, who I suspect may have gone off as well. So, Des, are you still there? All right, thank you, Des. So from Des, we go to Japan. What piece are you still there?
Yeah, I'm with you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Just a very, very rapid closing remark.
Yeah, my country people agree to now. We've done already the final hour of the day. People will do the comment section. We agree to now where we're gonna click like, share, thumbs up. I might not forget to buy coffee. Do what I say, not what I do. The day I'll do my own buyaka it will be. One man, thank you for today topic. It was a nice one, and that outburst I had with you. Sorry, it was not like I was directing it to you. Just that I wanted to air my view. I agree with the panelists.
It's okay. You can have outburst at me. You and I, we don't date for too long. For you speak freely now. You're my own
this
personal
April,
person.
This I think it's April. April will mark my 1 year in this platform that I was in this platform almost every day. You know that?
You're still a schoolboy now. Go and ask Ajale Koko. He's been here. Ajale Koko was 1 year old when he started with this platform.
But April, I will mark my guys. Like it's like April. I might mark my first day come to this show. Since then, I'll be coming on this show at least thrice or twice, at least 4 times a week. I show up. Anyway, I thank everybody. I thank you, one man, for today. I'll say peace. I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, War Peace. So thank you, War Peace. From War Peace, we go on to Adewale. Adewale, just a couple of words as we start to round off.
Thank you very much. For those that been in the studio, contributed, and also the people online watching it, please like and share this video so that others can also watch it and, learn. We are here to learn. We listen to each other and hear each other's view. And it's a great way to learn from one another. We have different background, and that is one thing that we should, as a Nigeria, one Nigeria. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. The ever brilliant and always erudite Adewale in a soft voice, but then the punch and the potency. So the punch and the potency, we're about 7 likes from that 100 likes that we set ourselves as a target. I wonder if we'll reach it. Just 7 more likes. But then, of course, perhaps the words that will push those 7 likes is the German Quaran of Cyprus descent that speaks in a very quirky voice. So, in the absence of the mighty one, a man of equal mind, Fatai, the final word.
One man. Emma Kobosi Mirapo. Where is Baba Janle Koko? Ajanle Koko, come and do your thing.
It's big shoes, but I'm sure you can wear it. The final
big
word.
Big shoe. That will be one and only Ajanle Koko. Any other Ajanle Koko is a counterfeit.
It's a counterfeit.
Well, eventually they will ease him out. They will not. I don't think they will do much to him because of that office, because of future occupiers of the office. It's a very important office. They're not going to over rubbish him, but they will ease him out. He's grown too much wings. He might be a very good economist or whatever. I don't know whatever is the degree you have to get there. He seems very confident, very assured in his own skin, right? That even everybody who don't like him, right? Nobody accuses him of not being a very confident person. All I've heard is just dribbling everybody, dribbling everybody. So he's probably a very intelligent person, but he's too in on his head, right? He comes back from this DSS is looking for him, blah blah blah. Although that one is just for show. It's not going to happen, right? But at the same time, he comes back. His head is still flying. His shoulder is flying. Right? Rather than look at the ground. The implementation has to, implementation has to the ease of the people has to be factored into the implementation. It's not only I don't know whatever he's doing, right? And if Tinubu becomes president, he has demonstrated like it's not going to be a Buhari that will sit down there and let everybody run a rough shot around like whatever, doing whatever they want. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be a new sheriff in town, right? We're going to have a president that you might think his hand is shaking, his leg is shaking, his brain is not shaking. His brain is not shaking. You're gonna have a new. We need I don't know, smooth system, not some everything all around the place, You know. Anyway, we pray for the best for the country. And by the way, one man, I'm always I have my own spreadsheet.
Yes, let's have the spreadsheet. Ajale Koko is preparing his as well. We
I
are coming close. We are coming close to the hour, so all spreadsheets have to be submitted soon.
Yeah, my own is ready. Maybe one if I would try look over again today. If not today, tomorrow I will send it in. I hope it makes sense.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Fatai. We must shut it down here, but that's Fatai, of course, the German Cyprus with the Quaran lilt. But they will add more to your titles, I'm sure, as the days go by. So that's Fatai, of course, one of the ever brilliant discoveries that we make on this platform. So join us earlier, I always say, because people want to hear more from you. Thank you, Fatai. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai, and thank you, everyone. It's been a long session, but not a grueling one. 7 hours plus. So I think you probably concede that an effort has been made. 3 more likes to get us to that 100. I wonder if we will actually get to that 100 in the course of the even as we speak now, more than 100 people still with us. So I'm not quite sure why we're not tipping over that point, but there it is. Probably those obedient and their ways, if you are not singing holy, holy, then, they have issues with you. So there it is. That has been the session. Thank you, everybody that has joined us. To the super chatters, Des came in, Alexander Gomez as ever, Switch came in, bringing his wallet with him, and reinforces that wallet. Joel of Nashville, usually just super task to spike at somebody. Switch came back again, and then switch again. Joel at Nashville almost certainly poking at somebody else again. And Joel continues to poke with the super chat and poke some more. He does. Joel and his ways. Joel still, he always wants to have the last word. And there he is. Prince joins them in the super chat space. Thank you, Prince. And then Prince continues with the super chat. And then George Blue Shell, he super chats to wag a finger at Solomon. So thank you for the super chats. And really, it's the biggest puzzle of this platform that the only person that occupies that by the coffee space continues to be Ayo. And it's not because of lack of, if you see from the super chats, it's certainly not because people are not, it's not because people are averse to opening their wallet, but maybe they're a bit daunted by the coffee. Ayo never daunted, and it does as it always does. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So to the super chatters, the happy clappers, the nonsense talkers, and the in-betweeners, we love you nevertheless. Join us again tomorrow, which is now today. We do it all over again. So come early, be ready, because we're always ready. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.